The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576 Unqualified Father. Shen Feng soon followed a little girl to the door of her house. When he arrived at the door of her house, Shen Feng was surprised at the time. He thought this little girl was the daughter of an ordinary family, but now it seems that she is not like her at all. That's it, the little girl brought Shen Feng to the door of a big hotel, where there were people coming and going, and the business was obviously very good, but after the little girl appeared, the security guard at the restaurant's door was still bowing respectfully. "Miss." Then Shen Feng remembered, now is the end, who can go to the bookstore to buy books casually? This little girl is holding a lot of books in her hands. It is obvious that the family is not short of money. Looking at it now, this little girl is obviously the eldest lady of a rich family. However, it is not surprising that she is in the city, but she is outside the city. Among the mercenaries, there are actually rich people appearing. Hai Ling pointed to a low-rise store nearby, and said, "No, this is the doctor's home, but she has just moved here not long ago. She is not well known, and I heard that the fees are quite expensive. You go." Shen Feng nodded and said, "Little girl, thank you, I remember you, I will repay you, goodbye." Shen Feng was very grateful to this little girl whom he had never met before, and before he had time to ask her name, he immediately entered the store with the child in his arms and said, Doctor, save my son." In the small shop there is a small medicine cabinet with dozens of commonly used medicines. When you walk in, you can smell the smell of disinfectant. There are more than a dozen white beds in the shop. A female doctor wearing a white coat, she is reading a book at this time, and what she holds in her hand is still internal medicine, as the saying goes. If you are not afraid of doctors frowning, you are afraid of doctors reading books. If the doctor frowns, at most he thinks the disease is more difficult, but once the doctor reads the book, he can only prove two things. One thing is that the doctor is not professional enough, so he has to read the book before seeing the doctor, otherwise he will not know how to diagnose. One meaning is that this disease is a disease that has not been recorded in the book, so it is necessary to read the book to verify it. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng also felt bad, thinking, could it be that I met a Mongolian doctor? This is the first time for Shen Feng to see a doctor who read books temporarily. Moreover, the doctor looks very young and has no experience. The situation, one of the very important points is that she has not received the trust of all of you. However, right now Shen Feng has no other choice but to let this young doctor try at this time. The female doctor stood up, put down the book and said to Shen Feng, "Which child are you looking at?" Handing over the little tiger in his arms, he said, "Look at this first." The doctor took Xiaohu and put him on a bed to start the examination. First of all, he took the temperature. He frowned while taking the temperature, and said, "Is this a fever? Could it be a cold? Did you feed the child cold food last night?" Shen Feng shook his head and replied, "I don't know." The doctor frowned, walked up to Shen Feng, and asked directly, "Aren't you the father of the child? How could you not know?" Shen Feng quickly defended himself, "This is indeed my child, but I have been busy with outside affairs before, and only after I came back did I find that the child has a fever. Of course I didn't know." "Okay, now find a way to reduce the fever, so that you don't get confused and need an injection. You press a little so that the child won't struggle." The doctor shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect to meet such an unreliable father who even ate the child. "I don't know anything. I can only say that it is possible to meet any kind of weird father in the doomsday, and now I have met one, okay." Shen Feng nodded quickly, but he still said worriedly, "Also, my son accidentally inhaled the hypnotic pollen. Will this affect the efficacy of the medicine?" "What?" The children's doctor couldn't bear it now. Even if it was unreliable, he couldn't escape like this, right? Such a strong anesthetic, can this be inhaled by a child? What kind of father do you do? It's fine if you failed to take good care of the child, and even let the child inhale hypnotic pollen. Do you know what kind of harm it will cause? Hearing this, the female doctor couldn't help it. No matter what the identity of the other party is, he immediately opened his mouth to scold him. Shen Feng is helpless. It's obviously what those bastards with no conscience did, but now he can only take the blame for these people. "Doctor, I know I was wrong, please help me. I will give you whatever you want, please save my child. Shen Feng said hastily. The female doctor couldn't help it. Since the child accidentally inhaled the hypnotic pollen, it meant that the nervous system was suppressed. You can't use medicine casually, otherwise it will cause adverse reactions. You can only cool down physically. She found a cotton swab. After dipping in alcohol, keep wiping Xiaohu's body. After the alcohol evaporates, it will absorb heat, which is the same as using an ice pack, but the ice pack is too cold to be used on the child. Shen Feng was watching with his back on Xiaolong's back. At this moment, Xiaolong started to struggle and woke up. He started crying just after waking up, and said something he couldn't understand in his mouth. Shen Feng quickly hugged Xiaolong and began to coax him. But I don't know if it's because of the mask. The fiery red mask appeared in Xiaolong's eyes, and Xiaolong cried even more sadly. Shen Feng had no choice but to turn his back on the doctor, took off his mask, revealed his true face, and coaxed, "Longer, be obedient, Dad is here." Strange to say, after Xiaolong saw Shen Feng's face, he really stopped crying. Instead he laughed, and shouted while laughing, "Dad, Dad." Shen Feng couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw that Xiaolong recognized him. His godson still has a good memory. He left for more than half a year, and now that Xiaolong can still recognize him after he came back. Knowing that the mask frightened Xiaolong, Shen Feng no longer dared to wear a mask, so he simply found a mask and put it on, which could somewhat cover his true face, so that ordinary people would not be able to recognize himself even if they saw him. Shen Feng also saw the profile of the female doctor at this time, Gu Yangxiao, from Jingling. Excellent student of the medical university, physician. After Shen Feng saw this profile, he was a little surprised. It turned out that he was a medical student, but he didn't seem to have graduated. Otherwise, he wouldn't use the word student to introduce himself. When people introduce themselves, they are all doctors. How many years of work experience? Dr. Gu's physical cooling method took effect very quickly. The high fever was quickly brought under control, and Xiaohu woke up very quickly. After waking up, it means that the effect of the anesthetic has almost disappeared. He is still a child of 1.5 years old. The baby, who can't even walk, immediately burst into tears when he saw him in an unfamiliar environment. The decibels of the baby's voice are relatively high, and crying can easily make people uneasy. Shen Feng hurriedly stepped forward to coax the baby. Xiaohu, I'm Dad, don't cry, I'm fine now." However, where did Xiaohu see his father? He was still crying. No matter how coaxed, he was crying. But Xiaolong was crawling on the bed at this time, walked up to Xiaohu's side, stretched out his hand and began to pat Xiaohu gently, muttering vague words in his mouth. "Little brother, be good, Gu." Yangxiao couldn't help but said at this moment, "The child is probably hungry, feed it quickly." As soon as Shen Feng heard this, he immediately looked at Gu Yangxiao. His eyes drifted, staring at Dr. Gu's chest, and began to observe, as if he was sizing up something. "What are you thinking about? I haven't given birth to a child, why are you looking at me?" Gu Yangxiao was frightened by Shen Feng's eyes, and immediately backed away with her hands folded, with a look of wariness on her face. At this moment, a person came outside the door, who seemed to have heard Gu Yangxiao's words, and shouted loudly when he walked in, "Who is it? Who is it? Who is bullying my friend?" Shen Feng heard a familiar voice, and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. After seeing the person coming, he couldn't help but frown. The guy in front of him was none other than Lu Keiwen from the laboratory. He usually the time should be working in the laboratory, but now it appears in front of Shen Feng. Seeing Lu Keiwen appearing here, Shen Feng couldn't help being a little surprised. It stands to reason that Lu Keiwen spends most of his time in the city, and it's impossible for him to have friends outside the city. But now, things don't seem to be like this. Lu Keiwen appeared here, and he seemed to be familiar with the road. Gu Yangxiao quickly said, it's okay. Don't make a big fuss. The patient's father just had a little misunderstanding with me. Don't fight. In this case, forget it. You stay here at ease. Don't worry, no one can take you away from under my nose. I have already made an agreement with the leader here. Lu Keiwen heard this answer made me feel relieved. It turned out that I didn't come to kick the gym. When Shen Feng saw Lu Keiwen, he didn't take the initiative to reveal his identity, and said in his heart, you may not be able to beat me, kid. Gu Yam thought about it with a smile, and said to Shen Feng, hurry up and buy some soy milk, and find another feeding bottle. The child is already half a year old, so it's okay to drink soy milk. But you can't drink it all the time. Shen Feng nodded, and then quickly went out. There was a hotel nearby. Shen Feng walked in, took a stack of food stamps, and said directly, "Hurry up, soy milk, milk bottle, and another steamed bun. I want to take it away." This immediately put the hotel staff in a dilemma. Soy milk and steamed buns are easy to talk about, but where can I find baby bottles? Shen Feng didn't care about this, and pulled out his long sword, slap, fell on the table, and said directly, "I don't care what you do, go find it quickly, otherwise I will do it. Tell you, I am a supernatural being." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng casually fired a wind blade, smashing a floor tile directly after being outside for such a long time. Shen Feng also knows what ordinary people are afraid of. For powerful supernatural beings, ordinary people are full of envy, but deep fear is hidden in their hearts, and they dare not offend supernatural beings at all. So once the identity of the supernatural being is exposed, it will make many ordinary people obsequious. "Let me go and look for it," the waiter said quickly. Such a big hotel, naturally there will be no lack of security, especially outside the city. The people living here are mercenaries. Without strong strength, it is impossible to survive here, and the security can handle people. Most of them are local hooligans, who really saw the supernatural being appear, but they could only watch carefully, holding the gun in their hand tightly, and had no choice but to run away when the situation was not good. However, the security guards could also see that this man wearing a mask was not the so-called unreasonable guy. He was just a bit domineering, but he wasn't here to mess things up, so they were also relieved. In the West, the so-called artificial milk has been promoted. It is made of plants, some of which are made of beans, and some of which are made of peanuts. When they are advertised, they are all kinds of tall and catering to vegetarians, but these Westerners don't know. In the big Oriental country, artificial milk has been used for thousands of years, such as soy milk. After peanuts were introduced to China, China made peanut milk. Artificial milk has been popular in China for many years. The waiter found a mother holding a baby in the backstage. She had a feeding bottle in her hand. Although it was second-hand, she couldn't offend the supernatural beings, so now she had to wrong the end. "I'll give you another one later." Baby bottle, coax the baby first. In the apocalypse, everything has become expensive. There is really no special sale of a mere baby bottle. The main thing is plastic products, and oil cannot be imported into the country, so various petroleum derivatives, such as plastics, are difficult to buy yet. "Sir, here are the baby bottles, soy milk, and steamed buns you want. Go slowly," the waiter said respectfully. Shen Feng was not polite. He took his things and left, pointing to the food coupons on the table and said, "These are yours. Any extra is considered a tip." The waiter quickly and happily put away the food stamps, saying that he got rich. Chapter 577. When Shen Feng left the clinic, Lu Keiwen began to look at the furnishings inside the clinic, only to find two children, one big and one small, on a bed. He didn't recognize the younger child, but the older child looked. Why is it so like the little dragon in the city lord's mansion? Lu Keiwen's level is not high, and he should not know the things that the upper class in Yazhou know, but his teacher Nibai knows a lot of content, and under the teacher's disclosure, Lu Keiwen also heard. "I heard the news of the disappearance of the two young masters, and I heard that a few days ago, the deputy city lord Chang Jianyi went to the laboratory to discuss something in detail with the teacher." Now, when Lu Keiwen looked at the two children in the clinic, he became more and more familiar with them, and the size of these two children was exactly the same as the two missing babies in Fengshan Palace. 1.5 years old, one almost 2 years old. What a coincidence. Could it be that I met the villain who stole the two young masters? Lu Keiwen thought in his heart. After thinking about this, Lu Keiwen immediately became vigilant, and reached out to grab the phone in his pocket, where he could quickly contact people in the city. However, at this moment, Shen Feng rushed into the clinic, rinsed the baby bottle, filled it with soy milk, and handed it to Xiaohu. Xiaohu was really hungry, so he started sucking while holding the bottle, and the crying stopped. It's just that the high fever on his forehead hasn't subsided yet. Afterwards, Shen Feng stuffed Xiaolong with another steamed bun. Xiaolong had grown teeth and was slurring his speech. When he saw the steamed bun, he grabbed it tightly and said, "Dad, eat, Pop, eat, you. Eat, you eat." Shen Feng sat on the edge of the bed and hugged Xiaolong. Now that the two children had woken up, he was finally relieved. It seemed that the two little guys were fine, But the bastards gave him thinking about a little baby feeding pollen. He was still very angry now. Lu Kaiwen wanted to quickly contact the people in the city to call the police, but now that he took a closer look at the person in front of him, his voice and body shape were too similar to a certain person, so he hesitated immediately. Xiao, who kept drinking the soy milk while holding the bottle. The temperature of the soy milk is not too high, so it won't burn. Xiaolong was gnawing on the steamed stuffed bun, and after eating, Shen Feng hurriedly handed over the steamed stuffed bun. In the past, he looked at the two children lovingly. After much deliberation, Lu Kevin finally made up his mind, ready to test the other party. Brother, where's he from? From Sichuan province. Shen Feng thought that this guy was asking about his hometown, so he answered casually. However, Kevin Lu continued to ask, who is your last name? How old are you? Also, where do you live now? Do I want to read out the ID number for you? Are you checking your household registration? Shen Feng said displeasedly. Now, Shen Feng can also see that the other party is guessing his real identity. Brother, I'm not checking the account, I'm just curious, I want to get acquainted, I feel like you are someone I know. Lu Kaiwen didn't dare to recognize each other rashly, because it is possible to make a mistake. Shen Feng didn't pretend anymore, and said directly, last year, I led a few people to catch the dragon in the Yangtze River, and finally killed it in the mountains. After resting for a night, we went our separate ways. Do you understand? Understood, I understand, you are the city. As soon as Lu Kaiwen heard this, Shen Feng continued to remind him, and he was ready to tell the truth immediately. But at this time, Shen Feng coughed hard twice and said, the Buddha said, don't say it. Understood, I don't say anything, I don't know anything. Lu Kaiwen replied with a smile. After hearing what Shen Feng said, he immediately understood who the person in front of him was. He must be Shen Feng, the lord of Yazhou City. When the group killed the crocodile in Dongting Lake, Lu Kaiwen happened to be by his side. He was a person who experienced it firsthand, so after hearing what happened on the Yangtze River from Shen Feng, he immediately knew the identity of the other party. After all, Ke Yiming has died overseas, Zhang Ziking is still in the Dabi Mountains, and the other Lao Zhang is probably in the Three Gorges, and his body shape does not match the person in front of him, so there's only one possibility for the person in front of him. Seeing that these two people seem to be playing charades, Gu Yangxiao couldn't help asking immediately, what are you talking about? Did you know each other before? No, I know, I'll introduce you later, we have a fateful friendship. Lu Kaiwen said with a smile. Shen Feng put Xiaolong on the bed, grabbed Lu Kevin and walked aside, then asked, when did you find your girlfriend? How did you let her live outside the city? Why don't you take her to live in the city? Shen Feng could tell that this Gu Yangxiao was probably Lu Kevin's girlfriend, otherwise, why would Lu Kevin come to visit her? However, as soon as Shen Feng said this, Lu Kaiwen immediately reacted violently. Don't talk nonsense, this is not my girlfriend, she is Ke Yiming's wife. Hearing the news, Shen Feng immediately doubted his own ears. He looked at the serious Lu Kaiwen and asked, you really don't care? Anyway, Ke Yiming and us are fighting side by side. In the end, after dying at sea, you actually robbed his wife, you are such a scumbag. At this moment, a picture appeared in Shen Feng's mind, that is, when Lu Kaiwen saw the color, he quietly took Ke Yiming's daughter-in-law to Yazhou, but he didn't dare to say anything about it, so he arranged she lived outside the city, and now, everything is connected in series, and it's all done by Lu Kevin, a bastard, nothing. Listen to my explanation. Lu Kaiwen hurriedly hid Shen Feng's hand and told the whole story in a low voice. Actually, Gu Yangxiao married Ke Yiming back then. It is indeed something supported by the family behind her. After all, it is possible to have a supernatural person as a son-in-law, and it is face-saving to say it. But, didn't Ke Yiming go to sea with you and finally died at sea? So, her family forced she remarried, and the person she remarried was still a supernatural being. Hearing this, Shen Feng nodded. Now, things seem to be much clearer. It's just that the woman of a big family is pitiful. She doesn't even have the freedom to marry, and she has to obey her parents' arrangement. Lu Kaiwen continued, do you think I'm poaching? She escaped from the Three Gorges in a hurry and fled to Yazhou. She tried a way to contact me and asked me to help. I thought, at least she is a friend. I can't just sit and watch. Seeing her being taken back by the family members, I arranged for her to live here, and during normal times, she would see a doctor for others, as long as she kept silent. No one would be able to find her. Oh, I see, you are just a helper, right? Shen Feng nodded. Shen Feng turned his head and looked at it. At this time, Gu Yangxiao was still wiping alcohol on Xiaohu to cool down physically. As for the injection, it was temporarily useless. After all, he had inhaled hypnotic pollen before, so it was not clear whether there was any special substance in Xiaohu's body, but Gu Yangxiao was also very gentle when taking care of the children. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng continued to ask, I remember you said that Kei Yiming was tricked by a beauty trick before, but now it seems that this is not the case. If it was really a beauty trick, why didn't she go back? Instead hide. Oh, that's where I got it wrong. Kevin Liu scratched his head in embarrassment. He did say this a year ago, mainly because Kei Yiming and Gu Yangxiao got married quickly after they got to know each other. A complete lightning marriage, referred to as a flash marriage. In this case, Kevin Liu did not believe in the relationship between the two of them, and felt that Kei Yiming must have been tricked by a beauty. But things changed completely beyond Kevin's expectations, because Gu Yangxiao would rather hide in the dangerous place in Yazhou than go back. If it was really a trap, after discovering the failure of the plan, he should look for the next target. That's right, it can be seen that Gu Yangxiao is not such a person, and after Lu Keiwen found out that Shen Feng had returned, he was extremely relieved at this moment, thinking that the current situation, the city lord will definitely be able to solve it, and these bastards from the Xianlong Bureau will definitely be kicked out by the city lord. At this time, a person walked in from the door, and said while walking, Doctor, bandage my wound. Huh, Brother Feng? The person who walked in was wearing a mask and loose clothing, and was holding his left rib area while walking. The person who came was Yu Hengai. He made a simple bandage for himself, but he was not a medical student after all, and he didn't know much about bandaging techniques. After asking many questions, he came to this small clinic outside Yazhou City. Are you injured? What's going on? Are the enemies that strong? Shen Feng looked at Yu Hengai, who walked in surprise. Obviously there were not many enemies in the southern city, but now Yu Hengai seemed to be injured. Yu Hengai sat on the chair, shook his head and said, Don't mention it, I was shot black. There is a guy who knows invisibility. He put your brother-in-law in the middle of the street. I thought it was safe and walked up. I didn't expect this kid to hide in the dark. Quietly shot me, while talking. Yu Hengai casually put a cloth bag on the ground. This cloth bag was round and smelled of blood. One could tell at a glance that it was a human head. Don't put things in disorder. Find a plastic bag and pack it tightly. Shen Feng reminded Yu Hengai, you must know that there are women in the clinic. If they are seen, they will be scared to death on the spot. Yu Hengai pointed to the hot weather outside, and said, Can you wrap it casually in this kind of weather? Put it in a plastic bag and stuff it. It will stink in a day. Gu Yangxiao coaxed Xiaohu to sleep, and Xiaolong staggered to Shen Feng's side. Shen Feng quickly hugged her, and then, Gu Yangxiao began to bandage Yu Hengai's wound. Don't look at Yu Hengai's left 3 circles with gauze. The right side was wrapped 3 times, but Gu Yangxiao was dissatisfied. He cut off all the gauze, cleaned the wound, disinfected it, and bandaged it. While bandaging, he said, You are not ordinary people, are you? I think you have a penetrating wound, and it was pierced by a pistol bullet. If you were hit by a rifle bullet, there would be a big hole on the spot. However, your resilience is really strong. Now the wounds on your body are slowly healing. Don't exercise strenuously for the next time. You can recover in 4 or 5 days. If you hit your liver or kidney, you will die on the spot. Gu Yangxiao also felt that the person in front of him was not simple. Although he was lucky, the bullet did not hit the internal organs, but the recovery ability was too strong, and the injury time was very short. But at the wound, the blood had stopped automatically. Even if it is not bandaged, it will recover quickly after the bandaging was over. Yu Hengai couldn't help but ask, What are we going to do next? We need to make plans, right? While speaking, Yu Hengai pointed to the sleeping baby on the bed, and the fidgeting dragon in Shen Feng's arms. The meaning was obvious, you can't take 2 children to fight, right? In the battle between the supernatural beings, even the evolutionaries couldn't intervene, and it was even more impossible for the 2 children to play any role. Shen Feng also woke up from the joy of rescuing the child. After a little thought, he knew that he could not take the child to fight, and could only temporarily entrust the child to others to take care of him. He had to make preparations for tomorrow's wedding. Lu Keiwen, take your 2 children here and take good care of them. If the situation is not good, retreat. I will pick them up in a few days. I will give you a small reward then. Shen Feng turned to Lu Kaiwan straight up. Lu Kaiwan couldn't refuse, so he nodded in agreement. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai stayed in the clinic for the last 2 hours before leaving quickly. Gu Yangxiao vaguely felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Chapter 578, Reinforcements arrive. As soon as Yu Henggai and Shen Feng walked out of the clinic, they saw someone driving a car back from outside the city. There were pieces of meat in the car. It seemed that the person who went out to hunt mutant beasts had returned. The man in charge looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Riding a horse and walking in front. Behind him there are more than a dozen ox carts, surrounded by many happy mercenaries. Master, Yu is back. It's really amazing. If you don't do it, you can get so much meat. It's really amazing. With Master Yu in the east of the city, who would dare to do anything wrong? Thanks to Master Yu, we can live and work in peace and contentment. Mu heard the flattery of the surrounding crowd while riding a horse, and couldn't help feeling complacent. Now he is the head of the largest mercenary regiment in the east of the city, with more than 1,000 mercenaries under his command. After the order is stabilized, no matter what, anyone who sees it must call him Lord. At least when he came outside his own hotel, Mu immediately said, "Hurry up and send the mutant beasts that cannot be eaten to the city to exchange for food coupons, and send the edible ones to the warehouse." Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help but look back, and said in a low voice, "Business grabber? Just wait, Yu." Henggai couldn't figure out what Shen Feng was talking about now. Didn't the other party just open a hotel? Can this steal Shen Feng's business? Shen Feng clearly stated that his business is selling fruit, so does he have other businesses? Shen Feng quickly rushed towards the city gate with Yu Henggai, but Yu Henggai was puzzled. He rushed to find Shen Feng, and asked, "You said your business was taken away, what do you mean?" Shen Feng explained, "Nonsense, of course it's because these guys avoided taxes. Originally, the mutant beasts killed by mercenaries were sent to the meat processing plants in the city. I can collect taxes, but these guys don't use them. How can I collect taxes if I send them to the city? Damn, Joe Bappy." Yu Henggai immediately cursed after hearing Shen Feng's explanation. He thought Shen Feng opened a butcher shop, but now it seems that Shen Feng is thinking about how to exploit the people below. What? Do you know? This is related to whether the food stamps in Yazhou can be used normally. Originally, the city lord's mansion has the final say on the price. Now that these people have mastered the source of meat, they can avoid using food stamps. The tax is not easy. Shen Feng said to Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai didn't quite understand what Shen Feng said. After all, he was only a high school student, and he hadn't studied for 2 years. He basically forgot what he learned in school before, so he didn't quite understand Shen Feng at this time. Said this thing, the most important thing was the battle with the supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau. Shen Feng could see this clearly, so he took Yu Henggai into the city, ready to contact other people. Chang Jianyi happened to take a group of people into the city secretly that day. After going out for a trip, he brought back 8 supernatural beings, and Chu Chaoyan followed behind. The two had been on the road for several days. At this time, they all looked haggard. A total of 10 people were wearing cloaks and walking on the street. Many people looked in the direction of this group of people. The clothes of these 10 people were so strange that people had to pay attention. It seems that we have not been found out about our rescue mission. Now Yazhou is still very peaceful. Chang Jianyi saw that Yazhou looked almost the same as before, so he whispered to Chu Chaoyan, who was on the side. Chu Chaoyan also looked up at the familiar street, and then sighed. "Oh, I don't know what will happen here after the battle." Chang Jianyi was silent for a moment, and rushed towards Fengshan Palace with a group of people. "The world is changing, and I never thought that the crisis Yazhou faced came from his own people. Zombies failed to wipe out Yazhou, and neither did mutant beasts. He was able to break through Yazhou, but now at the most dangerous moment, he met human beings." Chang Jianyi led people to the side of the secret passage, but found many footprints on the ground, and frowned immediately. "It's strange, this came out of the passage. Has anyone discovered this passage? Then, let's go in quickly. Otherwise, Sister Du may be in danger." Chu Chaoyan said hastily. In order to find rescuers, the two handed over the affairs of Yazhou to Du Xinshi during this period of time, but she had no strength to restrain the chicken. If she was in danger, she would definitely die. So, Chang Jianyi quickly pressed the password, opened the door, led a group of people into the passage, and finally came to the basement of the castle. You're back? You brought people here so quickly, it's amazing. Du Xinshi saw Chang Jianyi returning with a group of people in the basement. She immediately became happy, and hurriedly stepped forward to welcome her. Seeing that Du Xinshi is fine now, both Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They both felt that it was the best news that Du Xinshi was fine at this time. A woman lifted the hood on her head, revealing the crisscrossing scars on her face, stepped forward and said, "Cousin, long time no see. I heard that Yaziao is in danger, so I will take people to chase away immediately." Coming, Du Xinshi saw that it was her cousin Lin Ying. She quickly stepped forward and held hands, and said happily, "I'm so happy that you can come to help my cousin. The people in the Xianlong Bureau are really deceiving people. We don't know how to do it." "Done." Lin Ying smiled and said, "It's okay. With me here, I will definitely be able to solve the problem, and my cute little nephew will also be rescued." Speaking of this matter, Du Xinshi also quickly said, "By the way, Deputy City Lord, I used your name to let people go out to search yesterday, and successfully found Chang Haoji, who is currently receiving treatment in the castle, but Xiaolong and Xiaohu have not get it yet." After getting this news, Chang Jianyi suddenly became happy, and said, "I found Xiaoji, this is really good news, I will visit him right away. By the way, Jiayan, please make arrangements for these friends to live in Fengshan Palace. Come on, don't be lazy." After finishing speaking, Chang Jianyi immediately went to visit her younger brother. As for arranging the people to live in, I left it to Chu Qiaoyan. Chu Qiaoyan had no choice but to arrange for everyone to live in the castle. Du Xinshi didn't need to continue. She lived in the basement. She used to hide in the basement to hide from others, but now that Chang Jianyi has returned, she doesn't need to stay down there any longer. When the two went to other places to rescue soldiers, they first found Wang Aoi. After explaining this, Wang Aoi immediately brought two supernatural beings to Yeshao to help. The premise is that they need to get enough evolutionary agents. He also needed to train supernatural beings, and then he found Li Xiankeng, who lived in Yangzhou, and brought two supernatural beings with him. Finally, he went to the Dabi Mountains and found Mu Ying. Mu Ying was planning to wait until the world was peaceful before leaving the mountain. But now that her cousin is in danger, she had no choice but to take the only person with a supernatural ability with her out of the mountain. Thank you all for coming to Yeshao for help. The evolutionary agent promised to you before will not be missing at all. However, in these 2 days, you must not leave Fengshan Palace, otherwise, you may startle the snake. Wait until this time. Once the crisis is lifted, we will personally arrange for you to visit various scenic spots in Yezhao. Chu Qiaoyan said seriously. Wang Aoi smiled and said, "It's okay, isn't it just that you can't go out for 2 days? No problem, we will definitely do it." Li Xiankang also said, "Of course there is no problem with this matter, but after the battle is over, you must remember your promise. When the time comes, I will have a good time in Yezhao." Chang Jianyi hurried to his younger brother's room. At this time, thick gauze was wrapped around Chang Haoji's body. He had his limbs broken and was severely whipped. There were countless bruises and scars on his body. The doctor saw him for the first time. Chang Haoji couldn't believe his eyes at all when he was in such a miserable state. It was really not easy to survive such inhuman torture. Ordinary people would have died long ago after being tortured like this. "Xiaoji, I'm sister, how are you doing now?" Chang Jianyi asked quickly. Chang Haoji smiled wryly, and said helplessly, "It's all my fault. I was captured by the enemy, and then the enemy pretended to be me and captured Xiaolong and Xiaohu. It's good that you're fine. Let's heal your wounds first. By the way, do you know where Xiaolong and Xiaohu are?" Chang Jianyi asked quickly. Now the younger brother is safe, but Chang Jianyi is still worried about his son's safety. It has been a week since his son was taken away, and he has not seen him during this period, and he does not know how he is now. He is a crying child. When he cries, he wonders if he will be coaxed. Chang Haoji shook his head and said, "I don't know, we are separated. I have a request, sister, you must agree to me." "What's the matter? What kind of requests do we siblings ask or not?" Chang Jianyi said with a forced smile, "Give me the evolution base. I want to evolve. I want to become a third-order superhuman, and I want to participate in the battle." Chang Haoji said quickly, "Stupid child, who told you to fight? You heal your wounds immediately, you'll be fine." Chang Jianyi heard her younger brother say this, and immediately denied his younger brother's opinion, but Chang Haoji said seriously, I know everything. Yesterday big sister told me everything. I know that you invited a large group of supernatural beings to help. Tomorrow is the day of the battle. I am also a supernatural being after all. I want to fight too. This is the only thing I can do now. Chang Jianyi was entangled by her younger brother to this point. She was really helpless. She could only nod her head in agreement, and said, okay, I will send someone to send the evolution potion. After you take it, your injuries will recover immediately. But tomorrow the battle is too dangerous. I am worried that something will happen to you. Chang Jianyi knew how terrifying tomorrow's battle would be. He could barely make up 20 supernatural beings on his side, while there were 22 supernatural beings on the Xianlong Bureau's side, and more than 40 supernatural beings. A battle of the capable, a battle of such a huge scale, the damage caused almost no one can protect themselves. Therefore, even after Chang Haoji evolves, he is only a third-order supernatural being, and has little impact on the battle situation. If he is not careful, he will die unexpectedly. Chang Jianyi actually does not want his brother to have an accident, but Chang Haoji's attitude but extremely firm. It's okay, we will definitely win. At the critical moment, someone will help. Chang Haoji thought of what happened last night, and knew that someone was helping him, and it was probably Yu Henggai. So Chang Haoji firmly believes that his side can win the final victory. At this time, who else will help us? Forget it, let's not talk about it. I have to discuss countermeasures with other people later. You should take a rest. Wait until tomorrow. You will see the truth. It's time. Chang Jianyi felt naive about her younger brother's words at this time. The danger Yazhao is facing now comes from the Xianlong Bureau. In other words, from the headquarters, from the government, and now the strongest private forces. She has found all the strength. How can the rest of the people have someone who can help? And Chang Jianyi's plan for the past few days is also very simple. That is to capture some hostages from the Xianlong Bureau, and then exchange them for his own children. I believe that as long as I can win here, the Xianlong Bureau can only agree to my own trade. However, the premise of exchanging hostages is that their own side can win. Only by defeating this group of arrogant people in the Xianlong Bureau can the crisis in Yazhao be truly resolved. At this moment, Chang Jianyi felt that the burden on his shoulders was getting heavier and heavier. The threat from human beings was the real scary thing, because no one could understand what was going on in people's minds. Calculating or wishing, only they themselves know. Only by defeating the Xianlong Bureau can we truly save Yazhao. Chang Jianyi said slowly. Chapter 579, The Great War will begin. Chang Haoji felt more and more useless. This feeling did not appear recently, but had appeared for a while. When he was at sea half a year ago, he felt that he was a complete burden. The huge waves raised made him dizzy, and it was only with the help of Gong Changfa that the thrombus was cleared and he woke up. In the battle with the sea beast, he was of no help at all. Later, during the process of transporting Shen Feng's body back to Yazhao, there was an attack, so that Shen Feng's body was thrown into the Yangtze River, and it was never salvaged. This time the mission failed again. Up after these two incidents, Chang Haoji heard many people in Yazhao comment on him, and many of them thought that Chang Haoji could not be an excellent successor, could not do anything, and would fly to the sky when he was in danger, and then just stare blankly. It's completely trash. After hearing other people's evaluations of him, Chang Haoji has already begun to make up his mind that he must become a strong man in the eyes of others, and he must get positive evaluations from others in order to prove his worth. The number of orphanages has also decreased. However, ideals are something everyone can have, but not everyone can realize them. When Chang Haoji was out of the city, he was attacked and caught by others, and then he watched the other party change into his own appearance, swaggering. At this moment, Chang Haoji finally understood that he made a mistake again. He didn't do anything 3 times, which led to Chang Haoji's inferiority complex. The more inferior he is, the more he wants to prove himself. He wants to prove that he is not a burden. He can also complete many tasks. So, in this situation next, Chang Haoji put forward a request for an evolutionary base. I want to prove that I'm not a waste. I can help. Chang Haoji thought frantically in his heart. Soon, 10 pieces of jelly were delivered to Chang Haoji. Chang Haoji ate them immediately without hesitation, and then entered a state of evolution. The broken bones on his body healed quickly, and the wounds on his body quickly scabbed and fell off. The whole person fell into deep sleep, and in his sleep, Chang Haoji found that he was killing all directions and became an existence that others looked up to. Chang Jianyi found a conference room, let everyone sit down, and then started discussing how to proceed in tomorrow's battle. The time given to me by the people from the Xianlong Bureau is too tight. There is no time to set up the battlefield, and there is no suitable place in the city to fight. Even if it is a battle, I don't know what kind of tactics to use. Let's talk about how we should win tomorrow. Chang Jianyi asked directly after hearing this question. Wang Aoi pointed to the two supernatural beings around him, one was Shiwishan and the other was Huzuli, and said, I have brought my most capable supernatural beings who are suitable for fighting. Don't worry about it. Huzuli's ability starts to hypnotize, and can directly hypnotize a large number of ability users. She is now a 4th level ability user, and all ability users below the 4th level will be hypnotized. I don't believe that the Xianlong Bureau has so many resources. Cultivate all supernatural beings to level 4 or higher. That's right. I think the Deputy City Lord is really too careful, not to mention anything else. Mu Ying, Li Xiankang, the three of us are 5th level power users. How many 5th level power users can there be in the whole world? Xianlong Bureau don't look at the 22 people, there may not be many of them who can fight. Li Xiankang was also very optimistic at this time, thinking that there would be no problem in this battle. The identity of a supernatural person is indeed enviable, jealous and hateful. After all, no one is 1 in a million. If ordinary people want to become a supernatural person, don't even think about it. However, only those with supernatural abilities know that there are strengths and weaknesses among those with supernatural abilities. Strong supernatural abilities are inherently superior to weak ones. They can't beat them all, and some weird abilities may not be very effective in battle, but in some other aspects, such as detecting the enemy's situation, such as hiding oneself, they have miraculous effects. Chang Jianyi was not as optimistic as these people. The enemy came prepared. Judging from the number of supernatural beings, they should not be underestimated. Said, then let's discuss a battlefield first. The battle between supernatural beings has a huge impact. We must find a suitable battlefield, preferably an open area, and it is not easy to find such a place in Yuzhou City right now. Everyone thinks about it. The choice of the battlefield should not be hasty. If you fight in the block, once you fight, the civilians will be killed and injured. Moreover, Yuzhou may also be severely damaged. It is not a good idea to massacre civilians when the enemy retreats. As choice, everyone looked at the map of Yuzhou and fell into contemplation, and began to look for a suitable place for the battle. It was certain that the battle would start immediately after the wedding, so the chosen place for the wedding must also match the atmosphere of the wedding. If the wedding was held in a park, the location would be open, but problems would follow. It seemed inappropriate to hold a wedding in a park. Moreover, it would be easier for the enemy to escape, so there was no guarantee that enough hostages would be captured alive. When everyone was hesitating, Du Xinchi spoke, and she suggested, why don't we hold it in Fengshan Palace? There are walls on all sides here, and it's a small city. Moreover, there is plenty of space here, so you can still fight during the battle. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to carry out an ambush? Chang Jianyi heard what Du Xinchi said, and nodded quickly. She also entered a misunderstanding, so she couldn't think clearly for a while, forgetting that the place under her feet was a suitable place for fighting. That's right, it's good to fight here, but it's a pity that the buildings here, if they are easily destroyed, it would be a pity. Chu Chaoyan felt that it was a pity. At least he had lived here for a year, and it was a pity. It can be regarded as emotional. If you fight here, there will be a beautiful building, and the beauty of the garden may not be visible for the time being. Don't be a pity. If the building is damaged, you just need to rebuild it. If you lose Yuzhou, there will really be nothing left. Sister Du's suggestion is very good. The battlefield will be set in Fengshan Palace. Let's let it go later. People should inform the Xianlong Bureau and let them attend on time. Chang Jianyi is very courageous. Compared with a huge Yuzhou city, a palace is just a trivial matter. As long as Yuzhou is not lost, the palace can be rebuilt, but once Yuzhou city is destroyed, take it away, and there is really nothing left. Du Xinchi couldn't think of such a good idea. In fact, after she sent Shen Feng a message, Shen Feng told her about it. Chang Jianyi continued, in addition, I suspect that someone in the Xianlong Bureau can change the appearance of others at will. In order to distinguish the enemy from the enemy, it must be marked. How about this? Everyone put a white flower on the chest, and put a white flower on the wrist. Tie a piece of red cloth, and with these two proofs, we can tell the difference between the enemy and ourselves. Chang Jianyi has already learned important news about the enemy from his younger brother. One of the news is that among the opponent's supernatural beings, there are people who can transform, and they can even transform others. From the appearance, I can't see the difference at all. Compared with the disguise technique, I don't know how many times better. Moreover, this ability can also change a person's height and weight. This guy's ability is simply born to become a spy, isn't it unlucky not to wear white flowers when you get married? Wang Aoi asked half-jokingly. Chang Jianyi replied calmly, now I don't care if it's auspicious or not. I just want to kill people. My wedding ended hastily one night 2 years ago, until now. Chang Jianyi can still think of the scene when she got married. At that time, she was sitting on the bed uneasy, wearing casual clothes. There were no gorgeous decorations, no instructions from relatives and friends, and there was no bustling feasting. An ordinary bed, and a red hijab on the head. Shen Feng lifted the hijab, and the wedding was over. Now that I think about it, the wedding at that time was like a child's play, but it ended after lifting the hijab. There was not even a master of ceremonies, and there were no witnesses, but that was Chang Jianyi's most memorable night. Du Xinchi spoke again at this time, and said quickly, by the way, Deputy City Lord, yesterday I asked Liu Keyang to lead troops to surround the manor where the Xianlong Bureau lived and forbid them to come in and out. Please forgive me for making claims. When Chang Jianyi heard Du Xinchi say this, she couldn't help being a little angry at this moment. Although she told Du Xinchi to disguise her traces in Fengshan Palace before leaving Yazhou, Du Xinchi's successive false orders were still too much. Yes, again and again, but not again and again. However, at this time Du Xinchi's cousin Mu Ying was sitting beside her. Speaking of which, it was because of her cousin that Mu Ying brought people here. Now it is not appropriate to criticize in front of Mu Ying, so she can only. He smiled and replied, it's okay, just surround them. Anyway, I have a lot of opinions on them. Chang Jianyi has been able to hide his emotions and anger. Even if the anger in his heart is abnormal, it will not be directly expressed on his face, and Du Xinchi can be regarded as relieved, as long as he can be forgiven. But in fact, Shen Feng asked Du Xinchi to issue these orders, and Du Xinchi can't expose Shen Feng's traces yet, so she can only admit that she did it by herself, but fortunately she was not punished. In addition, Du Xinchi also learned from the message that her son was rescued, and now he is resting outside the city, and someone is taking care of him. But after learning about her son, Du Xinchi became even happier. As long as her son is fine, everything will be fine. In the middle of the night, Chang Jianyi quietly went to the prison. At this time, there were still two important people in the prison, Guo Pinming and Cao Fuli. Both of them were arrested for attacking Fengshan Palace, but before they were caught, both men have always denied doing such a thing. Mr. Guo, Cao Fuli, you have suffered. Chang Jianyi said immediately after bringing the two into the interrogation room. Guo Pinming quickly expressed his loyalty and said seriously, Vice City Master, I really didn't break into Fengshan Palace by force, and I never betrayed Yazhou. Me too. Cao Fuli also hastily added. Chang Jianyi quickly said, I know that you two are very wronged. In fact, this matter has now come to light. There are supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau who have the ability to change their appearance. So pretend to be the two of you and attack the Fengshan Palace to frame it. You two, I didn't make things difficult for the family members. I have been taking care of them, and I can see them when the two of you go out. After receiving Chang Jianyi's answer, both Guo Pinming and Cao Fuli breathed a sigh of relief. When the two were framed before, they thought that the grievances on their bodies could not be washed away, but now, the Deputy City Lord can take the initiative to explain this matter. This means that she is still very clear about it. Then, when can we go out? I miss my daughter very much. Guo Pinming said quickly. Cao Fuli added, I miss my wife too. I will let you out tomorrow, and you will have to wait another night. The battle will really start tomorrow. As long as we can capture a few hostages, we can exchange Xiaolong and Xiaohu back. At that time, I hope you two fight hard. Chang Jianyi said seriously, don't worry, I will fight to the last moment against these despicable and shameless enemies. Guo Pinming said seriously. Cao Fuli also quickly said, I am the same. The conversation between the three of them took place in the prison, and almost no one could know the content of the conversation between the three of them. But at this moment, A black shadow flashed past, and then moved away from the prison at a speed that was hard to distinguish with the naked eye. Shen Feng originally wanted to take advantage of the night to contact Guo Pinming and Cao Fuli, the two combatants, but when he came here, he realized that Chang Jianyi had already thought of this, so he no longer needed to give the two in-prison people explain it all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580, Sieve. Su Liang saw the time getting closer and closer to her wedding day, and the pride in her heart became more and more obvious, and the smile on her face never disappeared. Su Liang knew that as long as he could marry Chang Jianyi, he would be the nominal city lord of Yazhou in the future. At that time, he would rely on the Xianlong Bureau and get a lot of secret information. To be accompanied by beautiful women is the real pinnacle of life. On the other hand, the soldiers with supernatural abilities are all in different attitudes. The task they received is to end the state of Yazhou's separatist regime. It is enough for Yazhou to return to the embrace of the headquarters. However, on this day, meals were delivered outside the manor as usual, at 11 o'clock on time, and this time, more things were delivered, each with a neat suit, shiny leather shoes, crocodile. The leather belt and the procedures to be used at the time of marriage were also written on paper and sent together. Su Liang looked at the suit that was delivered, and immediately said happily, "Tonight is the time for the wedding. I almost forgot." Don't be restrained. Let go. Let go. Today will definitely be happy. Looking at the costumes that have been delivered to her eyes, Su Liang is almost speechless. The mission is about to be completed, and she is about to reach the pinnacle of her life. From now on, she will be a party figure. At that time, people all over the world will hear her name. Everything that Shen Feng has, he will also get. Su Liang wanted to put on his suit right away, but just as he put his hand into his pocket, he immediately felt a different touch. It turned out that he also touched another note in his pocket, and the smile on his face immediately disappeared, and then quietly walked to a corner, took out a note to watch. The content on the note was very simple. It said, "Chang Jianyi is not planning to get married, and has secretly contacted 8 people with supernatural powers from other places, preparing to fight at the wedding." A simple sentence has already exposed all of Chang Jianyi's action plans. Now, the good things that Su Liang had been planning in his heart before were completely destroyed. He finally found out that he thought too much about the other party. It's simple. I thought that after grasping the handle of the other party would definitely be caught without a fight, but now it seems that even at this point, Chang Jianyi has not given up resistance. Hey, you're really strong. I like strong women. Don't you want to break out into a fight? Then I will tell you with my strength that in the face of real power, all schemes and tricks are useless. Su Liang's dream was shattered, yes, but this just aroused his strong desire to conquer. The more he can get it, the more attractive he is. At this time, Su Liang has really become serious. He has been very successful before, which made him feel complacent. But now, he has encountered setbacks, and he has taken action immediately. Now, the most important thing is to use his strength to defeat the opponent in an upright manner. This allowed Chang Jianyi to see the situation clearly, and I believe that when she saw that she led many supernatural beings to defeat the supernatural beings on her side, her face would be very bright. Right, brothers, come here, I have something to discuss. Su Liang took a deep breath and shouted at the people around him. Su Liang drove all the outsiders out of the house, and then said to the people around him, "I got reliable news from the informant that my fiancé, Chang Jianyi, has secretly contacted 8 people at this time. A person with supernatural powers is going to fight us in Yazhou. Tell me, how should we deal with this matter? Does it need to be said? Of course it is to defeat them, so that Chang Jianyi can only swear an oath to marry you, the boss." The children of the aristocratic family immediately started clamoring, and now, they must use their powerful strength to force the other party to surrender. On the side of the soldiers, there was no one to answer. They all looked calm and unwilling to get involved. Said everyone, "It's now this time, you should also express your opinion, right? We said before that after you have made meritorious service, part of the credit will be distributed to you. Now at this time, if you encounter trouble, you don't say anything. Does this seem unreasonable?" Su Liang looked at the 11 soldiers and asked directly. Chang Jianyi looked at Su Liang, shook his head helplessly, and said, I don't like killing my own people. Although Yazhou is managed by non-governmental organizations, they have also stabilized the local situation and protected the people of one side. If you kill them, will be blamed. Speaking of this, his meaning is already obvious. He doesn't want to offend the people of Yazhou because of this incident. After all, in the eyes of the people of Yazhou, it is the people of the city lord's mansion who have been saving them, and this is indeed the case. Someone was going to recover Yazhou, but unfortunately they were finally defeated by the plague. Su Liang quickly said, when did I say I'm going to kill people? We don't need to kill people, we just need to defeat these guys. As long as the other party realizes the difference in strength, that's enough. In short, killing people, I don't want to either. After hearing Su Liang's assurance, the soldiers also nodded one after another. As long as there is no bloody conflict, it's fine. If it's just to subdue the opponent, it's not a problem. Seeing that his teammates on the other side also agreed with his decision, Su Liang immediately became happy, and said in his heart, now I promise not to kill anyone, but when the battle starts, if the fists and feet have no eyes, then I can't say for sure, but I just need to apologize casually and it will be solved. Su Liang's plan is very good. First of all, unite the supernatural beings on his side. In order to complete the important task of recovering Yazhou, he has brought all the supernatural beings who can fight from the Xianlong Bureau, and now they are staying in Yanjing. There are only a dozen supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau, and all of them are not suitable for fighting, so they can only be kept at home to guard, and on his own side, he only needs to unite his teammates around him, and then he will have a rampage. The strength of the world 22 superhumans, with such a large number, can easily destroy a city. Compared with some small countries, the 22 superhumans, with such a large number, are beyond their reach. Then, get ready for the battle before the wedding. Let us use our strength to defeat these folk supernatural beings head-on, and tell them that Yazhou has changed. Su Liang sneered. Chang Jianyi probably never expected that the actions she had kept very secret had been known by the enemy at this time, and she was still preparing for the wedding to be held in the evening. Hurry up, ordinary people leave Fengshan Palace, the guards change into servants' clothes, soldiers are deployed in the secret passages on the city wall, all of them are armed, and no one is allowed to retreat after the battle begins. Chang Jianyi was very busy. In order to arrange the battlefield, she had already let all the people in the Fengshan Palace leave, and the servants were dressed as her personal guards. They are all evolutionaries, and they can play some role at critical moments. Du Xinshi is also an ordinary person. She also had to leave Fengshan Palace, and Chu Chaoyan specially arranged for her to live in a secluded house in the city. Sister Du, if something happens to us, go to Rongcheng, find Shen Feng's family, and take refuge in Rongcheng. There is a lot of gold and silver here. Take it with you, and you will have nothing to worry about for the rest of your life. Chu Chaoyan helplessly said to Du Xinshi regarding tonight's battle. Chu Chaoyan had no idea, so she prepared for the worst. Once her side was defeated, she would pin her hopes on Du Xinshi and Zhang Zixi. Well, if it doesn't work, it can also expose the shameless behavior of the Xianlong Bureau, and it can be regarded as telling the truth to the world. Du Xinshi said seriously, we will definitely win, you guys work hard. Du Xinshi knew that Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were in the city of Yazhou, and they had already relieved their worries. Moreover, these two people were powerful in combat and hid in the dark. As long as they appeared, the problem would be solved, but I couldn't disclose the news in advance in order not to be known by the enemy, so I can only speak to comfort. Chu Chaoyan smiled wryly, and said in a low voice, to tell you the truth, although there are 20 supernatural beings on our side, their combat power is not as good as that of the opponent. Lu Xian is also a supernatural being. But besides detecting the enemy's movements, what else is there to do? In addition, the abilities of Lu Qiang and Li Xiang cannot be used in battle. Most of the rest of the people are material-type supernatural beings, and their combat abilities are hard to say. Chu Chaoyan knew that the main force of the battle this time was the 8 supernatural beings he had invited all the way from the southeast. Only when they showed their formidable combat effectiveness could his side be able to win. Du Xinshi pointed to the many soldiers on the fence and said, aren't there still many soldiers who can fight them? The fighting ability of ordinary people is hard to say. As long as the enemy uses some weird abilities, they may not be able to help. Chu Chaoyan said helplessly, it's okay, we will definitely win. Du Xinshi took her luggage and gold and silver and left Fengshan Palace immediately, still saying words of encouragement. Chu Qiaoyan shrugged and said nothing. She is not a pessimistic person, but at this moment, she can only make pessimistic plans. Taking out her notebook, Chu Qiaoyan began to record what she saw today. The Xianlong Bureau threatened Sister Chang to marry. Today is the deadline, otherwise they will tear up the ticket, and Sister Chang can only obey. But this is the last go-ahead. Son, I can't find it all the time, so I can only choose the last method. Catch these supernatural beings, so as to obtain hostages, and finally complete the purpose of exchanging hostages. Sadly, in the apocalypse, if the strength is not enough, it is easy to be targeted. Du Xinshi already knew the whereabouts of her son, who was in a small clinic outside the city, but she didn't dare to act rashly, because once she left the protection of others, she would be very vulnerable. Regarding the news that Shen Feng had returned, Du Xinshi never told Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan, because she knew one thing very clearly, that is, the current intelligence network in Yuzhou had been infiltrated into Receive. Feng told her on his mobile phone, so at present, in Yuzhou, only Shen Feng and Yu Henggai have not been really exposed. In the end, the Fengshan Palace was decorated with lights and festoons, and a red carpet was laid on the ground. At this time, the colorful clouds from the sky gradually floated over, creating a peaceful atmosphere. The setting sun added a golden layer to the Fengshan Palace on the top of the mountain. The light shone on the glazed tiles, reflecting a soft light, and the wedding banquet also started at this time. The Fengshan Palace then began to welcome the guests, and the big shots in Yuzhou entered the Fengshan Palace one after another, chatting as they walked in. Now that the deputy city lord is getting married, we don't know what will happen in the future. Everyone must unite. The city lord of a small town whispered to the people around him, "Yes, yes, yes, we must be united, otherwise, accidents may happen." Others responded one after another. All the city lords in Yuzhou were once Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi's confidants, and a few were the heads of organizations who had taken refuge in the city lord's mansion. They had all united under the Yuzhou city lord's mansion headed by Shen Feng before. Even Shen Feng's fist is the biggest, but now, with the appearance of Qianlong and the arrival of Yanjing's Xianlong Bureau, these local snakes have to react. Therefore, the idea of these city lords is also very simple. It seems that they want to participate in the wedding banquet of the deputy city lord, but the real situation is that they hold a group in private. Li Zhenli also brought 2 bodyguards and a half-immortal to appear here. She represents the people of Wanzhou. She looked around while walking, trying to find the traces of Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, but she never saw them, and she couldn't help feeling a little bit in a hurry. "Miss, today's dinner is not only for congratulations, but also to stand in line." Shen Hengming saw the scene at this time, and immediately understood that the experience of more than 80 years is not a decoration. He has already discovered that he still needs to stand in line tonight. If you stand in the wrong position, you will be liquidated. Chapter 581. Prepare to stand in line. Stand in line? What does this mean? Li Zhenli hurriedly asked Bangxin in a low voice, but she couldn't find Shen Feng now, and the only person who could discuss it was Bangxin. Problem. Shen Hengming didn't answer in a hurry, because there were people coming and going around, so it's not a good thing to answer at this time. He waited until he entered the main hall, found the wine table belonging to Wanzhou, and sat down before he began to explain. "Miss, you and I know something more. There are many inside stories. Xianlong Bureau and Yuzhou are bound to fight. In this case, both sides will definitely let the people below stand in line. Naturally, they will attach great importance to those who stand on their side, but if you dare to stand on the opposite side, you will be completely offended. I understand. I must stand on the side of the deputy city lord." Li Zhenli suddenly realized that when she stood in line, it was time to show her loyalty, otherwise, it's better to be a fool. But Shen Hengming vetoed Li Zhenli's decision, and explained in a low voice, "Shoot the top bird. If you stand up directly, you might bear the brunt of being dealt with by the Xianlong Bureau. It's better to pretend make swings, but, a half-immortal, if you can't decide to be a fool, wouldn't you get any benefits? We know that the city lord can win." Li Zhenli was very puzzled. In Li Zhenli's view, being a fool can indeed avoid the embarrassing situation when standing in a team. In the end, no matter who wins, they will not be liquidated. But in this way, the benefits have nothing to do with themselves. It is better to rely on themselves. The side's information advantage directly bets on the deputy city lord's side. Shen Hengming shook his head lightly, and replied, "No, this is a battle between supernatural beings. Who knows what it will turn out to be? The first to stand up will face danger first. We are already on the side of the city lord. Now, there is no need to stand in line to show your identity. Self-protection is the most important thing. Li Zhenli nodded, understanding Bang Xin's worries. He was worried that his side would be affected by the battle between supernatural beings, so it was best to hide so as not to affect his safety. Li Zhenli didn't say anything on the surface. She was acquiescing to the half-immortal's suggestion, but Li Zhenli's heart slandered endlessly. It seems that the old man's way of thinking has really become rigid, and he dare not take risks at all. You won't get much benefit. The place where the wedding was held was in the Chinese-style main hall of Fengshan Palace. In normal times, a ceremony was held in the main hall. It has become resplendent, with a shiny chandelier above the head. The surrounding pillars are also painted with red paint, the floor is covered with carpets, and a plaque is hung on the front hall, 100 Years of Love. At this time, a group of people came out of the hall, wearing neat suits, and their hair was clean and tidy. In order to maintain the hairstyle, a lot of hairspray was applied to the hair, which looked oily and shiny. There is a rose pinned on the chest of these people, which looks very festive. After seeing the appearance of this group of people, everyone immediately concentrated their attention, looked at the group of people here, and said in their hearts, the people from the Xianlong Bureau have arrived. The people who walked into the hall at this time were all supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau, and there were a total of 22 of them, both men and women. The men were handsome, while the women were dignified and beautiful. Beautiful scenery, everyone. Is a pillar of hard work in Yazhou. Tonight, please eat and drink well. I am Su Liang. In the future, everyone will have to deal with each other a lot. Please forgive me if there is anyone who does not do well. Su Liang was not polite either. As soon as he walked into the hall, he began to bow his hands to the people around him, no matter whether these people knew him or not. The scene had already spoken when everyone saw Su Liang's polite attitude. They also politely said a few words, but they didn't communicate in depth, because they were still watching the situation for Yazhou. Chang Jianyi is the deputy city lord. When a person with this status gets married, everyone in the city should know about it. All kinds of shopping malls in the city should be discounted. It will get better and better in the future, and the people below will say a lot of good things after getting benefits. But today, except for the Fengshan Palace, everything in the city of Yazhou is as usual without any changes, which makes people feel very puzzled. It's obviously the day of the deputy city lord's wedding, but the current atmosphere is not quite right. Su Liang led his group of relatives and friends to occupy the 5 tables in the deep part of the hall without any hesitation, just like the host. In fact, whether it's weddings, funerals, or other banquets, the position is always very important. The closer to the stage, the more important it is. After all, there are important people who will speak at the banquet, so, usually, the seats close to the stage are reserved for the host's family. Unless the host's family invites them, otherwise, no one will sit here. The people of the Xianlong Bureau just don't do this. It's not that they don't understand etiquette, even the children of big families should understand these rules, but they do the opposite. This is to declare their sovereignty. Sitting in such a key position, that means that he will be the master of Yazhou in the future. Such an attitude directly aroused the dissatisfaction of the people below. In the eyes of everyone, so what if you are from Yanjing? How can you be so arrogant? It seems that after you go to the deputy city lord, you become the master of Yazhou. Besides, it's hard to say whether things will change in the future. Su Liang saw the expressions of dissatisfaction from other people, but he took it calmly. He knew one thing, that is, as long as his fists were hard enough, no matter what he did, no one else could stop him. In this day and age, only it depends on whether the fist is big or not, never whether it makes sense. Soon, someone came out from the back of the main hall. Chang Jianyi walked in the front wearing a uniform, and the rest of them followed behind her one by one. His complexion was not good, and he was obviously in a bad mood. After Chang Jianyi walked out, everyone at the banquet immediately noticed something was wrong, because at this moment, Chang Jianyi was not wearing a wedding dress, nor was she wearing a Chinese-style dress. Behind them, Chu Chaoyan, Yang Chang and others were also wearing ordinary clothes, with white jasmine flowers pinned to their chests. Daughter-in-law, why did you come out without seriously dressing up? This is an important moment for us to get married. Your dressing up like this will embarrass me. Su Liang said with a smile. Immediately hearing such a title, Chang Jianyi immediately felt disgusted in her heart. Except for Shen Feng, no one had dared to call this title. Unexpectedly, she was called out by an annoying guy at this time. which made her feel a little apprehensive. The feeling of seeing a fly is indescribably uncomfortable. The wedding is cancelled. Do you understand? Chang Jianyi said coldly, then pointed to a few unfamiliar faces behind him, and introduced, "These friends are all friends who came to help me voluntarily, stranger." As soon as Chang Jianyi's words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Obviously, everyone didn't expect the accident to happen so quickly, and it seemed that the next thing could not be resolved. Many people whispered and started to discuss the current matter quietly. When they received the invitation, they thought it was incredible. The deputy city lord held a wedding in a hurry, which was full of doubts. At this time, the city lord directly said to cancel the wedding. Then things became more complicated. What is the deputy city lord doing? Why do you want to get married in a while and regret it in a while? I don't know about it anymore. The things that were spread all over the city before have suddenly changed at this time, and I don't understand it. I think there must be something hidden in this matter. Let's continue to listen. Everyone started the discussion in low voices, obviously wondering why there was such a thing as regretting the marriage. Daughter-in-law, shouldn't you say that? You agreed to get married before. Why do you regret the marriage now? Don't you worry about the consequences of regretting the marriage at all? Su Liang has obviously heard other people's words during the discussion. They couldn't hold back their face at this time, so they directly started threatening. What is the consequence of regretting a marriage? Of course, it was a matter of the safety of the captured hostages, and the number of people who knew about this matter was very small. Except for key people, no one knew that Chang Jianyi's child was missing. However, at this moment, Chang Haoji, who had already completed his evolution, walked out of the crowd, with a gloomy expression, and said directly, "You despicable and shameless guys pretended to be me and kidnapped my two nephews, and you are ashamed to be here threatened." When Su Liang saw Chang Haoji appearing here, his expression changed immediately, and he thought, how did this kid get rescued? I haven't heard the news. Besides, they didn't listen at all when I asked them to transfer. As everyone knows, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi took advantage of Su Liang's opportunity to transfer people, and thus found the captured hostage. Chang Jianyi was also standing in the front at this time, and said loudly, "I invite you here today to be a witness. Threatening my life and forcing me to marry Su Liang, such an ugly act makes the world laugh at me." Everyone at the banquet heard this situation, and immediately started pointing at a group of members of the Xianlong Bureau in the field. Everyone looked down on this low-handed method. There is a saying in the world, that is, the family members, no matter how much hatred there is, one should not take revenge on the other party's family, because it is really disgraceful. But now, these supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau are doing the opposite. How can this be respected? Don't rant. You keep saying that we kidnapped your child. Do you have evidence? These days, we have been in Yuzhou City, and we were imprisoned by you a few days ago. You said we kidnapped. We did. What happened to the child? But I feel that you are trying to set things up. Su Liang also started to fight back mercilessly. In short, this matter cannot be admitted. If you admit it, it will really be infamous for thousands of years. Chang Haoji couldn't restrain the anger in his heart, rushed forward and said, "What evidence is needed? We were kidnapped on the front foot, and you came to propose marriage on the back foot. Isn't this obvious? You must have caught the person. Hurry up, give it back to us." Chang Haoji was also dazzled by anger at this time. At present, Su Liang doesn't know much about the outside news. It's okay if he doesn't say anything. Su Liang will feel that the hostages may have been rescued, but at this time, Chang Haoji is alive. I'll come again. After the words, Su Liang became certain that only one of the hostages was rescued, and the other two children must still be in his hands. Su Liang smiled and said, "I still say the same thing. Please show evidence. You can't rely on assumptions. I also want to say that I came from Yanjing to express my condolences, and Chang Jianyi, Deputy City Lord, wants to marry me. I was willing to sacrifice my beauty for the sake of a good relationship between the two parties, but I feel that the Deputy City Lord is easygoing, and he likes to post back when he sees a man. You're talking nonsense." Chang Haoji was furious immediately. He didn't expect his sister, who has always been gentle and virtuous, to be so slandered by the other party, especially the four words "watery," which hurt too much for women. "Since we are said to be kidnappers based on guesswork, then I guess you are playing fairy dance, isn't it the same?" Su Liang asked back. Chang Haoji was at a loss for words immediately. His knowledge was always too little, And he couldn't even quarrel at critical moments, and when someone asked him a question, he couldn't answer it right away. Chapter 582 Abandoning Darkness and Turning to Brightness. Chang Jianyi saw his younger brother's embarrassment at this time, but he didn't expect that the other party was sharp-tongued. No matter what, he refused to admit that they did it, and he really didn't have enough evidence to prove it. Although they knew that they had been playing tricks, but now, at the critical moment, there was no evidence to prove it. Okay, I don't want to argue about this matter any longer. The truth of the matter will be known in a few days. As for now, I plan to let everyone from the Xianlong Bureau live in Yuzhou for a period of time. When will my son come back? Let's go. Chang Jianyi didn't want to get entangled any longer, and when Tu Kaiong saw it, he directly stated his purpose. Chang Jianyi's purpose is very simple, that is to take these people from the Xianlong Bureau as hostages in exchange for the captured children. However, Su Liang sneered at this time, and said directly, "It's amazing, we are people sent by the Yanjing headquarters on business, and every move represents the headquarters. Seeing what you are thinking now, you want to detain us. I feel that Yuzhou's current behavior is too domineering. It seems that these people in Yuzhou are completely lawless. Is there any law?" Now, Su Liang has started to put a hat on Chang Jianyi's side instead, and it's a bigger hat, the kind that can crush people to death, lawless. If you use allegory to describe it, it's a monk holding an umbrella. It may be nothing at ordinary times, but as long as it is used in a formal occasion, it is a very serious criticism. We don't dare to take the word lawlessness. On the contrary, we think that everyone in the Xianlong Bureau is really powerful. Not long after it was established, they began to patrol everywhere. First of all, they came to Yuzhou to demonstrate. This is unofficial. The first grade crushes people to death. Chang Jianyi also said with a sneer. Su Liang shrugged at this time, pointed to a group of people at the banquet, and said, "Since we all have our own reasons, why not let the people below vote on whether we should stay in Yuzhou or let everyone opinion to decide?" Chang Jianyi was stunned for a moment, wondering why the other party made such a suggestion. Didn't he know that this was his territory? He even wants to compete with himself for popularity, and he can't figure out what he thinks at all. However, this is also in Chang Jianyi's arms. In her opinion, the people here are all her subordinates, and they will definitely support her, especially since there are 20 supernatural beings on her side, which is enough to compete with the Xianlong Bureau. The people are divided into courts. Okay, let's take a look and see whose words are more likely to be believed by others. Chang Jianyi said calmly. Then Su Liang got up quickly and stood directly on the east side, while Chang Jianyi stood on the west side, both facing each other. Chang Jianyi pointed behind her, and then said to a group of people, "Everyone, among you are the important management personnel of Yuzhou, the city lords of other cities, and the old people who followed me to recover Jiangyang in Yuzhou. Many people have joined the Self-Aid Association. Now you need to stand up. Those who support my decision, stand behind me." Su Liang was not to be outdone. He knew that now was the time for him to attack the other party's self-confidence, so he also said directly, "Everyone, to tell you the truth, before I came to Yuzhou, I always felt that there are many heroes in Yuzhou. But I still don't understand one thing, that is, since Shen Feng's death, Yuzhou has been run by 2 women. Is this reasonable? Is this normal? Besides, you should have a better future, but this road has been blocked. I declare my position again. As long as those who support me, I can guarantee, as long as you stand behind me, I will guarantee that you will be prosperous and rich for a lifetime, and after 3 generations, you will still be a powerful family." 4. Chang Jianyi's sympathy. Su Liang's words were a naked temptation, and he gained support by explaining that he followed his own interests. Everyone in the banquet looked at each other. They didn't expect to express their opinions at this time, and the strength comparison between the 2 sides is very obvious. 20 to 22, all of them are supernatural beings. Among them Yang Chang and Guo Pinming are even more powerful. Having experienced many battles, the Xianlong Bureau on the opposite side also looked very difficult to mess with. For a while, everyone hesitated. What should we do? If we stand in the wrong place, we will definitely be punished. Yes, if one side is extremely strong, then we really have a good choice. At present, the balance of power between the 2 sides is very even. Who knows who will win in the fight? I think the Deputy City Lord is still stronger. No, it's the Xianlong Bureau that is strong. There was a lot of discussion among the people, but no one took the initiative to stand up. However, Chang Jianyi is still very familiar with things like voting. If he wants to get more people to support him, he must first create momentum, so the three civil servants, Josiah Oxeo, Tuzuhui and Yang, stood up immediately. Standing up, without saying a word, he stood directly behind Chang Jianyi and his party. Tuzuhui said seriously, "Everyone must think clearly. After following the deputy city lord for such a long time, why has she ever treated you badly? On the contrary, if another person manages Yazhao and you want to keep your previous wealth, then it's basically impossible." With the statement of the three major civil servants in Yazhao, the important management personnel of Yazhao stood behind Chang Jianyi one after another. Obviously, they firmly supported Chang Jianyi. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up. Shi Sharon walked to Su Luang's side, and said, "Everyone, you must keep your eyes open. Chang Jianyi is not a good person. I will follow her. It's been more than 2 years, and I don't know how many times she has expressed her loyalty, but she would rather give Luo Qing the supernatural potion than give it to me. Is this kind of person really a good leader?" Seeing this scene, Chang Jianyi was a little surprised. She never expected that Zhang Xiaoqiang would go to the opposite side, and the reason for her betrayal was still so simple, because she didn't get the supernatural potion. "You traitor, obviously you have been talking nonsense and leaking important information about Yazhao, so I taught you a lesson, but I never punished you. You are a wolf-hearted thing, you don't know how to repay me, but instead betrayed me." Chang Jianyi said angrily. Back then, when Chang Jianyi and Shen Feng went to school, among the first batch of rescued students was Zhang Xiaoqiang, and Zhang Xiaoqiang followed Chang Jianyi with gratitude. After learning how to make evolution potions, Zhang Xiaoqiang also became an evolutionist. Apart from Luo Qing's appearance, Zhang Xiaoqiang has always been her confidant. Only now, in front of interests, everything has changed. Zhang Xiaoqiang said with a sneer, "You are very good at shirking responsibility. I think you are a nepotism. Since you said that I made a mistake and can't use supernatural potions, why can your brother become a supernatural person? It seems that he was only a 10-year-old boy at the time, but he was able to drink the supernatural potion. Did he perform any meritorious service? No. But why is he a supernatural person? After thinking about it for 2 years, I came up with an explanation. He is your own younger brother and the city lord's brother-in-law, so even if he doesn't know anything, he can still use supernatural potions." Nonsense. After I became a supernatural person, I blew up a corpse king, and then I carried out many investigation missions. I am worthy of the status of a supernatural person, and I have never betrayed. Chang Jianyi has not yet defended Chang Haoji. First, he couldn't help it anymore. He hated people saying that he became a supernatural being by relying on nepotism. Really? When Zhang Xiaoqiang heard this, she immediately showed a sarcasm smile, and then asked, "Then, what do you say about the matter that you implicated the city lord at sea before? Later, you lost the city lord's body. How do you say this? In my opinion, your crime is too great. I think that the city lord went deep into the enemy's rear in Yanjing and assassinated dozens of corpse kings. Only then did Yanjing's crisis be resolved, and the situation in the north was indirectly changed. A meritorious minister, but you lost his body. You are the one who deserves death." When a group of people at the banquet heard this description, they also nodded, obviously agreeing with what Zhang Xiaoqiang said. Now next, Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed to Su Luang, who was beside her, and introduced, "To be honest with you, Master Su Luang can be said to be very discerning. He knows the grievances I have suffered, so he promised me that as long as he does things for him, he can become a supernatural power." Lord Su Luang, do you think so? Su Luang nodded and said, "That's right. That's it. Zhang Xiaoqiang has made a lot of contributions, especially when she was in Luzhao, and now Jiang Yang, when resisting the zombies rushing into the base. It was Zhang Xiaoqiang who stepped forward to help at a critical moment and stabilized the situation. Afterwards, I fought many times and made great achievements, but I didn't get any rewards, which is really embarrassing, so I promise, after I win Yazhao, I will give you a supernatural potion." This is not over yet, Su Luang continued. "In addition, when helping me take Yazhao, those who performed well can also get rewards for supernatural potions. First come, first served." As soon as these words came out, a group of people who dreamed of becoming supernatural beings immediately stood behind Su Luang. Seeing the scene at this time, Chang Jianyi's face immediately became a little ugly. She thought that once she expressed her support, her side would be in a one-sided situation. After all, she had been in Yuzhou for a long time, but now, Su Liying threw out the temptation of profit, and suddenly attracted a large number of people. Chang Jianyi seemed to see that the foundation of Yuzhou was being seized by the enemy. If everyone supported Su Liying, wouldn't Yuzhou fall into his hands? You seem to have forgotten one thing. This is still my site. This is Fengshan Palace. Chang Jianyi said with a livid face. Afterwards, Chang Jianyi took out the walkie-talkie from behind, and said coldly, everyone is in position, ready to fight at any time. No matter who it is, anyone who wants to escape will be killed. After finishing speaking, Chang Jianyi looked at the people in the hall and said slowly, I won't hide it from you all, I'll make it clear now. I have arranged for 5,000 soldiers to surround Fengshan Palace. Now, the guns they are all aiming at the main hall. Anyone who wants to escape will be attacked. Now, the situation is clear, right? After Chang Jianyi said this, everyone in the banquet was stunned. They didn't expect Chang Jianyi to be so ruthless and arrange so many soldiers. Did it mean that when the fight really broke out, everyone in the hall will face attack? Then, what? I was obsessed with ghosts just now, and I stood in the wrong position. I turned to the light. Someone stood up immediately behind Su Liying, ready to go to Chang Jianyi's side. Everyone is not a fool. They know that when standing in a team, they should stand on a strong side, so as to ensure that their side will always win. Therefore, when Chang Jianyi showed his whole card, everyone suddenly discovered that Fengshan Palace was in ambush. After gathering 5,000 soldiers, once there is a fight, the deputy city lord will definitely win, and many people are ready to change their previous choices. However, Su Liying's eyes flashed at this moment, and his tone became cold instantly. People who betray me cannot live. After finishing speaking, Su Liying snapped his fingers, and immediately saw that the guy who was just about to turn from darkness to light began to shrink all over his body, and the plum skin on his body turned into a state of dead tree bark in an instant. But after a minute, this person he became an old man, fell to the ground and died, with age spots still visible on his body. Next, Su Liying looked at a group of supporters behind him, and threatened, don't you want to abandon the darkness and turn to the light? I'll give you a chance, go to the opposite side, and these people were stunned by Su Liying's method. In just a split second, a man in his prime can be turned into an old man and die. This is simply taking someone else's life. He quickly said, where is it? Your side is bright, and the other side is dark. Chapter 583 Ability to change the battle situation. When a person suddenly becomes wrinkled, no one can keep calm, because everyone knows what wrinkles represent, and the appearance of wrinkles represents aging. When they are young and middle-aged, most people look high-spirited, walking vigorously, without worrying about falling, but as soon as a person starts to age, he will immediately feel powerless, and he will be out of breath after a little activity. And after Su Liying cast his supernatural power at this time, everyone didn't see any obvious movements of him. Immediately afterwards, a living person aged and died. This kind of change was seen in the eyes. Taking pictures successfully deterred a group of people. When Wang Aoi saw this scene, he was stunned at the time, because he didn't see clearly the opponent's means at all. It seemed that just snapping his fingers made the opponent start to age. Such a supernatural power was simply incomprehensible. Old Li, have you seen what this kid did? Wang Aoi asked in a low voice. Li Xiankang also looked heavy at this time, and said, I didn't see clearly, this guy didn't seem to do anything. What happened? I'm afraid only the dead guy knows. After seeing the enemy's methods, Mu Ying was also shocked at this time. She had never seen such a strange supernatural being. Just snapping her fingers can make people age. The person who was recruited just now was just an ordinary person. What will happen next if the supernatural being is recruited? It seems that we have murmured about the enemy. We just formed it before and thought it was not a ruthless character, but now it seems that this is not easy at all. Wang Aoi said with a frown at this time. Shi Wishan was eager to try, and he said in a low voice, I haven't drunk the blood of the supernatural being, and now is just an opportunity. Shi Wishan is looking forward to the chaotic war the most. His ability is blood. He can not only control his own blood flow, but also control the blood of others. The more chaotic the battlefield, the more chances he has to suck blood. Li Xiankang's subordinates have a supernatural person called Bao aiming. The supernatural power is to activate cells. When fighting, it can increase the secretion of enzymes in the body, thereby increasing the hormone level in the body, and can also suppress the hormone level in the opponent's body, so that if the other party is not in good condition, ordinary people will directly fall into coma due to the inhibition of adipose but lack of energy. Just a moment ago, Bao Aming realized something was wrong. He felt that the old guy just now had all kinds of hormone levels in his body instantly increased, and the cells in his body were also activated. The metabolism in his body was very strong, so the cells died. The speed also increased. Could it be that this guy's ability is the same as mine? Can he also control the hormone level in the opponent's body? Bao Aming guessed in his heart. Chang Jianyi and Su Liang confronted each other in the main hall. There were many supporters behind both sides, and Chang Jianyi had the home field advantage. At this time, in Fengshan Palace, there were Chang Jianyi ambushing people everywhere. Once the battle started, Chang Jianyi's side would definitely take advantage. Chang Jianyi looked at the number of supporters behind him, then looked at the number of supporters behind Su Liang, and then said, "It seems that in the competition for the number of supporters, I was the one who won in the end. If you don't believe me, look back." Su Liang looked at the number of supporters on both sides, and then at the group of people sitting motionless in the main hall. Obviously, the rest of these people had no choice, and most of them were going to become fools. The idea of being greedy for life and fearing death, helping whoever wins, well, I lost the competition for the number of supporters, but when you see who seizes power, it depends on the number of supporters under him. How did Li Shimin get the throne? How did Zhao Kuogang get the throne? How did Zhu Di get the throne? Chang Jianyi, you don't know about this, do you? Su Liang smiled. Even if the number of supporters behind him was not as good as the opponents, he didn't take it seriously, because he had heard a saying that the Son of Heaven is the one with strong soldiers and horses. For that, and at this critical moment, Su Liang wanted to prove this: whoever has the biggest fist has the power. Power, power, fists are powerful. Chang Jianyi naturally didn't expect to win through voting, but now, Chang Jianyi has more supporters, and she already has enough justice. Since you don't want to live here permanently, then I have to use some tricks to force you to live in Yazhou permanently. For my son, none of you can go out. Chang Jianyi said with a sneer. Su Liang shook her head lightly, and replied, I don't know where your confidence comes from. Is it from the soldiers in Fengshan Palace? Now I can tell you that they are useless. After finishing speaking, Su Liang said to Chu Liang beside him, Zhao Liang, show her a hand. Chu Liang immediately stood up, first gestured with a middle finger, and then said, you are a group of younger brothers, show me. After finishing speaking, Chu Liang opened his arms in an instant and released countless electric waves. Immediately, ordinary people in the hall all stared blankly and became stupid, as if they had become walking dead. They all threw away their weapons. Chu Liang said coldly next. Everyone in the hall immediately threw away their weapons, some with daggers, some with pistols, and some with grenades, and threw them all to the ground at once. None of the people at the banquet was a good stubble, and they carried all kinds of weapons on their bodies. Some people even carried darts and amity thorns, probably because they had watched too much martial arts at the same time. The sound of scattered objects falling to the ground came from outside the main hall, and a group of guards dressed as waiters at the door also threw away their pistols and stood there blankly. Chang Jianyi sensed something was wrong, and quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. Kei, Liang Bingwen, how are you doing? However, the two of them failed to answer Chang Jianyi, and no word appeared on the intercom. Su Liang said slowly at this time, don't shout, my brother is usually not very good at fighting, but there is one thing, the hypnotic waves released are very effective in controlling ordinary people. Maybe you all think nothing has changed, however, as long as they are within a range of 2 kilometers, everyone will be affected. Now, as a soldier you rely on, you have all thrown away your weapons now. Hearing this, Chang Jianyi gritted her teeth immediately. She didn't expect that the ambush she had carefully arranged before would easily lose its effect at this time. However, this ability is specially aimed at ordinary people. All must be controlled by this ability originally. There is a kind of person called an evolutionary between ordinary people and supernatural beings. However, in front of supernatural beings, evolutionary people are no different from ordinary people. At most, they are stronger ordinary people. Even so, it's still not as good as a supernatural being at that moment. Chu Liang brushed out his ability, and immediately made ordinary people within a 2-kilometer range put down their weapons. In the hall, Except for the ability users on both sides who were still awake, everyone else had already been hypnotized. Let them do what they will do. Seeing this scene, Wang Aoi couldn't help but ask Hu Zuli beside him, is what he just said true? He also uses hypnotic radio waves. Why is the range larger than yours, Hu? Zuli's ability is also to manipulate hypnotic waves. She had besieged Shen Feng before, but Shen Feng took care of her. If it wasn't for Wang Aoi's Gusu who could heal her, Hu Zuli would have been killed since then. Hu Zuli also seriously replied, that's true. As for why his supernatural effect is so strong, it must be that the frequency of the radio waves he released is different from mine. I can affect the mental state of the supernatural person, but this guy's the supernatural ability specifically affects ordinary people, but it has no effect on supernatural beings at all, right? Now, Hu Zuli can only give such an answer. The frequency of the hypnotic waves released by the two sides is different. Since the establishment of the Xianlong Bureau, a lot of smaller tasks have been completed, but they are not enough to show their faces. Now, I am going to recover Yaziao. At that time, I will be the hero of the whole world. Su Liang said with a sneer. Chang Jianyi said angrily, you want to use Yaziao as your stepping stone? Don't even think about it. At this moment, Chang Jianyi already felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It seemed that the enemy was invincible. There were not enough people on his side to fight, but the opponent came prepared, and directly prevented ordinary people from participating in the battle. This side is already at a disadvantage, but even so, I will not admit defeat. I must fight to the last lesson. It's really tricky. It seems that Yaziao must pay more, otherwise, this matter will be too difficult. Li Xiankang said to Chang Jianyi who was on the side. Chang Jianyi smiled wryly, adding money is just a trivial matter. I'm afraid the battle will be very difficult. Su Liang didn't intend to give the opponent time to prepare. Taking advantage of the opponent's lack of preparation, he was about to win in one fell swoop, so he shouted loudly, brothers, go. Fight for a name that will last forever. After finishing speaking, Su Liang rushed up first. Facing the aggressive guy, no one dared to confront him head-on, especially since everyone didn't know what Su Liang's ability was, and they were worried that if they rushed forward, they would be given by the other party's ability. Get old. At this moment, Shi Weishan shouted, leave it to me. After finishing speaking, Shi Weishan rushed forward, just in time to meet Su Liang. Su Liang was not polite, and snapped his fingers. In an instant, Shi Weishan found that his whole body was hot, as if his blood was about to boil, and he looked at his arm again. Wrinkles on the body have appeared. Third, brother, be careful. Wang Aoi saw that his subordinates rushed up first, and then they were attacked, and couldn't help becoming worried. Shi Weishan is a very powerful supernatural being, with a full 4th level, but at this time he was still produced by supernatural powers, and inevitably began to age, but the speed of aging was much slower than that of ordinary people. Boss, it's okay, don't worry. Shi Weishan said quickly. In just a few tens of seconds, he seemed to be 10 years older, but at this time, Shi Weishan actually abandoned Su Liang and fled into the distance. Seeing that the other party wanted to run away, Su Liang immediately followed and said, want to run away? It's impossible. No matter how strong you are today, you will die of old age here. Shi Weishan didn't answer, but rushed to the place where Su Liang and others were before, grabbed a supporter, opened his mouth and bit the opponent's neck, and sucked blood fiercely. When Shi Weishan started to suck blood, the skin on his body became plump at a speed visible to the naked eye, full of elasticity and luster, more perfect than any skincare products. Huh? Cool. Shi Weishan breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, Su Liang, are you strong? Do you think that no one can compete with your supernatural power? I'm going to taste your blood today. After finishing speaking, Shi Weishan chased after Su Liang instead. At this time, there was still blood on the corner of Shi Weishan's mouth, and his canine teeth also turned red. Obviously, when he was excited to suck blood, Shi Weishan's eyes also turned into the colors red. Like the legendary vampire, Su Liang didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He obviously tried Beiling's abilities before, but now he was restrained by a little-known guy. He just caused signs of aging. As soon as this kid sucked blood, he immediately recovered. Exclamation mark. There is such a strange thing when you press it. At that moment, Su Liang did not dare to confront Shi Weishan head-on, and quickly retreated. At this time, in the main hall, the battle had already begun. When Chu Qiaoyan cast his supernatural power, Half of the main hall turned yellow-green, and the mist slowly moved towards the enemy spread over. Chapter 584 On the Verge of Extinction. In terms of area attack, Chu Chaoyan still has a deep experience. When I was facing countless rats in the sewer in Yazhou, it was Chu Chaoyan who used his supernatural power to form countless chlorine gas to attack the rats. The body of a mouse is much weaker than that of a human. After inhaling the poisonous gas, the respiratory system will soon fail, and the eyes will also go blind. If you continue to inhale, you will die. However, even in the face of such attacks, human beings are not much better than rats. Every year, there are incidents of casualties caused by chlorine gas leakage all over the world. This shows that even human beings cannot avoid the damage of poisonous gas. They are much stronger than humans, but they will die under the continuous attack of poisonous gas. At that moment, after the chlorine gas appeared, it floated towards the enemy in a mighty way. Immediately, the space for activities in the hall became smaller. Su Liyang was so chased by Shi Wuxian that he couldn't dodge it. He had already discovered that as long as his ability made the other party start to age, the other party would turn to suck blood and regain their vitality. If he wanted to fight head-on, the guy on the other side would with sharp nails that can easily tear apart masonry. It is extremely difficult for him to fight. Zio Liang, let these people go out quickly. All of them are a burden. I'm about to be dragged down to death by them. Su Liyang couldn't help shouting. Chu Liang also saw that something was wrong with the current situation. As long as there were people on the battlefield, the vampires on the opposite side would always be replenished. The farther the better. The hypnotized ordinary people acted immediately after receiving the order, and walked out of the hall without saying a word. Their eyes were dull, their thoughts were lost, as if they had become living dead at this point. Shi Wuxian lost the food to replenish his strength. Su Liyang sneered and said, "Now I see what you do. You have no place to suck blood." Shi Wuxian also felt helpless. He thought that blood banks would be everywhere after the battlefield started. Who would have thought that a single ability of the enemy would change the situation? Now there are no ordinary people in the hall, and he can no longer suck blood. Damn it, if only I had brought a few blood packs. It's a pity that I was so hungry last night that I ate them all. Shi Wuxian regretted a little. His fighting power comes from blood, and blood can still be obtained from the hospital. After all, now the hospital has clearly marked the price to buy blood, and blood donors can get rewards just like Su Sangun, so they rush to donate blood immediately. Shi Wuxian has no difficulty in obtaining clean blood. Therefore, when Shi Wuxian went out, in order to ensure his fighting power, he would always bring a blood bag with him. But last night, Shi Wuxian felt that the food was not tasty enough, so he ate the blood bag he brought, so that the people who are fighting now time to find blood-sucking people. After Su Liyang casts the ability, he can immediately force the opponent to age, and this trick has nothing to do with whether he snaps his fingers or not, as long as it is within a certain range. It will be effective. At that moment, Su Liyang caught up with Shi Wuxian in an instant, covering Shi Wuxian within the coverage of the supernatural power, and constantly made him grow old. If this continues, it only takes 10 minutes to make Shi Wuxian a very old man. Although Su Liyang's crisis is resolved, the yellow-green poisonous gas in the hall is still floating. This poisonous gas is under the control of Chu Chaoyan, and it is drifting towards a group of supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau, although the speed is not fast. But as long as it continues to spread, it will definitely cover the entire hall. Zhang Ke didn't hide anymore. A fireball appeared in his hand, and he threw it out. The moment the fireball touched the poisonous gas began to burn. Boom! The yellow-green gas was ignited immediately, and the burning speed was not slow at all, and the crisis of poisonous gas was immediately resolved by a fireball. In fact, Shen Feng reminded Chu Chaoyan before that what she fears most about her abilities is flames, because chlorine gas will burn, so you must not fight with fire-type abilities, otherwise you will be restrained. And now Chu Chaoyan's situation was exactly the same as what Shen Feng said. Zhao Yan, don't use the ability, come back quickly. Chang Jianyi said quickly when he discovered that the enemy could use flames. Chang Jianyi realized something was wrong. Her ability was to control plants, and plants were naturally restrained by flames. Coupled with Chu Chaoyan's ability, now neither of them can participate in the battle. Fortunately, at this time, Guo Pinming and Yang Chang rushed out first. Both of them had physical abilities, especially Guo Pinming. After casting the ability, the surrounding iron objects turned into liquid and became his armor and weapons. After the two rushed forward, the situation was immediately stabilized. Wang Aoi took a deep breath and said, Today, I will let you guys know how important it is to respect your seniors. We have 3 oldest supernatural beings here. After finishing speaking, Wang Aoi summoned countless sands with a wave of his hand, and waved them casually, and the sands flew out. A young man was caught off guard and failed to escape the attack of the sands, so he gritted his teeth and prepared to use his body to attack resists damage from sand. A mere bit of sand shouldn't cause too much damage. The man thought silently. When the sand came in front of this person, it passed through without any hindrance in an instant. Blood splashed, and the ground was bright red, but the sand went straight through this person who was hard to resist the sand attack. Chess of the alien, I don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, and I don't pay attention to me at all. Wang Aoi said with a sneer. After all, he is a veteran supernatural user. Wang Aoi always has 2 brushes. Compared with these superhumans who have just been trained by the Xianlong Bureau, he has much more experience. Those who can, and Shiwishan is also being chased by Su Liang at this time, but it is impossible to escape, and there is no one around who can suck blood, seeing his body gradually aging, but there is nothing he can do. Even if the supernatural person has a long lifespan, it is impossible to ignore aging. At this time, seeing the person with supernatural powers fell on the ground, Shiwishan rushed up immediately, saying, "Anyway, I'm going to die, why not satisfy my appetite before dying?" After finishing speaking, Shiwishan rushed forward and bit it, sucking blood crazily. The physique of the supernatural person is better than that of ordinary people. When sucking blood, Shiwishan could feel the rich energy contained in the blood in his mouth, and his body also get younger quickly. The sand is very small, so it seems that you don't think it's a threat, but you forget that as long as the sand has an extremely fast speed, it can be a knife when killing people. Wang Aoi said coldly. Next, Wang Aoi continued to shoot sand streams towards the enemy, and after the sand gained speed, the damage it caused was really powerful. As long as it was rubbed, a wound appeared, and after the escaped sand hit the wall, there is also a deep scratch on the wall. Swoosh! A sand blade flew past Zhang Kei's ear, almost killing Zhang Kei here. At the same time, Mu Ying instantly created countless ice and snow in the hall, and the temperature in the air immediately began to drop. Under Mu Ying's control, countless spikes grew on the ground. It will be pierced through the sole of the foot. Li Xianqing did not show any weakness either. A large amount of carbon elements on his body made up his armor. He rushed up and began to fight. The opponent he chose to fight was a strong-looking guy with amazing recovery ability. He was hacked several times by Guo Pinming. The injuries also recovered quickly, and they were not affected at all. After seeing this scene, Chang Jianyi gradually felt relieved, and said in his heart, "Fortunately, everyone's combat effectiveness is very strong, and there will be no unavoidable situations." As a result, at this moment, Su Liang shouted at several supernatural beings from the military who were hiding aside in a daze, "What are you still doing? If you don't make a move now, if we lose later, everyone will be punished. Catch it, don't forget your duty." As soon as these words were uttered, the few people who had been watching the battle immediately started to move. They had never looked down on Su Liang's way of catching the other party's family members to intimidate and lure them. It's ridiculous, but, no matter what, they are all in one group, and now their side is in crisis. If they don't fight, they will lose. For soldiers, the most difficult thing to accept is defeat, and victory is the honor soldiers pursue. Chang Jianyi said to the few people around him, "There is no other way. Even if what we are doing now is disgraceful, we can only do it bravely. If we lose the battle, our Xianlong Bureau will lose our face." After finishing speaking, Chang Jianyi rushed forward first, and punched Yang Chang, who was fighting. Yang Chang didn't dare to underestimate it. He used silver to form a shield in front of him. First, he had to block the opponent's attack. Heat energy infusion. Chang Jianyi sneered, and instantly cast his supernatural ability. When he punched the silver shield, a large amount of heat energy was instantly injected into it. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire silver shield became liquid. "Just boil up." Yang Chang let out a scream, and threw away the shield in his hand in an instant. He looked at the palm of his hand, and the skin of the palm that grabbed the shield just now had disappeared. He thought that the opponent was fighting with strength, but it turned out now it seems that the other party's ability relies on heat. Yang Chang recalled the moment of battle just now. Almost instantly, the shield in his hand turned into soldering iron. His left hand was about to be burned. "Yang Chang, retreat quickly, I'll block him." Seeing that the situation was not good, Guo Pinming rushed up instantly, blocking the menacing Kong Jianyi. Yang Cheng also retreated quickly. He felt that his ability had been restrained. The heat energy injected by the other party in an instant would make the silver boil directly. That is to say, the weapon in his hand could become more than 2000 degrees Celsius at any time. This can't be beat at all, you? Manipulating steel is also restrained by me. Kong Jianyi saw that there was someone standing in front of him, and suddenly looked down upon him. Even a superhuman manipulating steel couldn't be his opponent. Kong Jianyi rushed forward in the same way. As long as his hands can touch the opponent, he can instantly infuse a large amount of heat energy. Looking at the appearance of the opponent's armor, it takes only a moment for the armor on his body to become liquid. At that time, the person hiding in the armor people also need to be roasted. Come on. Guo Pinming was fearless in the face of danger, and the shiny steel armor on his body melted instantly, turning into a huge mace. The heavy mace weighed at least 600 catties. He grabbed the mace and rushed directly. He climbed up and beat him out with a stick. Bang! He swung the mace fiercely and collided with his fist in an instant. Kong Jianyi's right arm had become limp in just a moment, apparently smashed into pieces by the mace fracture. However, after this blow, Guo Pinming could only let go of the hot mace in his hand. At this moment, a large amount of heat energy was poured into the mace. Although the attack was completed, the mace completely changed. It has become a soldering iron. If you continue to hold on to it, your palm will be roasted. Guo Pinming's hands were dripping with blood, trembling uncontrollably, and beads of sweat fell on his forehead. On the other side, Kong Jianyi's face was distorted, his left hand was holding his limp right arm, and he felt unbearable pain. The other side was only burned, but his side was smashed to pieces by a stick. This kind of injury, even if it is a supernatural person, it will take a month to recover. P.S. Some keywords are blocked, and the author can only add separator symbols. Please forgive me, just make do with it. Chapter 585. On the brink of desperation. Old Guo, come back quickly and I'll bandage you. Lu Qiang shouted at this time. He had already seen the injury on Guo Pinming's hand at this time, dripping with blood. He looked terrifying, a steel-like man. This time at the same time, sweat was all over his head, obviously not feeling well. It's okay, I can still fight. Guo Pinming said through gritted teeth. After finishing speaking, Guo Pinming used his supernatural ability again, drawing the surrounding iron objects. Although the main hall is in Chinese style, the building materials are all reinforced concrete, and the steel bars in it are what Guo Pinming can control. Gather steel by your side to unleash your strength. In just a moment, Guo Pinming formed a huge mace again in his hand. He gritted his teeth and looked at Kong Jianyi, and said, "Continue, Kong. Jianyi has the honor of a soldier, but why not Guo Pinming?" Although Guo Pinming has already retired, he has been fighting with Shen Feng for the past few years. And guilty, I feel that I did not fulfill the orders of the city lord, which is why all this happened. But now, Guo Pinming sees an opportunity to repay the city lord's kindness. When others covet Yeshou's property and are ready to grab it, he is the first to refuse. Even if it costs his life, he must protect Shen Feng's family. This is what a man should do, seeing that the other party is so brave and fearless, even though his hands are severely burned. Regardless of the pain, he just grabs the huge mace and prepares to attack. Kong Jianyi's heart suddenly starts to feel scared. Yes, but one arm was broken as soon as they met each other. If he continued to fight, wouldn't his left arm also be broken? No, this guy is a lunatic. Fighting a lunatic is useless. Kong Jianyi thought to himself, if he continued to fight the reckless man on the opposite side, then his other arm must be interrupted in the end. It can infuse a large amount of heat energy, but at this moment, the powerful kinetic energy of the mace will break his arm, and if he is not careful, he will be killed. Kong Jianyi then began to retreat, without any regrets, turned around and left, and said to the supernatural beings beside him, "You other people can deal with it, I can't do it." When Guo Pinming saw that the opponent wanted to leave, he was about to catch up immediately. Burning his hands was nothing, as long as he could kill the enemy, that was enough. However, at this moment, a man named Meng Wuchang flashed behind Kong Jianyi. Facing the rushing Guo Pinming, he raised his foot and stepped on the ground, and there was a loud noise in his ear. Boom! The ground immediately began to shake. The red carpet was laid on the ground of the palace, and the hard bricks and stones were under the red carpet. Now it was shaken by Meng Wuchang, and it cracked on the spot. Many cracks appeared on the ground in all directions. These cracks stretched into the distance, and everyone hurriedly avoided them. They couldn't fall underground. Meng Wuchang's feet were stepping on the ground vigorously, and every time he landed, several huge cracks could be formed, and these cracks extended directly into the distance. What kind of supernatural power is this? I've never seen it before. Xiao Fuli was also stunned at this moment. He never expected that the other party would behave like this. Such a violent vibration was like an earthquake at this time. Meng Wuchang also said arrogantly, "You probably don't know? My supernatural power is vibration. Do you know Andolf in Europe? Even if you don't know him, you must have heard of it. He can directly cause earthquakes. Me and his ability is the same. Now, as long as I want, I can also make Yuzhou earthquake." The cracks on the ground extended to the distance. When the wall encountered a crack, it also cracked instantly. At this time, the house also shook, and the wood and tiles on the roof couldn't stop falling. Papa, immediately after the tiles fell to the ground, a large amount of smoke and dust was stirred up, and the stone pillars also began to shake at this time, and the shaking of the ground became violent. "No, this place is going to collapse. Let's go." Chang Jianyi looked at the current scene, and immediately felt that it was not good, and now the hall is about to collapse. Not only Chang Jianyi did not expect such a scene to happen, but Su Liang on the other side also did not expect such a thing to happen. He thought that the people on his side would be able to frighten the other side, but he did not expect that at this moment, the house was surrounded by his own people. His hand was about to fall down. In fact, this is the result of multiple effects. First of all, Guo Pinming extracted the steel bars in the walls and columns. Although the number of extractions is not large, it is at most a mil, but the direct result is that some of the walls and columns are missing. With the addition of steel bars, the degree of fragility is greatly deepened. Later, under Meng Wuchang's ability, the ground began to shake, and some people with abilities were shaken to the side, not to mention the walls. In the face of violent vibrations, chain reactions would occur in places where the house was a little fragile. Meng Wuchang didn't expect this kind of situation to happen. He was obviously planning to kill the quartet, but at this moment, the house was about to collapse. Moreover, all this was caused by himself, and there was no reason for it at all. "Go, don't stay here anymore. You will only be buried alive if you stay here." Su Liang immediately made a decision that he can't stay in the hall at this time, otherwise, the 20 people on his side will be buried in the hall at this time. Both sides were stunned by the sudden change. They never thought that the huge palace would collapse easily. Fortunately, a large number of people had been evacuated before, so even if it collapsed, it would not hurt too many people. Chang Jianyi hurriedly shouted loudly, "Everyone, follow me quickly, don't stay here." Both sides quickly moved away from the center of the battlefield. It was obvious that the battle had just started, but they had to stay away from the battlefield due to sudden changes. Neither group of people dared to go through the main entrance. Unnecessary behavior in the process. Therefore, the escape route chosen by both parties is to go through the windows. There are many windows on both sides of the main hall for ventilation. You only need to break the glass to get out. The glazed tiles kept falling from the head, all the tables and chairs in the hall were hit, and the sand was falling randomly. The rich food that was originally prepared was soon covered by sand and bricks, and the tremors in the hall became more and more intense. It looked like it was going to collapse soon, but at this moment, Chang Haoji made a decision. His speed gradually slowed down, he fell to the back of the crowd, and then rushed out in the opposite direction. Chang Haoji can't stand the eyes of others' criticism anymore. He really wants to show himself, no matter who it is. Before, people who know him will only call him the eldest son. At the beginning, Chang Haoji was very happy to hear this title. "I feel that this kind of title makes me very honorable," but now, Chang Haoji finds that the title Elder Prince is just a kind of irony. A truly capable person does not need to use his identity as a reminder. As long as he speaks out, he can convincing. When Chang Haoji didn't want to hear someone's introduction again, he said, "This is Feng Shen's brother-in-law, the eldest son of Yuzhou." Chang Haoji has had enough of such a title, so, at this moment, Chang Haoji made a decision, that is to use his own ability to slow down the enemy's speed. Chang Haoji is now a third-level supernatural user. When he casts his supernatural power, the tiny water molecules in the air quickly gather together and soon turn into clouds. The mighty clouds quickly permeate the entire hall, especially the fog around the supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau is thick, and this is not over yet. Chang Haoji is holding a longsword in his hand, hiding in the fog and starting to attack the enemy when the main hall was about to collapse. Chang Jianyi led everyone to escape through the window. Because of Meng Wuchang's supernatural power, the vibration caused the cracks on the ground to grow. Fortunately, everyone is a supernatural being, although some people were injured in the battle. Yes, but the skills are still quite vigorous. They kept running in the hall, but within 10 seconds, a group of people came to the outside of the hall. The sun had already set at this time, but fortunately there were still many electric lights in Fengshan Palace. Even at night, the surrounding scenes were illuminated by lights. The main hall was filled with smoke, and finally, the violent vibration made the pillars unable to continue to support, and they broke apart one after another. The walls and roof collapsed, and the dust spread in all directions. For a while, the surroundings of the main hall could not be seen clearly. Ahem. Everyone inhaled the dust and couldn't help coughing. After the smoke gradually dispersed, everyone regained their sight. Chang Jianyi looked around, wanting to check her own situation, but at this moment, she unexpectedly discovered that Chang Haoji was gone. Seeing this scene, she panicked immediately, and couldn't help asking, "You all saw Xiaoji?" "No? Where is my brother? Could it be that he didn't run out of the hall?" Mu Ying said suddenly. "Ah. No way? Did he always follow us?" Chu Qiaoyan was taken aback. If the roof weighed hundreds of tons, if it fell, everyone would be crushed into meatloaf. Wanting to live, it's almost impossible to get down. Chang Jianyi couldn't believe this fact, and quickly called out to her younger brother, "Xiaoji, come out quickly, don't scare my sister." He was still fighting at this time, but Chang Jianyi was so distraught by his younger brother's disappearance that he couldn't concentrate at all. "You don't need to look for it. Your brother is here." At this moment, an angry voice sounded from a distance, and then Su Luang led a group of people from a distance, holding Chang Haoji's hand in his hand neck. Chang Haoji's face was livid at this time, and it was obvious that he would be strangled to death soon. Su Luang said as he walked, "You are really strong. Whether it is a woman or a child, they are also strong. Just now, two of our brothers disappeared. Do you know why? It was this little bastard who suddenly blocked us line of sight, and are still attacking, so that we don't have enough time to escape." The angrier Su Luang became, he stretched out his hand and slapped Chang Haoji across the face. If this kid hadn't made trouble, he could have retreated completely. The value of supernatural beings is actually far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Pilots are said to be made of gold, while supernatural beings are made of evolutionary agents, especially every supernatural being who breaks through the barriers of evolution. At least he drank 1,000 evolution potions, otherwise it would be impossible to evolve to this level, and now, two precious supernatural beings are dead. How can this make Su Luang not angry? When we were at sea, more than 30 people from the Xiangsung Bureau died, and Gong Changfa was quarantined and inspected for more than half a year. If there was no flood in North China and someone needed to rescue him, it is estimated that Gong Changfa is still under investigation. Quarantine too, therefore. The reason why Su Luang was angry was that the team members under him were injured, which would inevitably be criticized by their superiors. Seeing this scene, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help feeling a little anxious, and said, "Sister, we can't make peace now. We have already torn our faces. If we give up at this time, we will really waste all our previous efforts. As for Xiaoji, we find a way to save him." What Chu Qiaoyan was most worried about was that after seeing the current situation, Chang Jianyi couldn't bear his brother to be hurt, so he acted irrationally. However, Chang Jianyi has never been able to ignore the safety of her younger brother. Since the end of the world, only her younger brother is left among all her relatives. Although she still has a son, the relationship between her and her younger brother is thicker than water. It has been a few years, and now it is impossible to disregard the safety of my brother. Finally, Chang Jianyi said with difficulty, "You put people down, and I will let you leave Yazhao safely." Chapter 586. The protagonist always appears last. Chang Jianyi couldn't ignore his close relatives. The one who was caught was his own younger brother. If he didn't care about it, he would be tortured to death by the enemy. So, no matter what, he had to protect his younger brother first. As soon as this remark came out, Yang Chang quickly said, "Deputy City Master, don't let them go. After all, we have killed 3 of their supernatural powers and disabled 1 person. Let them leave at this time. Wouldn't it be in vain to watch the opportunity to annihilate them disappear?" Not only his own people are persuading Chang Jianyi, but others are also persuading Chang Jianyi to calm down. Because a young man will cause the plan to fail this time, and the loss outweighs the gain. Wang Aoi said directly. Chang Jianyi, haven't you seen the current situation clearly? This is the headquarters to clean us up. The first one is your Ya's Hao, and the second one is my Mi's Hao. I can go overseas for a while. After leaving, what about you? Are you really just caring about other people's lives for your brother's sake? That's right, if we let them go today, we may not be able to find such an opportunity in the future. We should take advantage of the victory and pursue it now. Li Xiankang also said directly. Originally, these two people brought their hands down to help Chang Jianyi resist the Xianlong Bureau, so they had different thoughts. The reward of the evolutionary base was one reason, and the deeper reason was that they were worried that they would be the ones who would be liquidated after the fall of Yazhao. They are all non-governmental organizations, and they are inherently inferior to official organizations. Once a crisis occurs, there is only one way to resist together, and Yazhao is actually the leader of non-governmental organizations. Neither Li Xiankang nor Wang Aoi can compete with Yazhao for this title. The Southwest Gateway, where the three provinces of Yunnan, Guizhou and Sichuan pass through, makes Yazhao's position extremely important. Hearing the persuasion from the people around her, Chang Jianyi was a little hesitant. She didn't know which side to take into account. Regardless of her younger brother's impossibility, once she continued to fight, her younger brother would definitely be killed by angry enemies. Chang Jianyi had never seen such a dilemma, and did not know how to choose. Chang Haoji was strangled by the neck and couldn't breathe at this time. Regarding the current situation, he didn't want himself to continue to be a burden, so he said with difficulty, "Sister, leave me alone and continue to fight. My safety is not important." Hearing his younger brother's strong words at this time, Chang Jianyi couldn't bear it very much, but what the people around him said was reasonable. If he didn't continue to fight, his side would be in danger, and his original purpose was to catch the hostages, swap Xiaolong and Xiaohu back, but at this moment, the hostages were not caught, but instead fell into a stalemate. Su Liang saw such an arrogant conversation between the group of people on the opposite side, and suddenly became angry, and the palms that were pinching Chang Haoji's neck were also gradually tightening, and while tightening, he asked, "Do you think you have won?" Don't forget, just now we were fighting inside the house, we were restricted, but now we are outside. What other means do you have? Chang Haoji's legs kicked wildly in the air. Obviously he couldn't breathe anymore. White foam appeared from his mouth, and his eyes gradually became lax. Su Liang looked at Chu Liang beside him at this time, and said, "Xiao Liang, use your real ability and see how they continue to be arrogant." Chu Liang didn't hesitate when he heard the deputy captain's words, and immediately issued an order. "Everyone, aim your guns at the people in Yazhao who are facing you, and prepare to shoot." Previously, under Chu Liang's order, the people affected by the hypnotic radio waves had already dropped their weapons, including the heavily armed soldiers on the city wall. Whether they were rifles or pistols, they had basically been thrown to the ground. But at this moment, when Chu Liang gave an order, the soldiers immediately picked up the weapons on the ground, and aimed their rifles directly at Chang Jianyi and the others outside the main hall. Chang Jianyi looked at the changes in the battle situation at this time, and immediately realized that the situation on his side had become dangerous. He never expected that the battle situation would turn around in an instant. It was originally arranged by himself as a help. The 5,000 soldiers now have their guns pointed at themselves. They need to fight the enemy head-on and worry about the bullets flying around them. Not only Chang Jianyi was stunned by the change in front of him, but the rest of the people did not expect such a change. Wang Aoi looked at Hu Zuli who was beside him, and couldn't help asking, "Can't you also use hypnotic waves? Hurry up and fight against the other party." Hu Zuli said in embarrassment, "My radio wave radiation range is not so large, and it can only affect enemies in one direction. The effect is to make people fall asleep, which is not as good as the guy on the opposite side." Hu Zuli knew Chu Liang's power best. The coverage of the opponent's radio waves was too large, and the psychological suggestion was particularly powerful. "I am afraid that she is not an opponent. She should choose to retreat now. Hypnotize as much as you can. First let the soldiers on the wall behind fall asleep. I don't want to be blacked out." Wang Aoi said quickly. Hu Zuli also quickly followed suit, hypnotizing all the soldiers on the wall behind her to sleep. The terrain of Fengshan Palace is very simple, surrounded by thick walls, and there are many buildings in the middle, but now, the main hall has fallen, and the surrounding soldiers can quickly aim at the central battlefield and hypnotize the soldiers in one direction. But it still didn't help. Now, Chang Jianyi, I will give you a choice, that is to crawl under my feet, and I will spare you. I will return your brother to you, and I will return your son to you, but from now on, yes how, I will it's the boss. Su Liang said arrogantly at this moment. Su Liang has already felt the pleasure of conquering others. With absolute power in his hand, he can easily destroy the enemy, and the enemy can only succumb to his feet. Moreover, the opposite is a beautiful woman with a good figure and appearance. Being able to conquer her is the real joy. When Chang Jianyi heard this, her face turned red immediately. She never expected that she would be so humiliated at this time. If she really knelt in front of the enemy, she would really be humiliated to the end. However, at this moment, there was a loud boom from the city wall in the distance, as if a cannon had been fired. Su Liang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, and looked down. His right arm had been severed at the root, and blood was spraying come out in just a split second. There was another figure in the field. This person was wearing a cloak and a mask on his face. In his hand, he was holding Chang Haoji, who was bluish-faced, with his left hand, and a pitch-black handle in his right hand. The long sword, as for Su Liang's arm, had already fallen to the ground. Everyone didn't see clearly how this person appeared. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, this guy appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, Chang Jianyi thought of something, and his face suddenly became ugly. The speed exceeds the speed of sound. No one can see the trace clearly. Could this be? At this time, Chang Jianyi also looked at the people in the arena in shock. The figure of this person was so familiar, and the unruly appearance standing in the arena was so much like him. The man in the cloak threw Chang Haoji over first. Xiao Fuli quickly hugged him, and then he took off his mask, revealing his true face. It was Shen Feng. Sister, I'm back. Shen Feng said with a smile once. Shen Feng thought that he had gone through storms at sea and encountered various dangers on land, and returned to his loved one after a narrow escape. He must have a heart full of thoughts that he wanted to confide in, but at this moment, all kinds of thoughts in Shen Feng's heart said not coming out, finally turned into a sentence. I'm back. When Chang Jianyi saw that the person she had been thinking about day and night really appeared in front of her, she couldn't stop her excitement immediately, and rushed forward to hug Shen Feng, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. You finally came back. For more than a month, Chang Jianyi never heard any information about Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, and really thought that the two had died in a typhoon at sea, and the bodies found by the sea also fell into the Yangtze River. She couldn't find it anymore, and she had to think about the worst. Shen Feng might be dead, but at this moment, the person she had been thinking about day and night finally appeared in front of her eyes. How could this make her not excited? So Chang Jianyi immediately rushed up to hug Shen Feng. Chu Qiao and also doubted her own eyes, couldn't help but stepped forward and asked, "Are you really Shen Feng? Are you pretending?" Shen Feng smiled and said, "I'm really back. I tried not to reveal my tracks during this time, just to give you a surprise. Then, do you still remember what I said before you left?" Chu Qiaoyan asked directly. This is a proposition. How could Shen Feng still remember what he said half a year ago? At that moment, Shen Feng fell silent, not knowing how to answer, and said in his heart, "Damn, how do I answer this? Who remembers what I said half a year ago?" As a result, at this moment, Su Liang howled in pain, knelt on the ground and picked up his right arm. He never expected that he would be attacked at this moment. Su Liang couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted at Chu Liang, who was on the side, hurry up, kill these bastards." Chu Liang was also stunned the moment he saw Shen Feng appear, but now that he was awakened by Su Liang's screams, he remembered, couldn't he hypnotize ordinary people? Aren't the 5,000 soldiers nearby all armed with their own weapons? Even Feng Shen, even the rumored powerful supernatural being, certainly couldn't survive the attack of 5,000 soldiers. All soldiers, aim at Shen Feng's group and prepare to shoot. Chu Liang shouted in an instant. The surrounding muzzles were aimed at Shen Feng, ready to fight at any time. Moreover, there were more than a dozen howitzers on the city wall. Once fired, everyone in the field would be covered by shells. Zio, you, let's do it. But Shen Feng shouted loudly at this moment, directly reminding Yu Henggai, who was hiding in the dark. Yu Henggai didn't answer, but suddenly a light yellow mist floated out from the city wall. Shen Feng instantly cast Eyes of the Hurricane, and a whirlwind appeared, rolling up countless light yellow mist in Fengshan Palace. Under Shen Feng's control next, the mist swept over the entire city wall, and then, These hypnotized soldiers inhaled the pollen, and immediately fell to the ground and fell asleep. The so-called hypnosis is actually to control the other party's consciousness, and after hypnosis, it can also easily control other people's actions. Hu Zuli's ability is to directly put the enemy to sleep, while Chu Liang's ability is aimed at ordinary people. Simple control action, even an attack can be done. However, when countless hypnotic pollen was inhaled by ordinary people, these soldiers immediately fell into deep sleep, which was due to the powerful sedative effect of pollen. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi came late just to get enough hypnotic pollen. Originally, they were planning to use it to catch the supernatural beings by surprise, but after discovering that the soldiers on the city wall were controlled, they could only use the pollen on them. But in an instant, the soldiers on the city wall fell asleep one after another, and the light yellow mist was still gathering towards the central area, and it was about to attack many supernatural beings. Shen Feng quickly said to the group of people in front of him, "Cover your mouth and nose quickly, so as not to be hypnotized." When everyone saw Shen Feng appearing, before they could say a few words, they could only cover their mouths and noses, for fear of accidentally inhaling pollen. Yu Hengyi stood on the city wall with 4 large barrels beside him. This was the pollen he and Shen Feng collected in the juniper forest. It would be really exhausting to bring hundreds of caddies of pollen out from the mountain sitting on the wall. Yu Hengyi murmured, "Oh, my family is reunited, but I haven't seen my family yet." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587. Shen Feng used supernatural powers to control the pollen to float towards the enemy. The strong wind swept the pollen, and the originally invisible airflow became clear. After all, the wind was mixed with countless small pollen, which made the strong wind also stained. Pale yellowish when Zhang Ke saw this scene, a fireball appeared in his hand, and said, "Don't be afraid, brothers, I will burn these fire powder right away." "Don't talk nonsense, so much pollen is floating in the air. Once ignited, there will be a dust explosion." Yu Hengyi was seriously injured by the flames. "Do you want to be killed?" When the combustible dust increases to a certain level, as long as there is a little flame, it will directly cause an explosion. As soon as Zhang Ke heard this, he quickly extinguished the fireball in his hand, and then asked, "Then what should I do, Su?" Liang gritted her teeth and said, "Let me come and stand by my side, Su." Liang lost an arm, and he was also very angry at this time, because he knew that if he didn't receive treatment in time, he would become disabled, but now that the battle is restarting, there is no chance to connect his arm. Growing hands is not that easy. The mighty mist approached the group of people from the Xianlong Bureau. Su Liang didn't hide it, and directly cast a special ability, oxidation. From the performance point of view, almost everyone thinks that Su Liang's supernatural ability is to make people age, and ordinary supernatural beings can't resist it. After all, only Shi Weishan, who can suck blood, can barely hold on. But now at this time, Su Liang has completely exposed his ability, which is oxidation. Previously, Su Liang had always made the enemy grow old. In fact, this was just the effect of oxidation. Why humans age is related to genes and oxidation. There are free radicals in the human body, and these free radicals have oxidation is very harmful to the human body. The more free radicals, the stronger the oxidation. Therefore, the level of human cell apoptosis is also constantly increasing. In the end, human beings die of oxygen in a natural state. The nature of pollen is also organic matter, and it can also be oxidized, but the rate of oxidation is very slow. Now that Su Liang is using a supernatural power, the rate of oxidation of pollen also increases instantly. In just a few seconds, the color of pollen changes. It changed from light yellow to white, and the pollen completely lost its activity. After being inhaled, although it caused the supernatural person to sneeze, the hypnotic effect was gone. Shen Feng is trying to control the airflow away from his camp to protect his own people from getting hurt, and this behavior is also very successful. Seeing that the pollen hadn't fallen, Chu Chaoyan rushed up, hugged Shen Feng as well, and said, "Shen Feng, you are nothing. When you come back, you will only call me senior, not me." Shen Feng didn't expect to be hugged tightly by his 2 wives at this time. As if he was afraid of running away, he quickly said, "Stop, stop, this is on the battlefield, don't be so explicit." If people see it, how much is it? I'm sorry, but... Chu Chaoyan said seriously, no, you don't even know how much we miss you, so let go now, I'm too reluctant. Shen Feng smiled at Wang Aoi and Li Xiankang who were in the distance, and said, women, that's how it is. After a while, you get tired of it, don't you think so, Wang? Aoi heard what Shen Feng said, but couldn't help shaking his head, and replied, you are not righteous, you robbed me of several hundred caddies of sago in the Philippines, and you have not shown up for more than a month. I thought something happened at sea. Don't mention it. Xiao and I were attacked by 13 bastards at sea and almost died at sea. After recuperating for more than a month, we came back quietly for fear of being ambushed. Wang Aoi, thank you for notifying me in time. Yazhao. Shen Feng said helplessly. Chang Haoji also regained his breath at this time, seeing that his brother-in-law really appeared in front of him, and he could control the situation with a wave of his hand. He was immediately excited, with tears in his eyes, and said, brother-in-law, Xiaolong and Xiao who have been stolen. Shen Feng quickly said, don't worry, the two children have been rescued by me and Xiao, and the guy who abducted the children was also killed on the spot. Next, we can let go and fight. At this time, Chang Jianyi finally had enough crying, slowly let go of her hand, looked at Shen Feng and asked, did you come here a long time ago? I saw strange footprints at the exit of the tunnel. Did you stay here? Did Sister Du open the channel for you? Shen Feng nodded and replied, that's right. Boom. Chang Jianyi thumped Shen Feng's chest hard, and then asked, then why didn't you tell you? And why didn't Sister Du tell you? You haven't shown up these days. What on earth are you doing? What do you think? Yes, what do you think? Chu Qiaoan also thought of this serious question, and she came back early tomorrow, but she never showed up. This is simply treating herself as an outsider and asking. Shen Feng shrugged helplessly, and replied, this matter will not be clear for a while. Anyway, it is still on the battlefield. First deal with the enemy, and then I will explain slowly. Afterwards, Shen Feng looked at a group of people covered in white powder in the distance. It seemed that this group of people were fine and were still discussing something. Hey, you guys are a bunch of bullies and cowards, and they are doing despicable things under the banner of justice. When I was not at home, you bullied my wife and children. If I didn't come back by chance, this matter would still have happened. It really made you succeed. Let me tell you, today, you don't want to leave. Shen Feng's eyeballs turned red, which is a manifestation of his bloodthirsty. At the beginning, he activated his supernatural ability by accident, but also done in the state. Su Liwang's shoulder was still bleeding continuously, his severed arm was already covered in pollen, and his face also turned pale, so he whispered to the people around him, who'll stop the bleeding? I'm about to die. The human body actually has its own blood clotting mechanism. When a human bleeds, the plasminogen activator in the body will be awakened. After a series of chemical reactions, a thrombus will eventually form in the wound to prevent blood from flowing out. However, no matter how strong the thrombus is, it is impossible to block the arteries and veins on the arm. When the arm is severed, if you want to stop the bleeding, you can only use physical methods. Fortunately, among the supernatural beings brought by Su Liwang, there really was such a person. Ningren stepped out at this time and said, Vice Captain, I can freeze your wounds and broken arms. It can also stop the bleeding, but the pain is not good, and your right shoulder will be cold. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, I'm about to lose too much blood and die. Su Liwang said loudly. Ningren didn't hesitate anymore. He squatted down and cast the supernatural ability, which directly froze Su Liwang's shoulder, and a big ice lump directly solidified on Su Liwang's shoulder. This process was very fast, and Su Liwang was really here. The process was extremely painful, and there is no such painful time in the world. Hiss. Su Liwang gasped. When the wound was frozen, his entire shoulder seemed to have lost all feeling. On the right shoulder, the blood had stopped flowing. Perhaps, even the blood was gone. It has been frozen into ice cubes. Next, Ningren squatted down and continued to use his abilities to free Su Liwang's right arm. In fact, under modern medical conditions, even if his legs were cut off, he could only free Su Liwang's right arm within 12 hours. Taking the broken leg to the hospital, there is a chance to connect it, and Su Liwang is still fantasizing about being able to connect his right arm. On Su Liwang's side, 3 supernatural beings have been killed. There were originally 22 people, but now there are 19 left, and Kong Jiali has already broken an arm. Obviously, his fighting power has also been greatly weakened. However, the number of people did not decrease at all. On the contrary, two new forces, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, were added, especially Shen Feng, who is already a 6th level ability user. Feng's strength has crushed ordinary people at that moment. Shen Feng led his people towards the group of Xianlong Bureau, and asked as he approached, "Are you ready to die, Su?" Liang stood up slowly at this time, walked to the front, and said to Shen Feng, "Shen Feng, you are lucky this time. There are so many of you. We admit defeat, nothing to say, we will leave immediately. Shen Shui, let's meet again, let's talk about it next time we meet." "What the hell are you farting?" Shen Feng was unhappy when he heard this, so he asked directly, "Do you think it's a land grab between gangs? You can meet again in mountains and rivers. Mountains are mountains, water is water. Mount Tai and Mount Tai, the Yangtze River, will never meet again. Let me tell you, today you are doomed, Su." Liang wanted to admit it, as long as he admits his mistake, then apologizes and leaves. Judging from the current situation, the opponent is still relatively strong. Something happened. Su Liang's face suddenly became ugly, and he asked, "Are you really so heartless? Don't give any face. Let me tell you, we are affiliated to the headquarters. If you kill us, it is equivalent to declaring war with the headquarters. Ha ha. Now that I know that the headquarters is used to suppress people, won't I be offended if I let you go? I killed one, Xiao killed one, and the others killed 3. Killing 5 is also killing 24 is killing, no difference." Shen Feng said arrogantly, "This is different." Su Liang hurriedly defended herself, saying, "We didn't know that you were still alive before. This was a misunderstanding. Although there were personnel losses, it didn't hurt the foundation of the Xianlong Bureau, everyone. Big things turned into small things, and then I went back to Yanjing and issued an apology statement, and nothing happened. Everyone sat down and remained good friends. The so-called many friends have many paths, and many enemies have many walls, right?" Seeing that Su Liang was still dreaming at this time, Shen Feng's face turned cold instantly, and he said immediately, "You high-ranking people are really amazing. After doing something that hurt others, a misunderstanding can be resolved, and an apology statement. It turns out that an apology is so powerful, I never thought of it. But I want to say no. You have touched my bottom line, and my bottom line is, don't hurt my family." Under the fury, Shen Feng cast Wind of Fury. This time, Shen Feng showed no mercy, and 10,000 wind blades appeared in the air, which is the limit he can control at present. Next, the wind blades directed at the opposite Xianlong Bureau members flew out. "Let's all stay alive," Shen Feng shouted, and took the lead to rush forward. The rest of the people were also very excited when they saw Shen Feng taking the lead, and then rushed out. Su Liang couldn't figure it out. Things that could be resolved after everyone sat down and talked about it, but now the troubles are getting worse, and he can only curse in his heart. They're all mudlegs, they're all a bunch of bastards, even they don't know how to make peace, and they don't even know the principle that harmony makes money. They only know how to fight and kill, and only know one way to go to the dark. Su Liang, who grew up in a big family, felt annoyed when she found out that the reasoning didn't make any sense. Obviously, no matter what she said before, the problem could be solved, but now, the reasoning is no matter what. It doesn't make sense. Things that are mutually beneficial, the other party doesn't choose, but chooses to do something that hurts both sides. But in fact, Su Liang doesn't understand reason. What he calls reason is just self-righteous. He thinks the reason in the whole world is that whoever has power can dominate others, so no matter what he does, he is occupying the truth. But there is only one truth in the world, that is, you have a life, and I have a life. If you think your life is more valuable than mine, then just watch and see whose life disappears first. Chapter 588, The Tree Falls and the Hazenskateers. As far as Su Liang was concerned, he just felt that his side was relatively weak, so all he needed was an apology, and there was nothing we couldn't talk about. However, in Shen Feng's view, what Su Liang did during this period has already touched his bottom line. First of all, he stole a child. This kind of behavior, no matter what dynasty he was in, would be punished. The human traffickers have to be dealt with in a timely manner, and the second is to forcefully prepare to marry a married woman. What they do is to go out of business. First of all, they get married, and after they get married, they kill everyone who is an eyesore. In the end, the property is concentrated on themselves. In his hands, such a method is simply outraged by both humans and gods. If these things happened to others, Shen Feng would still feel that it didn't matter. At most, he just spurned the other person's behavior, but now, these things happened to him, and he couldn't stand it any longer. Su Lirang also knew at this time that once caught, he would surely die. Instead of being caught without a fight, it would be better to fight one last time. If he could get away, he would definitely come back with revenge. Come on, brothers, our main force is still there, we will surely win. Su Lirang shouted to the people behind him. After hearing this, everyone in the Xianlong Bureau also knew that things could not go well today, so they rushed to Shen Feng one after another. It just so happened that the invisible wind blade fell from the sky at this time, and the torrent formed by the wind blade also drowned the group of people who rushed forward at this time. The battlefield was immediately splashed with blood, and the ground was immediately stained red with blood. All the supernatural beings found out that suddenly there were some large and small wounds on their bodies. At this time, the importance of defensive power became apparent. There are material-type supernatural beings who cover themselves with a protective cover. Some of these people also manipulate metal, and some manipulate rocks and clods. After forming armor on their bodies, they successfully resisted the wind blade, but 10 of them, a few people, were directly killed by the wind blade. It is impossible for a flesh and blood body to compare with a sharp wind blade, so as long as they are hit by the wind blade, they will be bruised. Chang Jianyi saw the current scene. The invisible wind blade kept falling from the sky, immediately turned around and left, and at the same time called his companions, "Run, we can't stop the wind blade." Chang Jianyi's right arm was hanging limply in front of his chest. He, who had always been proud and arrogant, had lost the desire to continue fighting, because he knew that the current situation could no longer be changed by himself. Might as well run fast. Tens of thousands of wind blades fell from the sky, directly covering a group of supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau. Immediately, the group of people had no choice but to run for their lives, and they had to be on guard against the wind blades falling from the sky at any time, especially in the dark night. It is difficult to distinguish clearly. Now that he has encountered an invisible attack, if he does not run for his life, he will only be killed. Everyone fled in all directions, but 4 corpses had been left on the ground. These 4 supernatural beings were all penetrated by the wind blade, and Chu Liang happened to be among them. As soon as Chu Liang died, many people got rid of the control of the hypnotic radio waves, but the soldiers on the city wall inhaled the pollen and fell asleep. Now even if the radio waves disappeared, they did not wake up. Instead, they were in Fengshan Palace at this time. A group of people woke up seeing Shen Feng appearing here. Li Zhengli hurried forward and said respectfully, "City Master, you are finally here. Bangxin and I have always followed your orders, and we have never told you where you are. Who is she?" Seeing a strange woman coming to have a relationship with Shen Feng, Chu Chaoyan immediately became unhappy. Shen Feng said hastily, "Let's fight now, and the matter will be explained later. If these supernatural beings are allowed to escape, it will be really bad." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng looked at the supernatural beings around, and said, "Brother Wang, Brother Li, Mu Ying, please help me kill these bastards. Don't show mercy, there will be rewards in the future." Both Wang Aoi and Li Xiankang nodded, led their men and chased after the fleeing members of the Xianlong Bureau. Shen Feng also chose a target and rushed out. Yu Hengyi stood on the city wall and reported the location. They ran away separately. Divide into 3 directions, guard the city gate, be careful of these people walking out of the city gate. Seeing the earth-shaking changes in the situation in just a few minutes, Chang Jianyi felt mixed feelings in her heart. She and Chu Qiaoan single-handed combat power is not good enough, so now they have to stay where they are and prepare to clean up the mess. Deputy City Lord, was the City Lord here just now? Josiah Oxio also woke up at this time and asked hastily. Chang Jianyi nodded and said, that's right, Shen Feng has returned, and yes, Hao is safe, but some people will be busy in the coming time." While talking, Chang Jianyi looked at a group of people who were still in a coma in the distance. Josiah Oxio suddenly understood, and hurriedly greeted the people who woke up, and shouted, "Everyone, let's go together, arrest those traitors before these people must know the canonical punishment." Now, the situation on the battlefield has become clear, and the City Lord has already appeared. Next, his side will surely win. That being the case, the guy who betrayed Yazhao before is a complete traitor. For these people, it is impossible to easily let them go. Yes, catch them and burn them to death, destroy all traitors and arrest their families. While beckoning for friends, The crowd rushed forward and tied up a group of people who were standing behind Su Liang before. They were going to be locked up in prison first, and they would be sentenced directly after the trial. However, Su Liang's side is divided into 3 paths, and many of them are injured. Their bodies have been severely cut by the wind blade, and their will to fight has weakened, and now they can only find a way to escape from Fengshan Palace. Today, the city wall more than 10 meters high has become a roadblock. Meng Wuchang rushed to the base of the wall with a group of people. Looking at the towering city wall, he stomped his foot on the ground, and the vibration started immediately. A huge hole opened in the ground, and the city wall stood on the ground. For support now, the ground is cracked, and the city wall is also cracked. Brother, Meng is really powerful. Such a big city wall can make a gap. Immediately, someone next to him began to flatter him, thinking that Meng Wuchang's supernatural ability is really too strong. Meng Wuchang quickly said, "Stop talking nonsense. Those guys are about to catch up. Let's run now." If it was normal, Meng Wuchang would be humble when he heard the people around him praise him, but his heart was already full of laughter. But at this time, Meng Wuchang had no idea of being happy at all, because he doubted, "I can't run out by myself. Leaving Fengshan Palace is easy, but what about Yazhou? The area of Yazhou is really too big, and the streets are full of surveillance cameras, and it is impossible to hide. Moreover, Shen Feng has the world's fastest speed. As long as he wants to, his speed can exceed the speed of sound, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Speed up." Meng Wuchang led a group of 5 people quickly through the cracks in the city wall and walked out. Fortunately, this is only the city wall of Fengshan Palace, which can be torn easily, but it is basically impossible to tear the city wall of Yazhou. That's right, the city wall of Yazhou is newly built, but various modern engineering technologies have been used, and the steel content is sufficient. If he wants to tear the city wall of Yazhou, he can't do it at all. If only I had the strength of Andorf. If I directly caused an earthquake here, the whole Yazhou would be in chaos, and I would have a chance to escape. Meng Wuchang thought silently in his heart. Meng Wuchang's ability is also a vibration, which can also cause earthquakes, but the scale is far inferior to that of Andorf in Europe. He can only make a few holes in the ground at most, and the range is not very large. If it can vibrate in an area of several kilometers at every turn, it will really attract everyone's attention no matter where it goes. However, at this moment, a voice came from above everyone's head, "Surrender to death." Everyone sensed that something was wrong, and thought it would be a while before the enemy would catch up, but at this moment, there was a sound above their heads. It was obvious that this was the enemy coming. Looking up, Yu Hengai slammed down the Kanglong mace in his hand. Meng Wuchang dodged quickly, but Ning Rintu, who was behind him, was hit. The Kanglong mace hit Ning Rintu's shoulder. The shoulder blade split open, and half of the body lost consciousness. At that time the other 4 retreated in a hurry. The disaster was imminent. Who can take care of their companions? Right now they can only walk one by one. If they continue to dawdle, the whole army will be wiped out. Yu Hengai had been observing the situation on the city wall before, and thought that the ideal escape route for these people was the city gate. After all, the city gate is spacious and there are no people guarding it now, but the city wall was directly torn, which shocked Yu Hengai. Stuck. Can there be such a powerful ability in the world? However, this gave Yu Hengai the opportunity to descend from the sky. Yu Hengai rushed to the top of the crack, descended from the sky, and attacked directly. There is an old saying, condescending, the momentum is like a broken bamboo. At present, Yu Hengai's move directly disabled a supernatural user who used ice cubes. Ning Rintu didn't want to admit defeat. Although half of his body was already immobile, he could still use supernatural powers, as long as he could think and his brain was not blocked. Destruction, the ability can be used. Bury it with me. Ning Rintu was ruthless. The ground around him froze instantly, and Yu Hengai's feet were quickly frozen. Yu Hengai didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. The enemy can fight back before dying. Then, Yu Hengai pulled out a Kanglong mace with a backhand. Click. Ning Rintu's neck was broken on the spot, his head twisted, and he fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. HMPH, fighting with me is still a little too tender. Yu Hengai said with a sneer. Next, Yu Hengai wanted to smash the ice on his leg, but at this time Yu Ying rushed over, seeing Yu Hengai's movement, and quickly stopped him. Don't think about it. Now the blood and tissue fluid in your thigh are all frozen, and the ice is almost melted into one piece. If you smash the ice, be careful that your thigh will also be broken. Yu Ying is a supernatural user who specializes in using ice. She knows this attack method best. If someone who doesn't know this is hit and a certain part of the body is frozen, just smash the ice hard. That would cause irreversible damage. Then, what should we do? Yu Henggai asked hastily. Mu Ying said, "It's okay, I will remove these ice cubes for you, but some minor damage is inevitable. You have to bear it, okay? Hurry up, I can't feel my legs, it's so cold." Yu Henggai said hastily. Next, Mu Ying directly used her supernatural ability. First let all the ice bumps on Yu Henggai's legs melt away, and then let the frozen blood and tissue fluid in Yu Henggai's legs return to normal. However, ice cubes will expand, so, the ice cube had already pierced the capillaries and some cells before. When the ice cube melted, the blood in Yu Henggai's legs began to ooze. "I can't see it, you still have the potential of a bloody horse," Mu Ying said jokingly. Yu Henggai looked at the injuries of his legs, so he had no choice but to lean against the base of the wall, and said, "I'm too lazy to talk to you, go and chase those supernatural beings, I'll lean here to rest." At this time, Yu Henggai was hurt by his own pride, and his legs were injured. If Mu Ying hadn't appeared in time, he would have broken his legs at this time, but even if he got the treatment, he couldn't move around for the time being. "Don't worry, I understand this matter, and it's not the first time to kill a supernatural being," Mu Ying replied lightly. After finishing speaking, Mu Ying chased out with his sisters behind her. Chapter 589. In order to escape for his life, Su Liang didn't care about anything else and rushed forward with 4 teammates around him. When he reached the bottom of the wall, he directly ordered, "Hurry up and make stairs." Zhu Jianwen, who was following Su Liang, quickly stood up, put his hands on the city wall, and steps grew on the city wall, and the 5 of them hurriedly walked out along the stairs, preparing to escape outside. At this time, "Want to leave? Have you asked me?" Suddenly, a gust of sand flew out, hitting the back of a supernatural being, and the sharp sand blade directly penetrated his back, cutting off even the spine. The sharpness is no less than that of a magic weapon. Su Liang looked back, but found that it was Wang Aoi who was chasing him, and couldn't help but cursed, "You are despicable and shameless. You actually sneaked up and plotted against me. Those who are capable stand up and fight with real swords and guns." Unexpectedly, Wang Aoi nodded seriously, and said to Su Liang, "No problem, if you want to fight with real swords and guns, I will give you this chance. Let's go together. I'll take a look. How much do the 4 of you weigh?" Wang Aoi was very afraid of Su Liang's ability before, and felt that this guy's ability was particularly tricky and difficult to deal with, but now he knows that Su Liang's ability is nothing more than oxidation, which speeds up the oxidation rate in other people's bodies. As a result, the opponent is aging and looks very powerful, but there is a shortcoming that he can see, that is, the distance is too short. Wang Aoi observed that Su Liang's ability can only affect people or things within 10 meters around him. As long as the distance is farther, Su Liang will be helpless at all. Therefore, Wang Aoi is also sure, as long as he controls both sides, he is sure to kill the 4 people on the opposite side. Su Liang didn't answer. He turned around and left with the 3 people around him, without any regrets. He knew that now that the secret of his supernatural ability had been discovered, continuing to fight would not be able to win by surprise. Don't look at the people on his side. There are many, but they may not be able to compare with Wang Aoi's combat effectiveness. Shi Wuxian and Hu Zuli followed immediately, caught up with Wang Aoi, and asked, "Where did the enemy go?" Wang Aoi replied, "Run away. Let's continue to chase, but be careful of the sneak attacks of these people, Hu Zuli, and be ready to hypnotize the enemy at any time." Hu Zuli nodded in agreement, and the 3 rushed out immediately. As for the supernatural being killed in the city, no one cares about it for the time being. Li Ziankang also gained something here. He chased Zhang Ke and ran away. There was Kong Jiali beside Zhang Ke. Behind these 2 people followed the other 3. Li Ziankang had seen the battle between Kong Jiali and Guo Pinming, so he knew that he could not fight Kong Jiali fighting at close range, otherwise, I am afraid that I will be burned in an instant. Both Yang Chang and Guo Pinming have received similar attacks before. Li Ziankang no longer used the method of melee combat to pursue, but kept firing flying needles, and the flying needles made of carbon fibers were shot out directly. If he didn't dodge, he would be hit on the spot, but once he dodged, then they would definitely be entangled. Li Ziankang's move made Kong Jiali and Zhang Ke flee in embarrassment, for fear of being caught up. A group of people came under the city wall during the battle. Chang Jianyi put his left hand under the city wall and instantly cast a supernatural power. A large amount of heat energy was injected into the city wall. Immediately, the city wall made of blue stone immediately turned into magma. The steel bars were also melted into molten iron, and a 2-meter diameter passage appeared in front of everyone. "You can go," Chang Jianyi said quickly. Hearing what he said, several people around looked at him strangely, and asked, "Walk on the magma? Try walking first." There is indeed a passage under the city wall, but it is surrounded by crimson magma. If you step on it, you will be roasted on the spot. "Who can leave from here?" Chang Jianyi looked around and asked, "Did you see Ningren too? I remember he can be frozen. Let him cool it down." "He didn't go all the way with us. Let's forget it. The enemy will catch up immediately. Hurry up and find a way to go." Chen Si said hastily. Zhang Ke looked around anxiously. Li Xiankang was still chasing him in the distance. If he caught up with him, he would have to be served by Fei Zhen again. By the way, you can see that there are many soldiers who inhaled pollen around. Wouldn't it be good to throw them on top of the magma as stepping stones? Zhang Ke finally thought of a good way when he saw the soldiers who were sleeping inhaled pollen. The passage is full of magma, so just look for stepping stones. After being hypnotized by the pollen, the soldiers on the city wall were stumbling around one by one. In addition, Meng Wucheng had just cracked the city wall, and many people fell from the city wall. For these strong soldiers, the height of a 3-story building, although he broke his leg, he did not die. After Zhang Ke made this suggestion, everyone immediately echoed it. This is indeed a good idea. With the stepping stones, they can leave easily. 5 people each grabbed a sleeping soldier, threw them into the magma, stepped on them, and walked away. The magma did not continue to be heated, and it had cooled down a bit, but the temperature was still over 3,000 degrees. The soldier was thrown. After going up, I suddenly felt severe pain all over my body, and I woke up from my sleep after struggling. But after they woke up, they found that they were actually in the magma. The flesh on their bodies had been roasted, their bodies were in severe pain, and someone was stepping on their backs to move forward, and immediately let out a tragic howl, and the howling sound continued to decrease. In the end, the 5 supernatural beings stepped on the soldiers' backs and left Fengshan Palace. Li Xiankang stepped forward, saw the scene in the big hole in the city wall, couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, and said, "Using human life as a stepping stone is really a crime." Zhang Ke and Chang Jianyi led the people away from Fengshan Palace. When they were happy, Shen Feng's angry voice came from above their heads. "You bastards, you actually tortured and killed my people, go to hell." It's not that Shen Feng can't accept the death of his soldiers. What he can't accept is that someone has such a cruel murderer. He was a step late just now, and watched 5 good boys being thrown into the magma as a stepping stone. So, at this time Shen Feng was about to make a move. Zhang Ke's expression changed, and he shouted, "Separate and run." The 5 people were divided into 5 directions, and started to move towards different places. When they fled, they were in a panic, and they could no longer see the unrestrained and easy look before. However, Shen Feng has already kept a close eye on Zhang Ke. He knows that this plan was proposed by Zhang Ke. This is the culprit and he must die. Then Shen Feng rushed up directly. Without saying a word, he started to attack directly, and in an instant, his speed surpassed Zhang Ke. Zhang Ke didn't want to die, so he cast a supernatural power in a hurry. A fireball directly directed at Shen Feng flying out. Shen Feng flickered and performed accompanying the wind to dodge the fireball. PFFT. Shen Feng pierced Zhang Ke with a sword, and Zhang Ke's eyes flashed unwillingness, and suddenly grabbed Shen Feng's right hand, and the flames ignited on his body, as if he wanted to die with Shen Feng. Shen Feng retreated quickly, and 2 wind blades fell from the sky, cutting off Zhang Ke's arms, so that Zhang Ke could no longer restrain himself, and then kicked Zhang Ke to the ground. Seeing that Zhang Ke's body was constantly burning, this person was already dead, and the smell of meat wafted out. Shen Feng frowned, and cast Strong Fang Mighty. The strong wind swept in, extinguishing the flames on Zhang Ke's body. Anyway, it's also a supernatural potion. It would be a pity if it was burned. Shen Feng muttered softly at this moment. Of course Shen Feng doesn't care if Zhang Ke will be burned to ashes. For such a heinous guy, it's best to be burned to ashes and blown along the wind. It could be a good thing, but it would be a pity if it was burned at this time. Although no less than 10 enemies were killed in the Fengshan Palace, more than half of the supernatural beings escaped from the Fengshan Palace, and Shen Feng had a bad feeling. Don't make any big trouble here. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart, only the supernatural beings can deal with them. But now a dozen or so people with supernatural powers have fled to the city. Shen Feng can only let the soldiers on the city wall hurry up to patrol, and can't let any enemy go, and the residents in the city can only beg them for their own blessings, don't encounter supernatural beings. Shen Feng turned around and chased in other directions. Feeling that the cloak on his body was getting in the way, he untied the cloak and threw it on the ground. In order to avoid further casualties, Shen Feng could only try to kill the escaping abilities. If it becomes a disaster, it will be really troublesome, and the group of supernatural beings who escaped have already moved their minds. It is already late at night at this time. Yazhao has recently started a curfew again. People are not allowed to go out at night. If you run away, that's the lice on the monk's head, it's obvious. Therefore, if you want to escape successfully, you must make Yazhao into chaos. Only when Yazhao is in chaos, then they will have a chance to fish in troubled waters. As a result, those who escaped from Fengshan Palace started to act, and began to frantically destroy the city in order to create the conditions for escaping from Yazhao City. Meng Wucheng walked under a building, stepped on it without saying a word, and in an instant, the ground began to vibrate, and the building began to shake non-stop. Frightened, every household turned on the lights and began to flee for their lives outside. Many places in Sichuan province belong to the earthquake zone, but Yazhao has basically not suffered earthquakes before. After all, this is a mountain city and it is still on the edge of the Yangtze River, so the terrain is relatively stable. However, when the building started to shake at this time, the people in the whole building started to flee for their lives. Groups of people ran out of the building, shouting loudly as they ran, "There's an earthquake! There's an earthquake!" Meng Wucheng continued to use his abilities, making more people think it was an earthquake, and then ran around in the street. A curfew is a rule that can restrain ordinary people during normal times, but it is useless at critical moments, because in the face of natural disasters, all living beings are equal, and it is impossible to ignore natural disasters. A group of people on the street started to run, which immediately led others to run. Panic will spread. After all, 3 people become tigers. When one is alone, one can maintain a little rationality, but when a group of people are spreading one thing, causing the panic effect can become very serious. More and more people ran to the street, and many old people and children trampled on each other, causing a lot of damage. In order to escape for his life, Chang Jianyi couldn't care about other things at this time. He immediately cast his supernatural ability and melted the asphalt road, scalding many people. Walking on the asphalt road, his feet were covered with asphalt, and it was difficult to walk. And this phenomenon, the appearance, made people panic even more. Before that, Zhang Yang encountered panic in the whole city, but at that time Zhang Yang had Professor Chu in charge, and he was able to stabilize the people's hearts. Moreover, there were only more than 100,000 people in the city at that time, while Yazhao had a population of 1 million at that time. When it became chaotic, it became difficult to stop the riot. The situation in Yazhao City became chaotic. The streets were filled with crowds. It became difficult for Shen Feng to chase the enemy. "Damn bastard, don't you know how many casualties this will cause?" Shen Feng gritted his teeth in hatred for the enemy's actions. "I'm afraid, in the eyes of these people, civilians should be nothing, right?" Fortunately, at this time, Chang Haoji flew over from the sky. At this time, he was already a 3rd-level supernatural being, and he could carry more than 10 people on the cloud. When he saw Shen Feng, he quickly shouted, "Brother-in-law, come up, let's go. Let's find the enemy together." Shen Feng looked up and saw that there were Lucian and Cao Fuli on the clouds. He quickly jumped onto the clouds and asked, "What are you going to do?" Chapter 590 Unexpected Backstab. Shen Feng jumped onto the clouds and began to ask Lucian and Cao Fuli for their opinions. The current situation is already very difficult to deal with. If the rioters cannot be killed as soon as possible, Yazhao will suffer a lot of casualties. Shen Feng didn't want to see Yazhao become dilapidated. If Yazhao was full of mourners, it would be even more torture for him. Lucian quickly said, "There is an eldest sun flying in the sky. I use my ability to detect the enemy's movements. Under my ability, the enemy is absolutely invisible. We will find and kill these enemies one by one. They continue to be rampant." Hearing Lucian's suggestion, Shen Feng could only nod his head and said, "It seems that this is the only way to do it now. I hope everything goes well. These bastards are really damned. If they can't beat us, they will start killing civilians. Such people are considered. If you control Yazhao, you will not treat the people well, Lu." Xian's ability is heat induction, and the heat emitted by the supernatural person is different from that of ordinary people. The body temperature of the supernatural person will be better. Lu Xian only needs to distinguish these heat sources, and, within a kilometer within the range of his ability, it is relatively easy to find the enemy. Suddenly, Lu Xian pointed to a direction to the east and said, "There is a high energy reaction over there, and there are 3 supernatural beings over there. Let's go there quickly." Chang Jianyi was also unambiguous, and immediately drove towards the direction Lu Xian pointed, and soon came to the place Lu Xian said. Looking down, it was Mu Ying who led a sister and killed an enemy. The supernatural being was pierced through the throat by a bone spur, and died soon. The effect of your detection is very good, but there is one thing that is not good, that is, we can't distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. Here are our own people, and you let us come here too. Shen Feng said helplessly to Lu Xian. Lu Xian shrugged his shoulders and replied, "There is no other way. Why don't we take Mu Ying and go forward together to find other people? As long as it is our own, we will take it with us, and if we find the enemy, we will go down and fight. In this way, the speed will not be too high. Too slow, okay, just do this, throw down the rope and let these 2 people come up." Shen Feng said hastily. Chang Jianyi threw the rope down, and after explaining the situation, Mu Ying quickly took Luo Xiao beside him to the top of the clouds, and continued driving to the distance. Luo Xiao was the woman Mu Ying rescued from Linwu town. As for her powers, they were obtained from the enemy. These 2 are also the only 2 people with fighting abilities on Wangmen Mountain. Although Zhang Ziqing is a power user, he is not good at fighting, so he chose to stay on the hill. "Brother-in-law, long time no see, you are still so handsome." Seeing Shen Feng appearing in front of her eyes, Mu Ying couldn't help jokingly said. Shen Feng quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not your brother-in-law, I'm still fighting, let's concentrate on fighting." Originally, in order to disguise herself, Mu Ying used a hoarse voice to speak all the year round, but after revenge, Mu Ying chose to restore her original voice. If she could find a way to eliminate the scars on her face, she would be a great beauty, but no matter what she did said that the scars on the face were not removed, so it looked very ugly. Mu Ying smiled and said, "I thought you, a ladylike woman, have already succeeded after seeing my cousin. Why doesn't it seem to be the case, flying?" In the sky at this time, Mu Ying started to tease Shen Feng when she had nothing to do. The meaning inside and outside the words is very simple, that is, Shen Feng likes older people, but Shen Feng can't refute at this time. "I'm too lazy to talk to you. At this moment, let's fight seriously. When the battle is over, you should go back as soon as possible. Aren't you going to hide in the Dabi Mountains for the rest of your life? Then accomplish your goal well." Shen Feng turned his head away. I don't want to talk to Qi Sakura. In fact, this is Shen Feng's guilty conscience. If it was a few days ago, Shen Feng could definitely refute the other party with confidence, saying that she was talking nonsense and talking about nonsense, but now, Shen Feng really succeeded. So I felt guilty instead. At this moment, Lu Xian felt the super high thermal energy reaction in the distance, so he said quickly, "I found a guy releasing thermal energy, and there are helpers around him, let's go and have a look." As soon as these words came out, Shen Feng immediately gave instructions, "Hurry up, this bastard killed many of us, and the methods are extremely cruel." As long as he thinks of the soldiers who were burned alive in the magma before, Shen Feng feels a little uncomfortable in his heart. These are good men, who chose to serve as soldiers with a belief of saving the common people, but in the end they were killed by humans. They didn't die when they were zombies, nor did they die in the hands of mutant beasts. Looking at Shen Feng's gloomy face, Mu Ying couldn't help asking, "Is this guy very powerful?" "It's not great, but I just want to tear him into pieces," Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Mu Ying nodded thoughtfully, feeling Shen Feng's mood at this time. Yu Hengai leaned against the base of the wall and looked up at the stars in the sky. The stars in the apocalypse seemed brighter. Perhaps it was because the light source on the ground had decreased, so the starlight shone on the earth without hindrance. Looking at the starry sky, Yu Hengai was full of thoughts. After Shen Feng's crisis is resolved, the next step is my problem, but why did Qin Qiyi change his attitude so quickly? How can we investigate this? Yu Hengai couldn't figure it out, although it had already passed. It's been several days, but he still can't figure it out. When you look at the stars in the sky in the city, you can't always see them clearly. In fact, there are several layers of interference. The first is the smog. Many people are familiar with the fog. The clouds and smog will soon dissipate, but the smogwood is a suspended substance with relatively large particles, which is not easy to disperse, especially in large industrialized cities. The scenery in the distance cannot be seen very clearly when climbing a height. The reason is the existence of smog. In addition, in the big cities, the lights are bright, whether it is day or night. The light source is always sufficient, so that, with the interference of other light sources, looking at the stars is like a barrier. Finally, psychological effects. If you want to see the stars clearly in a big city, you need to have a very leisurely mood. The stars are always better than watching the stars in the village. The doomsday is here, and the industrialization of the world has been hit. The industrialization level of the formerly developed countries has also directly regressed. As a result, carbon emissions have decreased, and suspended particles in the air have also decreased. The air has become much cleaner, and you will not cough any time. When looking at the stars, they all appear brighter at this moment. Footsteps came from Yu Hengai's ear, which immediately startled him. He picked up the Kanglong mace beside him and asked loudly in the direction of the sound, "Who is it? Stand up." At this time, Yu Hengai's legs were injured. The arteries and veins were not damaged, but the muscles and capillaries of his legs were damaged. Now it is okay to stand up, but he can't do it when he runs. Therefore, Yu Hengai is very worried at this time. Sneak attack. Before entering the Fengshan Palace, Yu Hengai had already been told that he must not use supernatural powers casually, otherwise, with Yu Hengai's ability to discriminate between enemies and friends, he could directly limit the performance of his own people. But at critical moments, Yu Hengai definitely can't take care of these things. At most the scope of the gravitational field can be reduced. "Xiao, it's me, don't be nervous." A person came out from the gap in the darkness, and at a glance, he found that it was Shen Feng. He was still wearing a cloak, and his face was calm and breezy. "Look, scared. Me? I thought it was the enemy. Why are you back?" Yu Hengai finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the person who appeared was Shen Feng. As long as it was one of his own, he was worried that the enemy killed one back to the carbine. "In this case, it is really hard for me to deal with it," Shen Feng explained. "I came to find my senior sister and asked him to open the city gate of Yaoxiao. Now the city is in chaos. Keeping these enemies locked in the city will inevitably lead to greater disasters. It's better to let them escape and settle accounts slowly in the future. At this moment, you are showing kindness. I didn't expect you to worry about civilians," Yu Hengai muttered, not understanding Shen Feng's current decision. However, at this moment, Shen Feng's face suddenly changed, and he pointed to a dark corner in the distance and said, "Look, there are enemies over there." Yu Hengai hurriedly looked to the side, turning around, immediately exposed his back, and subconsciously, Yu Hengai believed that Shen Feng would not hurt him, so he didn't guard against this. The waist is cold, PFFT. A dagger was stabbed into Yu Hengai's back, and the angle of the knife was very tricky, directly stabbing Yu Hengai's kidney. The unforgettable pain that he will never forget. Yu Hengai encountered an attack from behind, and the pain in his body became more and more severe. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. "You are an enemy. Damn it, Yu." Hengai had heard before that some people could change their appearance at will, and they could also change the appearance of others. He never thought that he would encounter such an attack. Yu Hengai unleashed a 5-fold gravitational field, crushing the enemy behind him to the ground, immobilizing him, and then with a backhand, the heavy dragon's mace smashed down, directly shattering the man's skycap. Yu Hengai touched and felt a dagger at the back of his waist, but he didn't dare to pull it out. He was worried that pulling it out would cause heavy bleeding, but at this time his legs were also injured, and it was difficult to save himself for a while. When the critical moment came, Yu Hengai could only utter his last voice, "Help, help." Yu Hengai was very helpless at this time. He didn't expect to encounter a surprise attack by an unknown junior. He was a guy who he could kill easily, but now he was severely injured by him. Could it be that he was going to die in such a grievance? Thinking of this, Yu Hengai felt very uncomfortable. If only he could be more careful. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Yu's voice came from a distance. "Mr. Yu, I'm here. How are you, Lin?" Yu's ability is to manipulate sound waves. He can monitor them during normal times, and he can also use sound waves to attack at critical moments. It happened that when he passed by this area, he heard Yu Hengai's cry for help, and hurried over here. "I was attacked by a face-changing supernatural being. I was stabbed in the waist. Take me to the hospital." Yu Henggai said with difficulty. Lin Yu didn't do that. Instead, he took out the walkie-talkie from his body and started to contact Chang Jianyi, Deputy City Master. Mr. Yu is injured now. He was stabbed in the kidney. Should we send him to the hospital for treatment? There are 2 kidneys in the human body, and if these 2 kidneys are damaged, one can survive if one is removed, but many functions will be damaged, and sometimes even strenuous exercise cannot be done. Chang Jianyi was silent for a moment, then said, take him to the castle. I'll have someone prepare an evolutionary agent. Lin Yu quickly agreed, and then carefully carried Yu Henggai on his back, and headed towards the castle. The front hall had collapsed, and several wooden attics around it were also damaged. Therefore, the front half of Fengshan Palace was uninhabitable. There is no problem with the castle and the back garden. After passing through the promenade and path, Yu Henggai was finally brought into the castle. There are many female soldiers patrolling around the castle. They are all Chang Jianyi's personal guards, and they are all evolved. Chang Jianyi looked at Yu Henggai's pale face, and said hastily, Brother Yu, I'll send someone to send the evolutionary base later. You will start to evolve after eating it, and we will not treat you badly. Yu Henggai was very moved when he heard this, and quickly said, thank you, sister-in-law. In fact, at this time, Yu Henggai also thought of another way, that is to eat the seeds of centenarian orchid. At that time, the body's recovery ability will also be improved instantly, but eating it means that he will not be able to move for more than a month. Which he cannot accept. Chapter 591 One Wrong Step. Chang Jianyi gave an order, and the people under him immediately started to get busy. First of all, they contacted the people in the laboratory and asked them to prepare enough evolutionary agents, and then sent them to Fengshan Palace. The use of evolutionary agents requires the consent of Professor Niu. Yes, he is the dean. If he disagrees, no one can mobilize the evolutionary base without authorization. So, Professor Niu got up in the middle of the night, went to the laboratory, mobilized dozens of leaders of evolution agents, and sent them to Fengshan Palace. For the Yeshao laboratory, as long as there are enough corpses, it can continuously produce evolutionary genes. Whether it is the corpse of a zombie or a mutant beast, it can be used. Professor Niu heard the chaos in the city in the laboratory, and he couldn't help saying to himself, it's really troublesome, and disputes are inevitable in Yeshao. Professor Niu has lived in Yeshao for more than a year. During this period, he has always stayed in the city and never left the city, because he knows that he cannot stop the chaos in the apocalypse. Instead of facing the chaos, it is better to hide in the quiet life in the city. Sooner or later, the chaos in the world will end. However, Professor Niu did not expect that Yeshao, which has always been safe, is now in chaos. After the chaos tonight is over, many people may die, and those civilians who have nowhere to hide will become what kind? After the evolution agent was sent to the Fengshan Palace, Yu Henggai felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. The blood was still flowing, and the dagger was still stuck in the lower back. The pain also reminded Yu Henggai that if he didn't get treatment, he would be very dying soon. When the evolution base was brought to him, Yu Henggai also quickly grabbed a jelly and stuffed it into his mouth. While eating the evolution base, he said, the evolution base should not be made into jelly, and I have to peel it off one by one. It's really troublesome. Yu Henggai has begun to dislike the troublesome packaging of the evolutionary agent. Chang Jianyi can only explain, this is to prevent deterioration. Sealed and sterilized, it can be stored for 1 or 2 years, and it is no problem to transport. The dose has been calculated. An evolutionary jelly can turn a first-level evolutionary into a second-level evolutionary. Just dig a spoonful to create an evolutionary. If it is packed together, once it is polluted or deteriorated, the loss that's too much. The packaging of the evolution agent into jelly is not purely for camouflage, but the result of future calculations. Each evolutionary gene jelly is produced quantitatively, and the content is also certain. Even if it goes bad, it will not cause a lot of loss, and it is also very convenient to use. Yu Henggai didn't speak anymore. In order to evolve, he ate the evolutionary base one after another. Chang Jianyi specially found 2 people to peel the jelly for him. Sister-in-law is so kind, she has great kindness, and will definitely repay you in the future. Yu Henggai said quickly, and then he stuffed his mouth like a hamster, and began to eat the evolutionary base continuously. Fortunately, the entrance of the evolutionary base was quickly blocked. Absorb, otherwise, sooner or later, he will be strangled to death by the towering evolutionary base like a hill. Chu Qiaoyan replied, don't thank me. After you evolve, we both have something to ask you. Hengai took enough evolutionary agent, then fell asleep and started to evolve. Chang Jianyi pulled out the dagger from his lower back, and soon the wound on Yu Hengai's body healed very quickly. In the process of evolution, the regeneration system on Yu Hengai's body will run at high speed, and the dark wounds that cannot be recovered under normal conditions can be recovered at this time. In addition to the wound on Yu Hengai's lower back, the skin on his body that was scalded before has also healed. The dead skin fell to the ground piece by piece, while the new skin grew back. In the process of returning home, Yu Hengai had 3 colds and fevers. In fact, it was not because the virus was so strong, but because his immunity was weak. Now that Yu Hengai's skin has grown back, I believe it will not be easy in the future. Sick Chang Jianyi said to personal guard, take Mr. Yu to rest, find a separate room, guard outside the door, don't run around. Both Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan were curious about the process of Shen Feng and Yu Hengai's return. As for Shen Feng's answer, it might be bragging, so they were going to extract some key information from Yu Hengai's mouth at this time. Shen Feng and his group had already arrived at the place Lu Xian mentioned, and they directly saw the culprit of the melting asphalt road on the ground. Chang Jianyi was still releasing heat energy continuously, which caused the asphalt to melt directly and shattered. Stone mixed with hot asphalt is flowing everywhere on the ground, and it will be stuck immediately when stepped on, especially now at night, when many people are running barefoot on the street. Once their feet are stuck, it is immediately difficult to walk. I'll kill him, Mu Ying said at this time. Since Shen Feng hates this guy very much, then she can also show it at this time. However, at this moment, Lu Xian said, wait a minute, there is a person hiding in a nearby corner, who just crawled out of the sewer. Cao Fuli was also eager to try it immediately, and said, I haven't fought against the superhuman yet, now is the time for me to show it. After finishing speaking, Cao Fuli jumped off the clouds. In the dark night, no one looked at the top of his head, and Chang Jianyi was the same. He had been creating chaos, creating troubles for his own escape, and this kind of thing was torture. Chang Jianyi's conscience, I'm sorry, I just want to live. I didn't kill you, it was you who blocked my way, that's why this happened. Chang Jianyi thought silently in his heart. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure descended from the sky, her feet stepped on the hot road, and the road began to freeze immediately. Looking at her figure, she was indeed very good, but her face was covered with scars all over her face. It's scary, beast, is there anything else you want to say before you die? Mu Ying asked slowly. For Chang Jianyi, who keeps creating chaos, Mu Ying is very angry at this time. Although the other party is a member of the Xianlong Bureau, he looks like a graceful tree, but the things he does make people feel disgusting. For this kind of thing, the only way to kill him, only then can we serve as a warning to others. Chang Jianyi has a lot of unwillingness in his heart. He is a soldier. He was selected to join the Xianlong Bureau because of his outstanding performance. He thought he could become famous and save the suffering people. Start to do bad things, think about the impermanence of fate, and only God can control a person's fate. I don't want to do this. If you let me go, I will do nothing. In addition, I will double the compensation to Yazhao in the future. Chang Jianyi yelled frantically. Before tonight, Chang Jianyi was still a good man. He thought that he acted above board. He would never do those things like chickens and dogs, and he would definitely become the savior in the future. But now, Chang Jianyi had made a big mistake, and was caught by Mu Ying on the spot. In this case, he is almost crazy. The conflict between ideals and reality has always been hopeless, and Chang Jianyi is acting like this now. He just wants to leave Yazhao now, Mu Ying said lightly. Want to leave? It caused such chaos in Yazhao, and I don't know how many people were killed or injured. Now I want to leave. Is it too late? Hearing this answer, Chang Jianyi also despaired, and after despair came madness. He put his left hand on the ground and cast his power again. The asphalt road melted instantly, and the super high heat had already melted the surrounding stones into magma. The ground was red, frozen. Thousands of miles. Mu Ying didn't answer, and the move was cast instantly, and the road that had already melted was frozen instantly. He is a person with the ability to control ice. Now, he just uses the ice to extinguish the opponent's hot magma. Chi. The magma and ice collided together, causing a violent reaction immediately, and bursts of water mist appeared. Covering the surrounding streets, the water mist floated towards Mu Ying, but when it came to Mu Ying's side, it immediately fell to the ground, making a jingling sound. The water mist condensed into ice particles one by one, and beside Chang Jianyi, it turned into a steamer instead, and the steam was constantly baking, which made him extremely hot, and he also felt that his heat energy could no longer be poured out continuously. Chang Jianyi felt exhausted at this time. It seemed that no matter how much heat energy was poured into the ground, it would disappear without a trace like a ball in mud. It was clear that no one could confront him head-on, even Guo Pinming. His hands were almost roasted, and now, Chang Jianyi felt exhausted. %. Chang Jianyi panted heavily, his face was full of fear and unwillingness. He couldn't figure out why he had come to this point. Obviously, I am an excellent soldier. Obviously, I have carried everyone's hope. Obviously, I should have become everyone's savior. Obviously, I don't have to go this far. What is going on? Why am I suddenly at the end of my rope? Chang Jianyi murmured. These questions have now occupied Chang Jianyi's entire mind, and no one can answer these questions, because the hoarfrost on the ground has become more and more, and the heat energy that Chang Jianyi can release is getting less and less. The negative is already obvious. At any rate, Mu Ying became a supernatural user early on. The experience and strength she has accumulated are not comparable to ordinary people. Now, Mu Ying has gained the upper hand. Let me tell you, from the time you started to take other people's things by improper means, you have already lost. If you don't follow the rules, others don't have to follow the rules. Mu Ying walked out from the mist. Wherever he passed, the surrounding temperature also dropped. In the end, even Chang Jianyi was frozen into an ice sculpture. Chang Jianyi got an answer before dying, and then died, and Mu Ying's battle was over at this time. A supernatural person from the Xianlong Bureau was coming out of the sewer. Before that, he thought of a good way to leave Yaziao from the sewer. He himself felt that this method was absolutely unexpected by others, so he found the manhole cover of the sewer was drilled down, but after going down, he was surprised to find that there was an iron fence blocking every other distance in the sewer, and it was completely impossible to go into the sewer. Seeing this situation, the sewer man could only curse angrily. The guys in Yaziao are a bunch of bastards, and there are iron fences in the sewer. If this is blocked, wouldn't it be difficult to unblock it? What do you think? So, this supernatural person had no choice but to get out from below. However, in fact, the sewers in Yaziao were not dug specifically to prevent people from entering and exiting, but to prevent the entry of mutated mice. At the beginning, Yaziao became a dead city, all of which were caused by rats. The rats carried bacteria, which eventually led to the outbreak of the plague, so when Shen Feng regained Yaziao, he asked people to set up fences in the sewers to prevent the entry of mutated rats. The mutated mouse can only be as big as a rabbit, and it is obviously impossible to get through the iron fence. The supernatural beings in the sewer slowly crawled out from the bottom. They thought they could go directly to the edge of the Yangtze River and escape from there. But now, they can only walk out with a lot of foul-smelling silt in the sewer. Nor did it meet his previous expectations as a result. At this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky. Cao Fuli appeared in front of this person, twisted his neck, and said, "Do you want to go through the sewer? It's really fantastic." The person looked up, but found a black cloud above his head, which was inconspicuous in the night sky. Only then did he know why the enemy appeared in front of him. It turned out that the enemy had the means of flying, so he could easily find it. Own. Chapter 592, A Late Chance. The supernatural being who got out of the sewer looked at the current scene and immediately despaired. Now there are people watching him in the sky. It is completely impossible to run under this situation, but he is not reconciled to dying like this, so, before he died, he had to struggle one last time. Go to hell, I'm going to pull you back. The supernatural being from the Xianlong Bureau finally broke out at this time. The hair all over his body stood up, and then rushed towards Cao Fuli. But Cao Fuli didn't panic. Busy began to cast the ability. Cao Fuli's ability is to control plastics, a material type of ability. As long as it is a substance that exists on the earth, it can become the ability of a person with abilities. Although plastic is an artificial product, it is also one of the petroleum crafts. Is a substance produced from petroleum, and it can also be used for fighting. When he was at sea, Shen Feng once encountered sea monsters that manipulated plastic, and Cao Fuli's ability is also to manipulate plastic, which proves one thing: as long as it is an ability, nothing is impossible. Cao Fuli's enemy, The ability used by the supernatural person is to control his own hair, and then this person controls the hair to grow out, like an arm, and began to grab Cao Fuli. Cao Fuli controlled the surrounding plastic into a knife. No matter how many hairs appeared, he would cut them off instantly. However, since the supernatural power is to control the hair on the body, not only the hair can be controlled, but the hair on other parts of the body can also be controlled. The hair grew out and moved along the ground, and when Cao Fuli wasn't paying attention, it got wrapped around his feet. Damn. What kind of cat is this? Cao Fuli never expected that the enemy's ability could be used like this, and he was caught off guard, but the enemy pulled hard, and when Cao Fuli was about to fall to the ground, he said triumphantly, "I didn't expect that my leg hair can also attack people." Cao Fuli cut off the hair wrapped around his legs with a single knife, and then continued to dodge the opponent's attack, heaving a sigh of relief. I thought it was hair from other places. After getting familiar with the enemy's fighting style, Cao Fuli also saw how the opponent's strength was. This guy's ability was only to strengthen his body type, and his combat ability was not as strong as his own, so Cao Fuli took the opportunity to manipulate the surrounding plastic, suddenly condensed into a spear, and then pierced the opponent's chest. PFFT, the plastic spear pierced through the chest of the supernatural being. After struggling twice, the supernatural person fell to the ground, slumped, and finally lost blood and died above the clouds. Shen Feng threw down the rope and said, "Let's go when the battle is over, and go find the next supernatural being. If I don't kill all these supernatural beings, it will be hard to solve the hatred in my heart." Cao Fuli hurriedly climbed up the rope, and when he came to the clouds, he asked, "City Master, we killed so many people from the Xianlong Bureau. Will the headquarters turn against us because of this?" Cao Fuli is very worried that Yuzhou will offend the headquarters. If this is the case, it may bring disaster to Yuzhou, but Shen Feng said indifferently at this time, "Kill them, kill them. Not only kill them, but also chop off their heads, make supernatural potions, and hang the corpses on the towers to expose them to the sun. I want to see if the headquarters wants to give me a reasonable explanation." Shen Feng doesn't want to care what other people think at this time. No matter what reason the Xianlong Bureau people have, they shouldn't do such despicable and shameless things. Thinking back when Zhao Kuogain took away other people's orphans and widows, he has been cast aside by the world for more than 1,000 years, but at this moment, the people from the Xianlong Bureau have done worse and more shameless things than old Zhao. If this kind of person is not killed, it will be totally unjustifiable. When Cao Fuli heard this, he immediately became worried, and said, "City Master, please calm down. We rely on external input for many things, such as oil, coal, and the satellite communication we can use now. If you rely on the help of the headquarters and offend the headquarters, all of these will go wrong. Shut up. Do you think I don't know?" Shen Feng said calmly, "If you want Yuzhou, you can take it away openly. At worst, let my 2 daughters-in-law and their families live in Rongcheng, but how did they do it? What did you do? Kidnapping my son, marrying my wife forcibly, and killing innocent people indiscriminately, creating chaos, just to allow myself to escape. These people, if they don't kill them, they won't be enough to anger the people, and if they don't kill them, they won't be enough to set the record straight." Shen Feng didn't want to care so much at this time. Mr. Lu soon said it well, if everything has to be comprehensive, then nothing can be done. Therefore, Shen Feng now intends to get things done first and then talk about it. As for the troubles that may arise in the future, Shen Feng doesn't want to worry about it so much. Cao Fuli opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he thought that he was only the president of the mercenary union, not the city lord's counselor. Even if it was to give advice, it was not something he should do, and no one else would. "I don't even say it, I say so much, but it seems that I have 2 hearts." So, Cao Fuli immediately shut up, and said in his heart, "If you have a headache in the future, it will also be a headache for the city lord, and it has nothing to do with me." People from the city lord's mansion have come to the street to maintain order, but the crowd is still very chaotic, because the earthquakes keep happening for some reason, and the buildings are falling down one after another, which makes the people in Yuzhou chaotic. When they got up, they were all running for their lives, trying to find a safe place to take refuge. Su Xing and her mother, Wu Yilian, are the administrators of an orphanage. Although Su Xing only has a junior high school diploma, she has also become the director of a group of orphans. The reason is simple. She knows Shen Feng and is Shen Feng's savior. The people in the city lord's mansion knew this, so they arranged for her to become the director of the orphanage. As for the specific affairs, her mother was in charge. Suzing and the staff of the orphanage gathered all the children on the playground. Now there are rumors that there is an earthquake in the city, so it is definitely not safe to stay in the house. The only clear decision is to stay on the playground and see the situation. However, at this moment, the steel gate was suddenly broken open, and a group of residents from the city rushed in, and scattered 3,000 children in a messy manner, causing the children to run around. Seeing this scene, Suzing quickly shouted, "Don't run away, stay on the playground and don't enter the building." It is not a clear choice to hide in the house when there may be an earthquake, so Suzing hopes that the children can come out, but panic is contagious. The children are led by a group of panicked adults and run around. I can't shout at all. Seeing the situation in front of her, Wu Yilian immediately had a guess. She grabbed her daughter's arm and said, "I see these people rushing in such a chaotic way, there must be danger approaching, maybe it's the supernatural beings coming, we hide and hide." After finishing speaking, Wu Yilian was ready to hide with her daughter. Suzing quickly broke free from her mother's palm, and said, "I am the principal, since there is danger, then I must stand up first, you take the children to hide, I will go and see where the danger is." Then Suzing took a samurai sword and was about to go to the door to have a look, which frightened Wu Yilian. She quickly grabbed her daughter's arm and persuaded her, "You are only 16 now, and you are not even 17. If this dies, I will really be left alone, even if you are the dean, the situation is so bad, even if you don't fight, you won't be punished, you have to think about yourself. No, I must go and see, you go and hide." Suzing didn't listen to her mother's advice. She felt that her blood was already boiling. She had always dreamed of fighting and becoming an indomitable figure in the world of martial arts. There was no chance before, but at this time, the opportunity has come, so you must not miss it. Suzing rushed towards the gate directly. Seeing that her daughter had become so stubborn now, Wu Yilian couldn't help but become more worried. She lowered her head and thought about it, and could only keep up with her daughter's footsteps. If there was any danger, then the mother and daughter will face it together. Suzing is already an evolutionary, and her speed is very fast. She rushed directly to the gate. Just when she arrived here, she saw a shocking scene. There were two people fighting outside the orphanage, and one of them would die if he stepped on the ground. When an earthquake is triggered, a hole will be opened in the ground, and another person will continue to shoot sand, and when the sand hits a small tree by the roadside, it will be cut off on the spot. Even if it is shot on the wall, it will leave deep traces on the blue bricks. The battle between these two people appeared in front of Suzing's eyes, and Suzing was stunned immediately. She had never seen such a fierce battle scene. The battle between these two people can produce huge lethality with just a wave of hands. This kind of scene can't be seen even in martial arts, so strong, so powerful. Suzing murmured. Suzing never imagined that someone's battle could produce such a powerful ability in just a few gestures, and the surrounding buildings were collapsing one after another. No wonder countless people rushed into the orphanage. Who wouldn't be afraid to see such a scene? Wu Yilian also caught up at this time, and said to her daughter, "Hurry up, you short-lived, life or death girl. This is beyond our control." While speaking, Wu Yilian grabbed her daughter's arm and was about to take her back. Obviously, she had also seen the battle scene at this time, and was shocked by the fierce battle between the two sides on the battlefield, but after the shock, she wanted to escape for her life. However, after Suzing saw this scene, she became even more excited after being shocked. When she saw these pictures, she suddenly had more thoughts of becoming stronger. It seemed that there was a voice in her mind telling her, "Go to fight, the battlefield is your destination, one day, I will become this powerful." Suzing murmured, but at this time, there was a sudden change on the battlefield. If you talk about the horror of the battle, Meng Wucheng is naturally the most shocking, because every time he attacks, it will cause an earthquake, and holes in the ground will appear in front of you. Underneath, everyone is worried about falling into the crack and being buried alive, and even more worried about being buried by the collapsed buildings around them. However, for Wang Aoi on the opposite side, there is no need to worry about this matter at all, because he has discovered the enemy's weakness. I see, your ability can only work on objects that you can touch, right? So, as long as I don't get touched by you, your ability is useless, and my sand blade, I can't seem to hide. Wang Aoi said with a smile. The gap in combat experience was revealed at this time. Although Meng Wucheng's ability was very powerful, As long as he was not directly attacked, he would be fine. As for the cracks in the ground, as long as he could avoid them, he would not suffer any damage. Wang Aoi has been fighting for a long time, and now he meets Meng Wucheng, who has just appeared, and the advantage brought by experience is revealed. Wang Aoi does not confront the enemy head-on with Meng Wucheng, but stands far away, using sand continuously flying out, causing a killing effect. You despicable villain, stand still and let me punch you if you have the ability. Meng Wucheng shouted angrily. At this time Meng Wucheng knew that as long as he could hit the opponent even once, he could instantly break all the bones in the opponent's body, and even burst the arteries and veins in the opponent's body. However, a problem arose. He couldn't touch Wang Aoi at all. Under such circumstances, Meng Wucheng could only question loudly aggrievedly. If he wanted to use the aggressive method, the other party might be fooled. Chapter 593 The Weak Overcome the Strong. At such a critical moment, Meng Wucheng was so angry that he used aggressive tactics, trying to make Wang Aoi stand still and get punched by him. Wang Aoi also found it funny at his words, and then said, "Okay, you first stand still and let me slash you, and then you can punch me." Wang Aoi's advantages and disadvantages are obvious. The advantage is that his ability is very lethal, which is almost unmatched by ordinary people. The disadvantage is also very prominent, that is, the attack distance is too short. If you use the level in JoJo to describe it, it is strength A and range E. Once it cannot hit the enemy, no matter how strong it is, it cannot be used, and Wang Aoi used long-range shooting to contain Meng Wucheng. But Meng Wucheng had no solution to this method. It just so happened that Meng Wucheng saw the orphanage on one side. There were many people rushing in, and the houses inside were very tall. As long as he could rush in, he could create chaos, and then he would naturally escape chance. Thinking of this, Meng Wucheng stepped on the ground immediately, and a crack stretched straight towards the wall of the orphanage. The wall was so impacted that it was about to fall down. Meng Wucheng rushed into the orphanage immediately, and the wall fell down. At this time when Wang Aoi saw this scene, he was about to catch up. The sooner he killed this group of enemies, the sooner he would be relieved. Moreover, this time he killed the people in the headquarters, and Yuzhao was here to support them. Even if the headquarters started to investigate, must be the first to track down Yuzhao. You can really run, let me see, where else can you go? Wang Aoi thought silently in his heart. As a result, when the wall fell, Su Xing and Wu Yilian were still watching the battle. Su Xing didn't want to leave, but Wu Yilian couldn't move, so the two hid behind the wall to observe. She ran away with her mother, but she didn't dodge in time. Wu Yilian's two legs were crushed under the wall at that time. Run, Xinger, run. Seeing her legs being pinned down, Wu Yilian's sharp pain reminded her that her legs were probably broken, and now she couldn't run anymore, so she had to let her daughter go quickly. Leave this place of right and wrong first. When Su Xing saw her mother being pinned down, her heart ached. She rushed to the side and lifted up a wall with all her strength. Fortunately, she was an evolutionary, otherwise, it would have been impossible to move. Mom, come out quickly, I'll take you with me. Su Xing said through gritted teeth. Wu Yilian quickly crawled out, but her legs were broken and she couldn't move, so she could only lean on the side and said helplessly, "No, my legs are dead. You are still young? You should run quickly, so that I won't be dragged down. If you are lucky, we can meet again in the future." Wu Yilian knew that if she continued to follow her daughter, she would only drag her down, so now she only hopes that her daughter can leave here safely, which is already her last wish. But after Su Xing saw her mother in such a miserable state, anger welled up in her heart, and she said, "Mom, you sit here, and I will avenge you." After finishing speaking, Su Xing pulled out her samurai sword and rushed out, with the cold light in her eyes. At this time, Su Xing was very angry. She had always depended on her mother in the doomsday, and now her mother was crushed by the collapse of the wall caused by a bastard. "Stop it, how can you not avenge this revenge?" Thinking of this, Su Xing rushed out. Wu Yilian was worried about her daughter and kept calling her, but Su Xing did not change her mind at all. Meng Wucheng wanted to run, and Wang Aoi also saw his thoughts, so after catching up, Wang Aoi directly aimed at Meng Wucheng's legs and fired sand blades, piercing through his legs. On Meng Wucheng's legs, 2 blood holes appeared on them. Blood kept pouring out from his thighs. 1/3 of his muscles had been cut off. It was impossible to walk now. "Boy, do you know that you should respect your seniors? Don't think that if you are lucky enough to become a supernatural being, you will be able to dominate. We, the first batch of supernatural beings, are the real chosen ones. Those who are capable are only 30 or 40, and I am one of them. While you are still struggling, we have already killed the quartet. You are really blind to offend us seniors. Wang Aoi looked at Meng Wucheng, who was struggling on the ground, couldn't help laughing in Wang Aoi's eyes. Only the first batch of people with supernatural powers that appeared naturally were the real strong ones. Everyone carried them through after being exposed to the rain, and obtained extraterrestrial elements. The group of supernatural beings who used supernatural potions were much stronger, so, except for the first batch of supernatural beings, there were not many other supernatural beings that he could value. Hearing this, Meng Wucheng was immediately annoyed, clenched his fists tightly, and suddenly hit the ground. A shock was generated, and the crack extended towards Wang Aoi. Wang Aoi dodged and hurriedly. You must be very angry now, but the fact is like this, you can't do anything. Wang Aoi is still taunting Meng Wucheng. Anyway, he has already won, so it's better to laugh at him before killing the enemy. From hearing the enemy's ridicule, Meng Wucheng couldn't help cursing angrily. You and Shen Feng are both careerists. You are not so-called good people. You will occupy one side while the world is in chaos. In time, you will be warlords. We represent justice. You must be destroyed. You bandits, hooligans, kings of the mountain. Wang Aoi was very confident at first. No matter what the enemy said, he could keep calm, but now, after hearing the other party's scolding, his face became gloomy, and he said, "Are we careerists?" "You are farting," Wang Aoi said with a cold face. "You are so powerful. If you say you can represent justice, then when we were hunted down by zombies 2 years ago, where were you? Where were you when we faced the attack of mutant beasts? We have been waiting for several months, but we have not been able to wait for the army. We have not been able to wait for rescue. Who made us in the south? Who made the south more crowded and mountainous? Isn't the decision made by your headquarters to go north first and then south? Did it all the supernatural beings in the north be won over by you? First recover Yanjing, then northeast, then North China, then Guangdong, and then Hansong and Sichuan provinces, the old industrial area, right? Strong industrialization ability, right? But where did you put us people from the south? Now that I have taken people back to the city, you say we are bandits. So amazing." Meng Wucheng was shocked by Wang Aoi's words. He really hadn't thought about this problem before, so he began to explain. Things always come first, then come first. The headquarters was already preparing to recover the southeast coast, but something happened in Yanjing. So the progress is a bit slower. You should know this. That's right, I know. But it's also true that you haven't rescued us. Since we can't get rescued by others, we abandoned people can only save ourselves. I am like this, Shen Feng is like this, and so is Li Xiankang. Wang said. Okuno said in a deep voice, "Since you are righteous, then tell me, how much is your justice? Why do you only sell it to other people and never sell it to us?" Meng Wucheng was driven into a hurry, and said directly, "If you save yourself, why do you want to separate the regime? As far as I know, all of you civil groups are forming armies, all of you are collecting taxes, and you are not under the control of the headquarters at all. Therefore, you are evil, Papa." Wang Aoi applauded and said, well said, well said. You've hit the point and are out of control. Then let me ask you, can the headquarters protect everyone now? The headquarters can guarantee everyone. Don't you want to be hungry? Can't you? If you can't, then don't blame the people below for causing trouble." After saying this, Wang Aoi was ready to act. He did not deny that he was an ambitious man, but he also knew that his ambition was supported, and it was supported by many people. A ball of sand appeared in Wang Aoi's hand to form a sharp blade, which could be shot out at any time. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense now. He just wanted to kill this hypocrite who claimed to be righteous. Can't do justice. However, suddenly Wang Aoi felt that something was wrong with his body. His whole body became hot, and wrinkles appeared on his skin. This change caught Wang Aoi off guard at this moment. Shi Wuishan from a distance shouted loudly, "Boss, run! That oxidized grandson is rushing over." Wang Aoi looked back, just in time to find a guy with a broken arm not far behind him rushing up. It was Su Liang, with a cruel expression on his face. At this point, he was almost crazy, knowing that it's hard to escape, so you have to take some backs with you before you die. Wang Aoi couldn't say well about his ambition. He didn't expect that he would be approached by the enemy if he didn't pay attention, so he was about to flee. But before he fled, Wang Aoi threw out the blade made of sand in his hand, regardless of whether it hit or not, turned around and ran, but Su Liang chased after Wang Aoi, shouting in his mouth, "Why are you running? Don't you dare to fight in an upright manner? Or are you worried that you will die of old age?" Wang Aoi felt aggrieved, and said in his heart, "What? I was chased and killed by an unknown junior again, and I lost all face. These are some broken abilities. As long as they are within the range, they will be oxidized. It's really enough." Wang Aoi is not worried about whether he can defeat Su Liang, because he believes in his own strength. However, once time is delayed, Wang Aoi's body will continue to be oxidized, and even if he kills the enemy by then, he will definitely die. He was old and turned into a late old man, so Wang Aoi fled immediately. However, although Wang Aoi threw the sand blade in his hand, unfortunately, he did not aim carefully, so that the sand blade only scratched Meng Wucheng's arm and did not cause serious injury. Wang Aoi quickly fled towards the distance. Su Liang was chasing after him, and Shi Wuxian was also chasing further away. The three of them all fled towards the distance quickly, so fast that they did not give others a chance to catch up. At this moment, Meng Wucheng finally, "I felt that I could escape from the sky." Seeing that everyone was gradually moving away from here, Meng Wucheng finally felt relieved at this moment. He didn't expect that he could survive in such a mess. He was really lucky. Afterwards, Meng Wucheng slowly crawled towards the distant building, ready to find a chance to slip away, and he must not admit defeat until the last moment. Maybe he will be lucky enough to survive. With this in mind, Meng Wucheng planned to struggle until the last moment, but at this moment, Su Xing caught up. Go to hell. Although Su Xing is only a junior high school girl, after seeing her mother injured, she already has resentment towards the culprit, especially this guy has been causing earthquakes in Yezhou. If this kind of person is not killed, it will definitely endanger the world. Su Xing rushed towards Meng Wucheng, holding the shining samurai sword in his hand. Originally, this sword had been chopped by Shen Feng many times, causing the edge to warp. Su Xing often sharpened it, so the samurai sword changed again. It is sharp, and it is made of alloy material, which is very strong. In addition to being sharp, Meng Wucheng was crawling at this time, and his speed was slow. After all, he was not the ruthless one of the four famous arresters. He could use his hands to perform light work, but he could only crawl slowly with his hands. In this way, Su Xing chased him up. Meng Wucheng turned his head and looked at Su Xing, who was close at hand. He didn't react for a while, and the blade pierced into his chest in an instant. That's all in the hands of the supernatural being, but in the end, he was killed by a girl. Why did this happen? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, Ability Restrained. Meng Wucheng looked at the girl in front of him, reached out and grabbed her arm, and asked, "Why did you kill me? We are obviously here to save you so that you don't have to be bullied again. Don't you understand this?" Up to now, Meng Wucheng still insists on his own point of view, that is, he represents justice, but he doesn't understand why a young girl has such deep hatred for him. This is something he can't figure out. Meng Wucheng grabbed Su Xing's hand. Although he is certain to die now, he can still use his supernatural ability. As long as he uses his supernatural ability, he can instantly shock the girl in front of him to death. Su Xing was full of anger, and said, "You are bad people through and through. You caused chaos in Yezhou and killed many people. Just now, the earthquake you caused broke my mother's legs. What did you say to save us? Question mark. Are you using this method to save us? Let me tell you, there is only one savior in Yezhou, and that is the city lord Shen Feng." After getting this answer, Meng Wucheng finally understood. It turns out that doing things under the banner of so-called justice will not be recognized. The hearts of ordinary people are bright. They will remember whoever treats them well. Even after thousands of years have passed, it will continue to be sung, and the bad things done will also be remembered in people's hearts, and in the end it will only be remembered for thousands of years. Justice, huh? What a grand-sounding word. Meng Wucheng shook his head mockingly. Before he died, he saw himself clearly. It turned out that his actions all the time always followed justice, but in the end he was judged by justice. Words cloud the eyes, and they do not see the truth. Meng Wucheng felt the passing of his life. Blood was continuously flowing from his chest, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Little girl, do what you think is just. Meng Wuchang let go of Su Xing's wrist. He did have the ability to kill Su Xing, but at this moment, he no longer wanted to add more crimes. Come to think of it, since I came to Yazhou, I have followed Su Liang to do things constantly, but I lost my heart and went farther and farther on the wrong road. Meng Wuchang fell to the ground and died, but Su Xing didn't know that she had already walked through the gate of hell just now. If Meng Wuchang had been more cruel just now, Su Xing would have turned into a puddle of mud at this time. Su Xing saw that she was killed. Enemy, then turned to visit his mother at this time. Su Liang was still chasing Wang Aoi. Fortunately, Wang Aoi's speed was relatively fast. After casting the supernatural power, a layer of sand under his feet could be used as lubrication, and he escaped from the range of Su Liang's supernatural power by sliding directly. Bian was holding a blood bag in one hand, sucking food, and chasing Su Liang, preparing to kill Su Liang. Shiwishan took the time to go to the hospital, and found the blood bag directly from the hospital. With energy as a supplement, Shiwishan suddenly became alive and well, and ran forward after the mighty Su Liang. The speed was not satisfied, but Su Liang's strength can be restrained, had no choice but to flee quickly. What the hell, if I take the gun with me, master, can I still make you so rampant? I'm so mad. Wang Aoi said, looking at Su Liang who was chasing after him, gnashing his teeth. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, and Li Xiankang waved at Wang Aoi. Brother, come here quickly. Seeing this, Wang Aoi rushed up quickly, and shouted, use what ability you have, quickly, save me. Li Xiankang shook his head helplessly and said, stop talking, my abilities are also restrained by this kid. My carbon element will turn into carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide under intense oxidation. I am not his opponent, just follow me. Wang Aoi didn't understand what Li Xiankang was thinking. Since he was restrained, he had to stand up. Wouldn't that add to the confusion? But Wang Aoi followed Li Xiankang into a small alley, and Su Liang also followed closely, rushed up and followed them into the small alley. Suddenly, Wang Aoi saw another person appearing in the alley. This was one of Li Xiankang's subordinates, who seemed to be called Bao Aming, and he was a supernatural person who strengthened his body. It's true that I'm not Su Liang's opponent, but someone on my side is Su Liang's opponent. Li Xiankang pointed at Bao Ai's name confidently and said, obviously, at this time, he was very confident in himself as a subordinate. When Wang Aoi heard what the other party said, he couldn't help but feel a little speechless, and then asked, are you joking? Both of us two material-type supernatural beings were chased away by the kid behind us as rabbits. You, my subordinate, in my opinion, it is only a strengthened ability user. Can he beat Su Liang? Wang Aoi doesn't think enhanced abilities can compete with natural abilities. After all, according to everyone's general knowledge, natural abilities are the strongest, whether it's flames or lightning, or even strong winds and earthquakes. These supernatural abilities can cause special natural phenomena, and the supernatural beings who strengthen the body are not enough to look at in front of these people. However, Li Xiankang did not explain Wang Aoi's doubts, but said confidently, don't worry, it will be absolutely fine. Let's stand far away and watch the show. At this time, Su Liang also rushed towards the two people in the alley. Very fast, almost in the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Bao Aming, and said, if you dare to block the way, die. Next, Su Liang used her abilities to the limit, and the surrounding walls instantly aged. Under the intense oxidation, the bricks and stones cannot remain hard forever, and the bricks and stones will continue to weather over time. Su Liang originally thought that as long as he used his supernatural powers, he could directly win the battle. If he was just fighting alone, he would not be afraid at all. However, Su Liang used his ability for a while, but found that Bao Aming hadn't changed at all, and the oxidation didn't seem to work on him. What the hell are you? Why don't you oxidize? Su Liang asked in shock. Bao Aming smiled, and replied, it's nothing more than an unknown person. You must have never heard of it, but I am also a person with a supernatural ability. The supernatural ability is very simple. It is just the activation of cells, just right. It can prevent the body from being oxidized. My body is only controlled by myself. After getting this answer, Su Liang suddenly realized that it was the case. She wanted to speed up the oxidation of the other party, but the other party was originally a person with supernatural powers who strengthened the body. As long as the other party controlled the levels of various hormones in the body, then her own supernatural powers were also impossible. Works quickly. Su Liang immediately turned around and wanted to leave, but at the exit of the alley, Shi Weishan had already rushed up and blocked the exit, making it impossible to leave. Want to leave? It seems to be too late now. You'd better grab it with your hands, so as not to do useless work yourself. Shi Weishan blocked the exit and said coldly. Su Liang saw that his current situation had turned into a situation where he was trapped between two sides, and he was the one being trapped, so it was already very difficult to leave. The two people blocked him one after the other. If he wanted to leave, it was impossible to go around. Looking at the two of them, it seems that they have reached the end of the mountain. If I get caught without a fight, will you spare me? At this moment, Su Liang asked. Shi Weishan shrugged his shoulders and said, what are you thinking about? If you are caught without a fight, we will let you die more happily and want to live? It seems to be dreaming. Are you kidding me? Hearing the other party's answer, Su Liang's face was filled with anger, and she couldn't even promise the most basic protection of her own life to persuade her to surrender, so why did she surrender? Afterwards, Su Liang immediately rushed towards Shi Weishan at the entrance of the alley. Although Bao Ming was weaker in his eyes, behind Bao Ming were two difficult guys, Wang Aoi and Li Xiankang. It is impossible to rush deep, and if you want to break out of the encirclement, you can only find a way from Shi Weishan. I can't die. I'm the hope of the Su family. I will definitely do something in the future. I can't just die by your hands like this. Su Liang shouted and rushed forward for Su Liang. He is an excellent heir of a big family, and his family has very strong financial and material resources, so he managed to get him a supernatural potion, and has been training him to where he is today. Su Liang also knows that if he dies, the family will also suffer heavy losses, because the family has spent a lot of resources cultivating him to become a powerful supernatural being. Even if he dies, it will bring huge losses to the family. Su Liang was very unwilling. He was very close to becoming the city lord of Yaziao. At that time, in his own capacity, he would be able to bring rich rewards to the family. But now, the plan failed. The plan that had been conceived many times, is now bankrupt, and it is difficult even for him to leave Yaziao. Thinking of this, endless resentment arose in his heart. PFFT. When Su Liang came to the entrance of the alley, he grabbed a switchblade with his left hand and stabbed it out. This kind of knife is easy to hide and easy to use. After pressing the switch, the blade will pop out instantly. Come on, it's perfect for sneak attacks, so when the gangsters used weapons, they basically had a switchblade in their hands. The knife stabbed Shi Weishan's abdomen in an instant, blood flowed out at that time, and his stomach was directly crushed. Stabbed Shi Weishan didn't intend to dodge at all, and even let Su Liang stab him on purpose. When Su Liang stabbed himself, he opened his arms and hugged him tightly. HMPH, I'm afraid you won't fight me. Shi Weishan said with a sneer. After saying this, Shi Weishan opened his mouth and bit Su Liang's neck. His sharp canine teeth directly pierced Su Liang's skin and arteries, and then sucked blood fiercely. Su Liang watched helplessly as the other party sucked his own blood, wanted to resist but only had his left hand left, so he could only grab the knife and stab it indiscriminately. Shi Weishan didn't care about this. As long as there was blood replenished in his body, he could always recover from his injuries. Therefore, Shi Weishan, who drank Su Liang's blood, recovered from his injury in the blink of an eye. While Su Liang became weaker and weaker soon, Su Liang lost a lot of blood, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. In the end, the knife in his hand fell to the ground, and he lost all vitality. Ling. Dang. After the knife fell to the ground, it made a crisp sound. Shi Weishan raised his head, threw the thing in his arms, and said, the blood of the supernatural person is a great tonic. It's rare to eat it once. It seems that Yaziao the chaos is about to end, right? Forget your meritorious service. This guy is really disgusting. He gave me several crow's feet. I don't know how many years of life I lost. Wang Aoi also walked up slowly at this time. The attack is still brooding. In his opinion, if it weren't for this bastard's ability, he wouldn't be hurt. Shi Weishan quickly said, it's okay, our supernatural beings have a very long lifespan. Did the scientists say that? Supernatural beings can live for more than 300 years. Boss, you lost a few years of life, and it's not too serious. Wang Aoi shook his head helplessly, walked in, looked at Su Liang who was already pale, couldn't help but kicked up, and said angrily, it's all you bastard, you insist on chasing me, now you still want me furious. The human body has a lot of blood, and once a person loses too much blood, he will die. Generally speaking, as long as he loses a quarter of his blood, a person will die. The same is true for people with supernatural powers. They will die if they lose too much blood. The situation where the blood is clean and still alive, this kind of situation only exists in some fantasies. After all, fantasies are bragging, and it's okay to brag, but supernatural beings are not these characters. Chapter 595, Heavy Loss. The chaos in Yuzhou lasted for most of the night. There is an old saying of looting while taking advantage of the fire. All dynasties have condemned this practice, because it is immoral, but this kind of behavior is not uncommon. There are often large trucks on the side of the road, overturned, and the surrounding villages flock to loot. This can be regarded as a kind of looting. It can be said that people who take advantage of the fire don't care about their conscience anymore, they just need to take advantage of it. Whether it is a flood, a fire, or even an infectious disease, there are many people who take advantage of the fire to rob, and Yuzhou is in chaos tonight. I have given a group of wolves and ambitious people a chance. If they want to be rich, they should do it now soon. The supernatural beings in Yuzhou were picked out and killed one by one. However, under the disturbance of other group of looters, the chaos in Yuzhou continued for a while, and finally Chang Jianyi mobilized the army, standing guards everywhere on the street. When encountering guys who dared to smash other shops, they were caught and executed on the spot, which finally stopped the chaos. So far, Yuzhou has finally recovered its calm, and many people have suddenly learned the news that the city lord Shen Feng has returned, and he is still alive. When everyone got the news, they were even more moved. They didn't expect that the city lord did not die under the typhoon, but returned to Yuzhou safely. Let me just say, the city owner is the wind god. How could he die in the typhoon? That's right. I'm afraid the city lord can easily control the wind, so what are we still worrying about? Speaking of which, there were so many casualties in Yuzhou tonight. We must let the city lord decide for us, and we must take revenge. Many people began to discuss the impact of Shen Feng's appearance. Many of them were very happy that the city lord could come back, and then thought of what happened tonight, and immediately wanted revenge. After solving the chaos, Shen Feng finally returned to the Fengshan Palace. Now half of the Fengshan Palace has been destroyed, and the Chinese-style building area in it has suffered serious losses. Not only the main hall for entertaining guests and holding banquets has collapsed, but also the earthquake. The surrounding buildings were affected, and Chang Jianyi's Fengai Pavilion and Chu Qiaoan's Chaofang Tower also became skewed, obviously making it impossible to continue living. Fortunately, Fengshan Palace still has a castle to live in. It has to be said that the defense of Western-style buildings is strong. It is always a masonry structure and is not easy to collapse. It is said that in Western Europe, you can often see deserted castles. After hundreds of years, these castles can still stand on the hills. Shen Feng returned to the castle, and then saw Chang Jianyi, who was discussing the next move with Josiah Oxio and others. When she saw Shen Feng appearing, she immediately began to ask, "By the way, you hide the child. Where is it? Take us to have a look." After the enemy was dealt with, Chang Jianyi immediately wanted to see his son, but he hadn't seen him for 10 days, and he didn't know what was going on with him. Was he fat or thin? Have you been abused by your enemies? Thinking of this, Chang Jianyi became very worried. Shen Feng quickly said, it's okay. I asked Kevin Liu to protect the child outside the city, and it will be dawn in a few hours. When that time comes, let's go and pick up the child together. By the way, speaking of it, I forgot to introduce you. I recruited a consultant in Wenzhou called Shan Zhengming. Have you met him?" Chang Jianyi shook her head and said, "I haven't seen it before. Since it will be dawn soon, let's wait until tomorrow to pick up the child." Chang Jianyi's only concern was the child's safety, and she didn't want to continue discussing the follow-up matters in Yuzhou, so she handed the matter over to Shen Feng and asked Shen Feng to talk to the officials under her command, while she herself found a room to start rest. This period of time can be regarded as very busy. It is naturally best to take a rest now. Zhu Hui first said to Shen Feng, "City Master, now Yuzhou needs to calculate the damage situation, formulate follow-up repair matters, and also need to deal with these people from the Xianlong Bureau." Shen Feng didn't even think about it, and said directly, "Go and chop off the heads of these supernatural beings and send them to the laboratory to make medicine. As for the corpses of these people, hang them on the city wall of Yuzhou for me. I want to see them. Look, who'll dare to take Yuzhou's idea in the future?" When Tu Zuhui heard Shen Feng's decision. He quickly persuaded him, "City Master, it seems inappropriate to do this, right? If we really want to do this, we will completely offend the headquarters. Why don't we secretly block this news and treat it like nothing else? It didn't happen, the headquarters has nothing to do with it, and he won't pursue it." Hearing this suggestion, Shen Feng immediately became angry, and said directly to Tu Zuhui, "The actions of these people in the Xianlong Bureau are all ordered by the headquarters. Since they know their relationship, they have to make such compromises. It's almost spineless. I said, hang up the corpse, and in addition, directly announce the actions of the Xianlong Bureau. I want to see who is unreasonable." When Shen Feng said this, Tu Zuhui could tell that Shen Feng was very angry now, so he quickly followed suit, and there were still a lot of things to deal with. Shen Feng could only work in the castle. After dealing with some important matters, the sky in the east gradually brightened, and morning arrived. The city of Yuzhou was in a mess. Many streets were in ruins, many surrounding houses were burnt black, and even some roads had been melted down. These conditions were exactly the tragic situation that would only appear after the end of the war. There were many corpses on the street, and these corpses were covered with white cloths. There were many people crying beside the corpses. Seeing their heartbroken appearance, many people also shed tears one after another. At this time, a group of bandits who were escorted by soldiers on the street appeared, and people were throwing vegetable leaves along the way. Many of these people lying on the ground died in the chaos, and one of the people who caused the chaos during this time, these gangsters did something that both humans and gods were angry with. Some guys killed people in order to be able to rob property, and some guys set fires everywhere, causing many places in Yuzhou to catch fire. Perhaps, the harm caused by the supernatural beings is not as serious as that caused by these bastards. In the end, the guy who set the fire while in disorder was taken to the top of the city wall and shot directly. Even the trial was skipped after a large number of guilty people were shot. People rejoiced and said that the killing was good, and they should do this when dealing with those who take advantage of the fire. Then, these people were also hung on the city wall. The headless corpse was hung in the center, and the riders were placed on the sides. For a while, the theft incidents in Yuzhou City became rare, and many people, they were all overwhelmed by today's scene. Newspapers in Yuzhou also began to publish news. The first thing they published was the news of Shen Feng's return. On the newspaper, the two articles of Shen Feng were Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan. With these two testimonies, people are convinced that this is the real news. The Lord of the city is back, and he is not a counterfeit. Before, at the back of the newspaper, there were articles exposing the conspiracy of the Xianlong Bureau. For a while, people gritted their teeth after reading the contents of these articles. They never thought that there would be such civil guys in the world. These guys deserve death. Look, these bastards from the Xianlong Bureau are the chaos they created when they escaped last night. Some set fires, some caused earthquakes, and some melted the roads. It's really hateful. It's more than that. It says that a guy named Su Liang used a conspiracy to kidnap the two young masters of the city lord and use it to threaten the deputy city lord. It's really disgusting. If the city lord doesn't come back in time, then the Xianlong Bureau will really do something like eat up the family. It's scary. According to my opinion, there is a nest of snakes and rats, and the more than 20 people in the Xianlong Bureau behave like this, so the others must not be good things. This Xianlong Bureau is definitely a bastard organization. People in Yuzhou immediately began to discuss the content of the newspaper, and they gritted their teeth with hatred while discussing. It can be said that they were really angry. As the saying goes, good things don't go out, but bad things spread thousands of miles. After a person does a great deed, most people will not care about it, because the good people and good deeds in this world are taken for granted, but those bizarre things are the easiest to discuss, and the actions of the Xianlong Bureau are directly spread somewhere far away. Someone posted such information on the internet, so, as long as it is in the country where the internet can be accessed, people have already started discussing this matter regarding this news. The most violent reaction was actually the headquarters. The radio station in the city lord's mansion immediately rang. Luo Qing then went to inform Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan. Chang Jianyi went to pick up the child outside the city. They went with her, so Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan are the people in charge in the city lord's mansion. Shen Feng got the news that the headquarters contacted him, and immediately rushed to the contact room, connected the phone, and asked, "Hello, what's the matter?" On the other end of the phone came an angry instruction from the headquarters. "Shen Feng, immediately stop selling your newspaper today, and besides, Quickly refute the rumors. Shen Feng nodded and said, "No problem, it is very simple to stop selling newspapers. Anyway, 30,000 copies of newspapers were sold out in the blink of an eye. Then we will stop printing, but I don't understand how to refute rumors. What kind of rumors are you talking about? Of course it's the news of the supernatural beings from the Shyangtsung Bureau. Don't you know that if the people below know about this matter, the face of our headquarters will disappear?" The liaison office of the headquarters accused, loudly hearing the other party's angry voice. Shen Feng even began to doubt himself for a while. Could it be that he was wrong about this matter? No, did you show nothing at all when I said it? I wrote down everything the people of the Shyangtsung Bureau did in the newspapers. None of the incidents were framed against them, and now that the incident has been revealed, you don't want to make up for the victims, but cover up the cover. Isn't it too much? Let me tell you, a lot of things need to be dealt with internally. You are not as blatant in doing things in the world. If someone inside makes a mistake, then just punish it internally. Once it is disclosed, it will arouse public opinion. This will deepen the distrust of the headquarters and the people below. This is the rule. This is the iron rule that has been handed down for decades. The person from the liaison office at the headquarters explained to Shen Feng. After these words fell into Shen Feng's ears, it made him want to laugh. How could he not know these so-called internal processing rules? When dealing with internal personnel, the problem can be big or small. When it is big, the problem must be dealt with seriously, and no news will come out if you kill it. But when it is small, it is a painless punishment. Time, and then continue to work in another position. This kind of internal processing method is too classic. HMPH, you guys are really good. If you say you withdraw the news, you withdraw the news. Don't you think about where you are wrong? Before calculating us, the headquarters didn't treat us as their own. Now that something goes wrong, we think we are in Yazhao. You are also an internal person, so funny. So, is it an internal problem that you all rely on your mouth to talk about? You have learned a lot, and you have learned a lot. Shen Feng said with a sneer. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment, obviously seeing that Shen Feng's current attitude was not right, knowing that it was useless to continue reasoning, and besides, his own reasoning might not be able to make sense, so he directly started threatening. Shen Feng, you want to be clear about one thing. The Three Gorges is still under the control of the headquarters, and the railway between Yazhao and Rongcheng may be interrupted at any time due to special reasons, which is not a good thing for you. If you can't be soft, then you can only be tough. The headquarters knows very well what it means to be both soft and hard. When good words are not understood, it is time to use force. Chapter 596. When Shen Feng showed an uncooperative attitude, the headquarters also knew that today's matter could not be resolved, so they directly started threatening. Although they didn't say it clearly, the meaning of the headquarters was obvious. That is, they were going to break up Yazhao and all passages to the outside world. Why is Yazhao called the Southwest Gateway? First of all, it is because this is an important town in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. The largest city in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River is here. Secondly, both roads and railways pass through this place. The transportation is convenient, and the surrounding mountains are steep. The most important point is that if you want to enter Sichuan, it will pass through Yazhao. Beatty City is in Yazhao, and Wu Gorge is also in Yazhao. The status here is very important. However, as long as the traffic in Yazhao is cut off, it is equivalent to cutting off the passage of Yazhao to go out, and also cut off the development potential of Yazhao. Yazhao has no coal, relies on external input, and has no oil. Basically, it needs railways. And waterway transportation can only be obtained. If the transportation is cut off, it is obviously impossible to do business. Therefore, after hearing the threats from the headquarters, Shen Feng was silent for a moment, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, Shen Feng thought of his teacher Chu Yangshan, who once analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of Yazhao for himself. And he also warned himself that he must never turn his face against the headquarters, otherwise the consequences would be serious. As a result, things backfired, and the relationship between Yazhao and the headquarters has become very difficult. Hearing that Shen Feng did not speak at the headquarters, he thought he had calmed down Shen Feng, so he continued, Shen Feng, I know you are wronged and feel that you have been bullied, but in fact this is the ability of the Xianlong Bureau. We have already dealt with the actions of the perpetrators on their own initiative, and severely punished the leaders of the Xianlong Bureau. This is already worthy of you, and you must also understand the painstaking efforts of the headquarters. Shen Feng asked, Is there any more? The other thing is to quickly put away all the newspapers that have been distributed, and then issue a statement to refute the rumors, saying that the editorial staff of the newspaper made a mistake in reviewing, which caused incorrect information to be released. In order to make up for this mistake, the person in charge was transferred to leaving the post. In this way, it will be considered as dispelling the rumors. Is there any more? Shen Feng continued to ask Chu Chaoai and took time to look at Shen Feng's face, and found that Shen Feng's face was livid at this time. Although his tone was calm, his face was particularly ugly. He must be very angry at this time. Calm down. You must be calm, don't get angry. Chu Chaoai said in a low voice, and the next instruction from the headquarters came from the other end of the phone. If there is anything else, quickly send back all the bodies of the supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau, including their heads. If you kill them, we can be considerate. After all, this incident has already involved the safety of Yazhao, but it would be too much to humiliate them. After all, this incident is a misunderstanding. You can send their bodies back, and this incident will be treated as if nothing happened. Is there any more? Shen Feng continued to ask. There was silence at the headquarters for a while, as if he didn't expect Shen Feng to be so talkative. He just threatened and then immediately became obedient, which seemed to be inconsistent with his usual personality. So the headquarters replied, "That's all for now. If there is anything else I need, I will contact you at any time." Seeing that the other party's request was finally finished, Shen Feng smiled self-deprecatingly, and said, "Many people are telling me to calm down and say that I can't turn my face. I have heard this kind of words many times. It seems that my anger is not worth it at all, but now I think about one thing clearly. Life is alive. If you can't even protect the people you want to protect, then what's the point?" Shen Feng? What do you mean? Calm down and tell you, now is not the time for you to be arrogant. The headquarters also felt that something was wrong. At this time, Shen Feng seemed to be completely unconvinced. Is the can broken and broken? Tell you, I have calmed down many times, but I also tell you directly that what I want is not peace and security. What I want is that no one dares to covet Yazhao anymore. And today you people from the Xianlong Bureau can keep it. Let go of the face, and continue to cultivate supernatural beings, then next time you will think that I am easy to bully. So let me make it clear, today, I will make an example to others." Shen Feng said angrily. After speaking, Shen Feng hung up the phone directly and stopped communicating with the headquarters. It's not that Shen Feng is not calm, nor is he acting on his own will, but that Shen Feng has seen one thing clearly. In the end, if he behaves well and speaks well, then others will not think he is kind, but feel that he is easy to bully. So, if you want to avoid trouble in the future, the first thing you need to do is to be a little bit more ruthless. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chu Chaoai couldn't help persuading him, Feng, if you do this, you will really offend the headquarters. In the future, what if the headquarters retaliates against us? Then, let them do it. I thought I traveled thousands of miles to Yanjing and fought many times to help the Yanjing headquarters solve the crisis. In the end, they turned around and tried to plot against me. Why, don't you think I'm dead? Yazhao is weak and can be bullied? It's a misunderstanding. Who would believe it? Blindly compromising will only make them worse and tear their faces apart. I don't believe that they can't live without the headquarters in Yazhao, Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Shen Feng held a deep breath in his heart. He couldn't let it out, but at this time, no one could persuade him. Even Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoai couldn't do it. Maybe, if Professor Chu didn't die, he can complete the persuasion, but Professor Chu, who is Shen Feng's teacher, is dead, and there are almost no people who can persuade Shen Feng. Chu Chaoai shook his head helplessly, but felt that this was Shen Feng's true character. He was usually joking, but when his temper came up at critical moments, he would be particularly stubborn. Forget it. Forget about these things. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, I will walk with you. Chu Chaoai sighed. Shen Feng thought that this matter would be over, but he didn't expect that there would be a phone call from Rongchen. He didn't need to think about it. It must be his parents who started to contact, and this matter is really a coincidence. Don't answer the phone. Just act as if you don't know anything. Shen Feng instructed directly. Shen Feng knows that most of the people on the other side of the phone are his parents. It is impossible for them not to be noticed in Rongchen. Before Chang Jianyi went to Rongchen, he also said that the 3 members of the Shen family are closely monitored, and there is no need to worry about their safety. But freedom is a problem. Therefore, for Shen Feng, family members became hostages instead. Shen Feng was worried that others would use family ties to kidnap him, so he chose not to answer the phone. Chu Qiaoan hesitated and said, "Or, I'll answer the phone? If you ignore it, it's not justified, right, Chu?" Qiaoan was still very polite, and felt that her current attitude would embarrass her parents-in-law. Since Shen Feng didn't want to answer the phone, he should answer it by himself. However, Shen Feng immediately stopped Chu Qiaoan's movements and said, "No, I will go to Rongcheng in a few days and bring them back with me, and I will also bring Zixi back. I can only hear the voice when I make calls. It's not good if you don't know the situation on the other side." It turned out that Shen Feng had made up his mind not to let his parents and sister be hostages, so he wanted to go to Rongcheng himself and bring his family to Yazhou, so that he could reunite his family without being threatened by his family. "Well, I believe you can handle this matter well." Seeing Shen Feng's firm attitude now, Chu Qiaoan could only agree. The east area of Yazhou City is already Yu Mu's territory. Yu Mu's method of developing power is very simple, that is, to monopolize the meat industry in the east of the city, and then promulgate the rules of the east of the city. Residents need to abide by these rules, so the mercenaries came here one after another. Even if they don't join Yu Mu's mercenary group, they will not turn against each other at all. And Yu Mu also has his own military advisor, that is, the son who has become a genius. He has read a lot of books, so he can often put forward his own opinions. Among them, the rules of the eastern city are basically the same. Jing formulated. Yu Mu was walking on the street, and there were greetings from many people around him. Yu Mu also responded to these voices with a smile. Obviously, he enjoyed this feeling of being surrounded by stars, and he was the focus of the crowd. No one dares to ignore himself. Yu Mu also knows that his power seems to be sufficient now, but it only looks sufficient outside the city. If he really provokes people in Yazhou City, his own ability is not enough at all, so Yu Mu has always flattered the big shots in Yazhou. But it's a pity that he didn't find a good opportunity to get in touch. However, under such circumstances, Yu Mu still found an opportunity, because Lu Kaiwan of Yazhou's laboratory needed a safe place outside the city, and it seemed that he wanted to raise a woman here, so Yu Mu immediately agreed. No matter whether Lu Kaiwan wants to hide in a golden house or raise a plaything, he will try his best to meet his requirements. If you want a safe place, you can arrange it directly near your home, which is safe enough. And Yu Mu specially went to visit Lu Kaiwan today. He has already found out clearly that Lu Kaiwan has been living in a small clinic nearby for the past few days. Does it need to be said? It must be fun and happy here. This is a good opportunity to build relationships. Yu Mu held a food box in his hand, which contained all kinds of lo mei. It would be a great face to carry this kind of gift when going out in the apocalypse. When he walked outside the clinic, Yu Mu wanted to knock on the door, but suddenly he heard the baby crying. He was startled, obviously thought of something at this time, and thought to himself, they even have children. It's really not that simple. Obviously he could bring people to live in the city, but he didn't do so. He must be afraid of his wife's investigation, so he arranged the child outside the city. It's great. Afterwards, Yu Mu gently knocked on the door and asked, "Excuse me, is it convenient for me to come in now, please?" "Come in." Gu Yangxiao's voice came from the room. Afterward, Yu Mu hurriedly opened the door and entered. Just after entering, he found Gu Yangxiao, who was reading a book, and there was a sleeping baby in Gu Yangxiao's arms. The baby holds a feeding bottle and has not forgotten to suck while sleeping. Seeing this scene, Yu Mu became more determined in his guess. There must be some ulterior relationship between Lu Kaiwan and this Gu Yangxiao, otherwise, it would be impossible for the children to be so old. "Excuse me, is Mr. Kevin Lu there?" Yu Mu asked quickly. Gu Yan smiled and pointed to the room on one side. Yu Mu nodded and walked over, and then saw Lu Kaiwan, who was holding a 1-year-old child, and Yu Mu was stunned. He had never heard of it before. The woman Lu Kevin arranged for has such a big child. "Yu Mu, what are you doing here?" Lu Kaiwan asked immediately after seeing Yu Mu appearing here. Yu Mu quickly handed over the food box in his hand, and said, "Mr. Lu, I came here specially to see you. I have met you several times before, but I haven't been able to discuss it in depth. Now that I have this opportunity, I naturally want to get close to you. Distance communication, here is a little lo mei, the craftsmanship of your own hotel. Please do not dislike it. Oh, it's not the right time for you to come today. I have to entertain an honored guest later. You should go quickly. By the way, put your things down." Lu Kaiwan said immediately. Lu Kaiwan already knew the news that the deputy city lord was coming, So now he didn't want to be disturbed by the idlers, so he directly issued an order to evict the guests, but such words fell into Yu Mu's ears, and his taste changed immediately, and he said in his heart, this Lu Keiwan's heart is really dark, he wants to eat Malome again, and he doesn't give me a chance to talk. Scholar. Is your heart so dark? Chapter 597. Yu Mu put down the food box slowly, but he didn't want to leave like this. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a way, so he immediately covered his stomach and said, Mr. Where is the bathroom? I want to borrow it. Lu Keiwan had no choice but to point to the bathroom in the corner. Yu Mu then rushed over. People have 3 urgencies, and they can be used at critical moments, especially when it comes to delaying time. Urine can be used in the wine bureau. The method of escape can also be used during the negotiation process. At this time, it can continue to delay time. Lu Keiwan hugged the little dragon, and the little dragon was still waving his hands, as if he wanted to grab something. Children at this stage see everything new, and the only way to know something is to bite. So I can only hug him, otherwise Xiaolong will grab him everywhere. Young master, don't run around, your mother will pick you up later. Lu Keiwan said to Xiaolong. Xiaolong chuckled, and suddenly pointed to the person outside the door and shouted, Mom, Mom. Lu Keiwan looked in the direction of the gate of the clinic, but saw Chang Jianyi and Du Xinshi just walking from the door, so they quickly walked to their child, and Du Xinshi immediately hugged his son and looked at him. He looked alive and kicking right now, not to mention how happy he was, and Chang Jianyi also carefully hugged Xiaohu in his arms. Dr. Gu, thank you so much. It's really embarrassing for you to help me take care of my child these few days. Chang Jianyi also heard about his son's cold and fever 2 days ago, and fortunately found Guyanxio, and he was cured. I have a child, so I am very grateful. Lu Keiwan also expressed his loyalty at this time. Madam, I have been working hard these days. The 2 young masters have never left my sight. Chang Jianyi nodded and said, your performance is also very good, I will reward you, but speaking of it, this is not a place to talk. You follow me into the city. If Dr. Gu wants to open a clinic, even those who choose a facade in the city, I will definitely help with all my strength. Luo Qing also came in from the door at this time, looked at the facilities in the room, and first began to look around. She is a professional bodyguard, especially deeply trusted by the deputy city lord, so no matter what time it is, she must first look around. Observe the surrounding environment. You must ensure that there are no suspicious elements in all places. Chang Jianyi is very grateful to the doctor who saved her son, so she is ready to repay him at this time. Doesn't Guyanxio run this small clinic? Then take it to the city, even if you want to open a hospital. However, Guyanxio immediately refused, and said seriously, thank you madam for your care, but I am worried that if I go to the city, my family will be investigated. They want to arrest me and get married at any time. So I will stay here. It's a place no one knows about. After getting such an answer, Chang Jianyi suddenly felt helpless, pointed to a large group of people who were watching outside the door, and said, do you see how many people are watching outside now? At this time, even if you want to keep a low profile, it's possible. So many people are watching, and there are few reporters from the newspaper office. Your peaceful life is over. Guyanxio also hurriedly looked out the door, and sure enough, he saw a lot of people watching. These people were whispering while watching, and it was obvious that these people had already started discussing their small clinic. I didn't pay attention to it before. I thought it was an ordinary clinic, and there was a doctor with 2 knives in it. Now it seems that this is not the case. That's right. Now that the deputy city lord has come here, it means that the people inside must have a lot of background. I saw a doctor here before, and the environment is average, but the female doctor inside is still very beautiful. Everyone was talking, and there happened to be a newspaper reporter among the crowd. After seeing the situation at this time, he took out his mobile phone and began to take pictures. By the way, he thought about the title of the next article. Shocked, I didn't expect there to be such a thing outside Yazhou City. A hospital. Chang Jianyi is the deputy city lord of Yazhou. When he travels, he is always surrounded by bodyguards at all times. The streets will be cleared at any time. Naturally, the ostentation is not small. This is also a necessary protection. After all, Chang Jianyi is not specialized in fighting. If the person with supernatural abilities encounters an assassination, it will be over, and there may be some amazing guy in the crowd, so be careful, and you must implement protective measures. When Chang Jianyi appeared outside the city, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, except for the harvest season, the deputy city lord usually would not leave the city. Being able to leave the city today will naturally bring a lot of sensation, even if he is going out. Outings are bound to attract attention. Seeing the situation at this time, Gu Yangxiao had no choice but to shake his head helplessly. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would be pushed to the forefront. Then, I can only rely on my wife's care. If it brings trouble to Yazhao, I'll leave right away. Gu Yangxiao said hastily. When Chang Jianyi saw Gu Yangxiao's behavior, she knew that she was a standard lady, and she was very polite in every move, neither humble nor overbearing. Now this situation can also be quickly reacted. It can be seen that it was indeed given by the family's decision. Forced to the present point, otherwise, how could such a gentle and elegant woman succumb to an unremarkable clinic? Then, pack up your things and follow me into the city. There is a banquet tonight, so you can join in. Don't worry, as long as you are in Yazhao, no one can bully you. Chang Jianyi said confidently. Guyan looked at the small clinic where he lived for a while, and thought, there's nothing to pack. You don't need to bring the bed and bedding. The most precious things in the clinic are these medicines. I'll pack them up and take them away. Gu Yangxiao also knows that besides food, the most precious thing in the apocalypse is medicine. After all, when the apocalypse comes, many pharmaceutical factories have stopped production, and there are problems with the supply of raw materials. It is not so easy to obtain medicine. Medicines are still life-saving things, so if you want to know whether the clinic can cure diseases and save lives, you must first check whether there are various medicines in the clinic. If there is no medicine, it will be useless. Even if Hua Tuo and Zhang Zongjing come together in common people's perception, there are traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine in China. Judging from the effect, Western medicine must be effective quickly, but Chinese medicine is not unusable, especially in the current shortage of Western medicine. The business of Chinese medicine stores is relatively hot. Chinese medicine stores in Yazhao are thriving even more. This is related to the geographical location. Southwest Yunnan Province and Guizhou Province are rich in traditional Chinese medicine, and the same is true in Sichuan Province in the west. Also naturally hot. While Gu Yangxiao was packing up her things, Luo Qing suddenly saw a figure shaking in the bathroom, which startled her immediately. She hadn't heard that there were other people in the clinic before she came, so why are there still strangers now, people? Therefore, Luo Qing instantly pulled out the pistol in his back, and shouted sharply, "Who is hiding in there? Stand up for me quickly, or I will shoot." Luo Qing was prepared for the worst. She felt that the guy hiding in the bathroom was probably the enemy, so she had to be careful. The safety of the deputy city lord could not be threatened as a result. At this moment, a black shadow was found shaking in the bathroom, which frightened Luo Qing. Could it be that the assassins have already found out the trace of the deputy city lord? At this time, Yu Mu's voice also came from the bathroom. "Wait, don't do anything, I am a passerby, I am a passerby, Mr. Lu Kwan can testify for me." Luo Qing then looked at Lu Kwan and asked, "Is it true?" Hearing this question, Lu Kwan nodded quickly and said, "That's right, he is the head of a mercenary group. He came to chat with me today, and there is still meat on the table." Do Zinchi hurriedly opened the food box, and found that it was full of lo mei. The moment the box was opened, the scent came out immediately. For a while, the clinic was full of scents. Xiaolong stretched his hands towards the box and said vaguely, he said, "Mom, I want, give it to me, do." Zinchi had no choice but to grab a chicken paw and hand it to the child. Xiaolong had just grown his teeth, and it was too much effort to gnaw on the chicken paw, but he still worked hard. "If you eat like this, you will know that you will definitely not starve in the future." Yu Mu proved his innocence, and he was not an assassin. After he came out of the bathroom, he quickly saluted Chang Jianyi and said, "Mom, what a coincidence. I wanted to contact Mr. Lu. As for feelings, I didn't expect to disturb your trip." Chang Jianyi smiled, and shouted at the guard outside the door, "Arrest this man." Yu Mu didn't dare to resist. After all, the price of resistance is basically a dead end. While being escorted away by the female soldiers, he couldn't help shouting, "Vice City Lord, I'm really not a bad person, I'm a good citizen." Hearing this, Chang Jianyi said calmly, "I didn't catch the wrong person, you came by coincidence. My original plan was to catch you while picking up the child, and now it's just right, so I won't have to make another trip." When Yu Mu heard this, He was immediately puzzled, and quickly asked, "Mom, I have never betrayed Yazhao, nor offended the city lord's mansion, and I paid taxes on time. You can't kill a donkey." At this time, Yu didn't understand why he was being targeted. He had always been loyal and had never colluded with outside forces, and his contribution to doing business during this period of time was also very important to Yazhao. "It's important, so, no matter what I do, I can be regarded as a meritorious minister. Is it really wrong to be arrested now?" However, regarding Yu's puzzlement at this time, Chang Jianyi said lightly, "You know what you did, you know it in your heart. Come with us. If you can admit your mistake, you can still let you go, but if you persist in your obsession, then you can't hold us accountable." After finishing speaking, Chang Jianyi waved his hand, and someone kidnapped Mu immediately, without giving Mu any chance to defend himself. Mu, who was kidnapped, immediately received all kinds of eyes from the surrounding people on the street. Some were curious, some were worried, and there were many gloating eyes. Many people were paying attention to the fact that the personal guards took him away, and they probably didn't expect that Mu, who was soaring into the sky, would have such a day. Mu looked at the eyes of the crowd around him, feeling very angry in his heart. He didn't understand why he was taken away. He had never offended the people above, but it was such a day to usher in it incomprehensible. "See, I said that such an upstart cannot last long. Has it been fulfilled now?" "That's right, I didn't like him a long time ago. If it weren't for the many people under his command, I would have beaten him up with my own hands. It's better for you to accumulate somewhere else. Besides, something may happen to Mr. Yu, maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Be careful of his revenge in the future." "Come on, what kind of misunderstanding can be taken away? I think it's because he committed a crime and committed a crime. He won't be able to get out in the future. What can I do if I say a few words about him?" A group of people talked a lot. Although the tone of the speech was relatively soft and could not be heard except for a few people around, Yu was already an evolutionary, and he could still hear other people's conversations clearly. When these words appeared in Yu after hearing it in his ears, Yu was immediately annoyed. Yu looked at the group of people around him, and thought to himself, "I think when I gained power, who didn't flatter me? But now, these snobs are all starting to make trouble. When I come out again, I will teach you a lesson." Chapter 598 Falling to the Bottom. Yu was taken away, which immediately affected the hearts of the group of people around. Some were cynic, and some were more concerned, but the smarter people went to look for Yu's hiding in the hotel first, and now, the old man was arrested. If he is captured, he must tell his son quickly, or find a way to rescue him. If he cannot be rescued, then he must prepare for his funeral quickly, and the coffin can be bought first. Yu also began to ponder in his heart. This time, he was suddenly taken away. It must not be because he offended the deputy city lord. It was probably because he did something wrong before, which aroused the disgust of the big shots in the city. However, after thinking in this direction, Yu still felt something was wrong, and said in his heart, "I am never arrogant in normal times, and I have not offended anyone. Could it be a conflict of interest? But I have no conflict of interest with anyone in the city. Is it possible that it is my property?" Thinking of this, Yu immediately figured it out. He has indeed made a lot of money in the past half a year. He has made a lot of profits by relying on the monopoly of the meat industry in the east of the city, plus various commissions and protection fees. I have accumulated a lot of wealth from my 2 children. I originally planned to marry my son a wife and make a dowry for my daughter, but now it seems that it has attracted others' covetousness. It's really immoral for the deputy city lord to do this. The money I've worked so hard to earn is now being targeted by her. This is not good. If I want to go out, I'm afraid I'll have to go bankrupt." Yu said, "I secretly thought about it. Maybe it was a preconceived idea." After Yu had this idea, he decided that Chang Jianyi was eyeing his own industry by catching him, but he forgot to think about the problem from other directions. Soon someone reported to Yu's Haijing, who was sleeping in the hotel. At that time, Yu's Haijing finally fell asleep. Yu's Hailing was silently watching by his side, but found that the members of the mercenary group rushed to the room suddenly, shouted and began to report, "It's not good, son, the head of the regiment has been taken away." Yu Hailing quickly stopped her and said, "Stop making noise, my big brother just fell asleep." Yu Hailing knows that the big brother's brain needs to rest. The big brother consumes a lot of energy every day, and the direct consequence of overthinking is short life. Therefore, sleep is the most important thing for the big brother. Whatever happens, don't disturb big brother's sleep. However, Yu Haijing still woke up now. He dragged his thin body and slowly sat on the bed, and said, "I'm already awake." "What did you just say? Tell me carefully." The members of the mercenary group immediately told what happened just now, and after Yu Haijing heard the news that his father had been taken away, he couldn't help frowning immediately, began to think carefully, and then asked, "Have you guys done anything amazing recently? Tell me all." The mercenary group said aggrievedly, "No, we never dared to offend the big shots above, and we never dared to charge people from the mercenary union when they came to eat and drink, and we treated them like uncles. How could this be possible? Offend others?" Yu Haijing fell silent, then thought carefully, and then said, "People in the mercenary group pay their salaries normally. As for my father's matter, I will personally figure out a way and prepare gifts. I will live in the city for 2 days. Don't send me bodyguards." After finding her son and capturing Yu Mu, Chang Jianyi immediately returned to the city. Now that Yazhao is not stable enough, she must return immediately to avoid danger. Zhang Xiaoqiang was caught. This was something she could never have imagined when she woke up. She did not expect that the Xianlong Bureau she had taken refuge in after careful consideration would fail completely after one night. In the end, she was locked in the prison, waiting to be picked up again. Down for trial? I want to see the city lord. I want to see the deputy city lord. Let me out quickly. I have important information to tell them. Don't keep me locked up." Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted in the prison. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang regretted it. If she hadn't chosen to betray before, she was still a high-ranking figure in Yuzhao City. After all, she had followed Shen Feng from the time she entered the school and recruited people. There may be twists and turns, and the current result is unacceptable to Zhang Xiaoqiang. She thought she could turn to a more promising organization, so she jumped ship without hesitation, but now, she is in jail. Maybe after the trial is over, she will be tortured. Was completely unacceptable to her. "Traitor, just stay in here honestly. If you want to come out, you'd better wait for the next life." The guard of the prison said unceremoniously. There are many people locked up in the prison, and these people are the guys who chose to stand on the side of the Xianlong Bureau when they stood in line before. Now, the time for liquidation has come. Represents death. The attitude of the guards is very proud. Obviously, at this moment, she is not worried about Zhang Xiaoqiang's harm to her at all. She is just a prisoner, and there is no need to care about this kind of person. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw that the other party didn't even need to look at her even once, and she was very angry. Who would have dared to despise herself so much before, let alone a small jailer? Even the leader of the prison would respect her when she saw her. It is not up to anyone to say that power is no longer in hand. Zhang Xiaoqiang tried her best to force a smile on her face, and then said to the jailer, "Little brother, please tell your superiors that I am willing to commit crimes and make meritorious deeds. I still have a list of many people who betrayed the city lord, all of which are in my mind. I can be a tainted witness. I can report them." In the past, Zhang Xiaoqiang would not have begged the jailer so humbly, but now that she has become a prisoner, for the sake of her own life, she has to humiliate herself. As long as she can survive, a little humiliation is nothing. But the jailer said bluntly, "You'd better save yourselves. If you want to be a tainted witness, you also need to line up. There are more than 10 people in front of you. Don't think that you can only do crimes and meritorious deeds. Just wait. In a few days. God, there will be more and more people in the prison." Zhang Xiaoqiang was dumbfounded when she got this answer. She thought that she could be valued anyway. After all, she had a lot of important information in her hands. This information is very important to Yazhao, but now she realized that it seems that as long as one wrong step, then all the road ahead will not be smooth. The casualties in Yazhao were also counted. After a night of chaos, more than 4,000 people died. Among them, the old, weak, women and children died the most. After all, these people had the weakest resistance in the face of disasters, so they were the first to die. Bury them properly. In addition, the soldiers must be given enough compensation. They are all junior soldiers. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Zhu Hui nodded quickly, and replied, "Yes, I will arrange this matter right away. City Lord, please rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter well, and strive to let people get over this pain as soon as possible, and rebuild Yazhao." At this time, Shen Feng suddenly thought of another thing, so he continued, You also pay attention. I am going to form an inspection team to patrol within the scope of Yazhao. I discovered a strange thing when I was in Wanzhou. That's the issue of obedience and obedience in various cities. Obviously what we have ordered, the cities below are doing superficial work. You can find a candidate for me, and choose the right person to form an inspection team. When Tu Zuhui heard what Shen Feng said, his heart skipped a beat, and he said, the city lord seems to have grown a lot, and it seems that it will be harder to be fooled in the future. He even observed the phenomenon that power does not go to the countryside. No wonder simple. In fact, a person like Tu Zuhui, who has been in the system for 10 years, already has a clear understanding of the affairs in the officialdom, and many of the unspoken rules. Afterwards, the top officials of the state also used similar means to win over people's hearts. Originally, Tu Zuhui didn't think much of Shen Feng's methods in the workplace, especially after Professor Chu's death. Although Shen Feng was a high-ranking city lord, he usually grasped the general idea and basically ignored the small things. It's a trivial matter, that is the space that Tu Zuhui can manipulate as a result. Now, Shen Feng said that he would form an inspection team, which means that he has discovered the dilemma that Yazhao is facing now, that is, the power does not go to the countryside since ancient times. The power of China has been unable to really touch the countryside. Moreover, once the dynasty weakens, it will not even be able to control the county. In this way, no matter what policies are promulgated by the above, it is impossible to be perfect. What was implemented, such as Wang Anshi's reform, can it be said that Wang Anshi did something wrong? Can you say that Wang Anshi's level is not good? Can it be said that Wang Anshi's proposals for reform are wrong? No, Wang Anshi did the right thing, but the power does not go to the countryside. No matter what the top says, the bottom doesn't care at all. There is a saying that goes well, there are policies above, and countermeasures below. Wang Anshi's failure had little to do with Sima Guang. Even if Sima Guang hadn't stopped it, there would have been other people to stop it. Moreover, it was doomed in the power structure of the Northern Song dynasty that Wang Anshi's reform was impossible to succeed. The original China has already changed this situation. After all, since the teacher proposed the strategy of encircling the city from the countryside, power has already reached the countryside. Unfortunately, when the troubled times came, backlash appeared, and power was once again monopolized. Power can no longer reach counties and cities. Tu Zuhui thought that since Professor Chu died, no one would be able to tell Shen Feng this truth, but now, Shen Feng actually observed this by himself, which surprised Tu Zuhui. The harder it is to be a Santo. Shen Feng also suddenly remembered something at this time, and quickly said, by the way, prepare an extra room next to my office. I just recruited a consultant and I like a quiet place, so you should also arrange it. Okay, I will definitely finish it. Tu Zuhui replied with a nod. In fact, Tu Zuhui had heard the news that Shen Feng had just recruited counselors. The so-called consultants and counselors meant the same thing, that is, people who helped to come up with ideas. Professor Chu used to be Shen Feng's advisor, but he ended up formulating development strategies for Shen Feng, including capturing Yazhao and supporting Yanjing. It has become the largest non-governmental organization, so Tu Zuhui is also very concerned about Shen Feng's advisors. After inquiring about it a little, Tu Zuhui completely let go of his guard, because the news he heard made people speechless. That is, this newly recruited consultant was just a fortune teller before. What is a fortune teller? Needless to say, of course he is a charlatan. What level can such a person have? It seems that the decisions made by the city lord are not always wise, and sometimes the city lord will be stupid. Tu Zuhui thought silently in his heart, if all the consultants Shen Feng recruited were at the same level as Professor Chu back then Tu Zuhui would not dare to underestimate him. However, it seems that Shen Feng has two consultants by his side. One is Feng Shichen, and the other is Feng Shichen. The one who wrote to Ongwen, and the other is a charlatan, a typical person who talks about people when he sees people, and talks nonsense when he sees people. Tu Zuhui didn't find such two people as advisors useful at all, but it was just two more people's expenses. It didn't matter. If the city lord was happy, it would be no problem to support another 20 people. Time passed slowly, and when it was getting dusk, Fengshan Palace also started to hold a banquet again. This time it was different from yesterday. The scale was much smaller, but it was not easy for people to attend the banquet. Chapter 599. Defender of Justice. Shen Feng. After Yu Henggai woke up in the castle, he immediately felt refreshed. He hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time. Suddenly, Yu Henggai felt a little itchy on his body, so he reached out and scratched his body. A lot of dead skin was caught on the burnt area, and when he stretched out his hand back, Yu Henggai was startled. Am I shedding my skin? What's going on? Yu Henggai had never encountered such a thing before, so he couldn't help being startled. After much deliberation, Yu Henggai chose to take a bath. After washing his body carefully, he found that new skin had grown on the previously scalded area. The newly grown skin was obviously wider and tenderer than the surrounding skin. Mulili's scalded skin is much better. It seems that when it evolves, even the hidden wounds on the body can be recovered together, which is very powerful. Yu Henggai said to himself afterwards. Yu Henggai went to the back garden, where he saw two tall trees. The tallest one was an apple tree, which could be 20 meters high. There was also an orange tree. The tree is not low, it is 15 meters high. You are rich and powerful. I have planted 2 mutated plants at home, and they are both fruit trees. You don't need to worry about eating fruits in the future. Yu Henggai looked at the trees in the garden and sighed. The reason why he came to the garden was because Yu Henggai was going to experiment with his abilities. If the experiment in the castle led to the collapse of the castle, it would be unreasonable. After all, the only place where people can live in Fengshan Palace is the castle is gone. If it is destroyed, Yu Henggai can't afford it. After finding an open place, Yu Henggai immediately began to use his abilities. He limited the range of the gravitational field to a certain range, and then increased the gravitational force by 2, 3 times, more than 5 times, and finally stopped at 10 times the gravitational field. Yu Henggai had experienced this level before. It was after eating the centenarian orchid seeds that his ability instantly broke through the limit, and now, Yu Henggai has finally become a 6th order ability user, reached unprecedented heights. Now, I am also a 6th level superhuman. If I still encounter ambushes in the future, I will kill each other. Yu Henggai said excitedly. At this moment, Chang Jianyi's voice came from a distance. Mr. Yu, is it convenient for us to talk? Yu Henggai turned his head and saw that Chang Jianyi and Luo Qing were looking at him in the gazebo in the distance, so he hurried over and said, "Hello, sister-in-law, thank you for giving me so many evolutionary agents. I am now a 6th order supernatural being. If you need my help, just ask, I will finish it quickly." Chang Jianyi asked Yu Henggai to sit down, and then asked, "I have nothing else to do. I just want to know that your journey back to China must be full of danger, right?" Hearing that the other party just wanted to know about the journey between himself and Shen Feng, Yu Henggai also relaxed, and said directly, "There are few times of danger, but most of the time is still drifting on the sea, which is rather boring. Both of us are supernatural beings, who can hurt us? Can you tell me about the dangers you have experienced?" Chang Jianyi continued to ask. Yu Henggai immediately leaned on the railing to think, and said in his mouth, "Dangerous? It mainly appeared when I was living on a deserted island. The island is very small, there is no fresh water, no food, the two of us can only pick up garbage to survive, drink 10 after a few days of rain. We picked up a surfboard later, and this is considered to have left the deserted island. In addition, we encountered an enemy ambush at sea. Until now, we have not figured out the identity of the enemy who ambushed us. Know the abilities of some of them." Next, Yu Henggai explained in detail what happened during the voyage, especially when he found a meteorite in New Guinea. He not only obtained extraterrestrial elements, but also forged weapons. His own weapon was a mace, Shen Feng's. The weapon is a longsword. Chang Jianyi has been smiling and listening to the anecdotes that happened during the journey. She never thought that Shen Feng would have so many encounters outside. It must be very boring during the sea voyage, right? At this moment, Chang Jianyi asked, "By the way, brother Yu, when you were outside, did you see Shen Feng looking for other women? I want to know about this." Hearing this question, Yu Henggai didn't know how to answer it at the time, because no matter whether he was telling the truth or lying, it would cause dissatisfaction on one side. If he told the truth, Shen Feng would definitely be angry, as he had already said before. "Don't talk nonsense, it seems disrespectful to sue now." But Chang Jianyi just gave him the evolutionary base yesterday. If he told a lie, he would be sorry. To Chang Jianyi facing the current dilemma, Yu Henggai immediately didn't know how to deal with it, and was stunned for a while. No, why did you ask me this question all of a sudden? It's not good. If I said it, I'd be sorry to Brother Feng. If I didn't, I'd be sorry to Chang Jianyi. It's so embarrassing. Who can help me? Yu Hengyi thought frantically in his heart, trying to find a countermeasure. Why? Did you answer? Could it be that I guessed it right? Shen Feng is an honest guy, but he can't stand the temptation the most. It is estimated that other women will get him when they hook up, isn't that right? Chang Jianyi asked directly. Although Yu Hengyi didn't say anything at this time, Chang Jianyi still found something suspicious through meticulous observation. If Yu Hengyi didn't answer for a long time, it meant that there was a problem. If there was a problem, it meant that he probably guessed right. Yu Hengyi quickly denied it, and said, "Sister-in-law, you guessed wrong. How could Brother Feng do such a sorry thing to you?" "I didn't answer just now. I was thinking about whether there was such a thing. Now, I will tell you clearly, no, really." Chang Jianyi looked at Yu Hengyi suspiciously. She wasn't sure if the other party was deceiving her. After all, she didn't follow Shen Feng abroad, really. Brother Feng, he is such an upright person, he can't understand those three vulgar things the most. Every time he meets a three vulgar person, he will rush to oppose him. You don't know, when you were in Wa Kingdom, Feng Jie opposing these three vulgarities, that's a whole body of righteousness. Who doesn't say a hero when they see it? Yu Hengyi said seriously, just looking at his expression. At this time Yu Hengyi's swearing appearance, there's really no problem at all. Then, it's fine. Don't tell others what I asked you today. The banquet will start later. You should also prepare to participate. For friends in Yazhou, we have prepared a lot of gifts. Chang Jianyi got a satisfactory answer, and then left. It can be seen that Chang Jianyi found Yu Hengyi just to ask Shen Feng whether there was any change of heart. After getting a negative answer, Chang Jianyi was in a good mood, and then went to arrange the banquet and participate in today's event. There were few people at the banquet, but it was important enough not to be neglected. After the person left, Yu Hengyi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said in his heart, "Brother Feng, I started lying for you. As a brother, I can only do so much. Don't take the things on me, spread the word." However, at this time, Yu Hengyi started to comfort himself instead. It's not that he didn't reveal any clues. As long as Chang Jianyi has a deeper understanding of things like anti-3 vulgarity, he can know what it means. This can be regarded as a hint. It's just that Chang Jianyi has probably never heard of crosstalk, so she didn't hear the deep meaning at this time, because she didn't understand well enough. This is also what Shen Feng often said. When he was in Japan, before going out, he would say in a dignified manner, "I went out to fight against the three customs. Come back later, you can do what you want." As for how he turned against the three customs in the end, Yu Hengyi can't say much. After all, he didn't enter the custom shop, and he didn't know anything about the things inside. The banquet started soon. There were not many people attending the banquet, but they were all important. Of course, the three forces worth entertaining were Wang Aoi, Li Ziankang and Mu Ying. If it wasn't for their help this time, Chang Jianyi estimated that it is impossible to win easily on your own side. Although Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi appeared at the end to seal the victory, but if there is no equal strength, I am afraid that it is impossible for my side to support the Xianlong Bureau for too long. So Chang Jianyi arranged these three sitting at the front alone. The treatment is almost full. However, the banquet was not destined to go smoothly. Yazhou lost communication with the outside world. Simply put, the network was disconnected. The internet mainly relies on the signal base station to work. Therefore, as long as the signal base station can be used, the network can also be used. However, long-distance signal transmission is inseparable from satellites. Satellites are equivalent to transfer stations, and satellites are controlled by the headquarters. In his hands, the communication is equivalent to being mastered by him at this time. Shen Feng was staying in the castle. Shan Zhengming sat beside him, and analyzed. "City Master, this is a warning. We have cut off the connection between our Yazhou and the outside world, and we should not easily get news from the outside world in the future. Maybe it will be a problem to make a phone call in the future. We can only use the wireless station to contact. The headquarters hopes you will be soft." Shen Feng rubbed his head and said, "If it's broken, it's broken. Anyway, it's the end of the day. Except in the city, where's the network? At worst, you can build your own local area network. It's good to be able to use the network in the city. As for the outside of the city, let them use the walkie-talkie." Shen Feng did not expect the sanctions from the headquarters to come so quickly. He cut off his own communication first, and his communication ability was hit. In the future, if Yuzhao wants to use satellites, it may be impossible, and the information channel will be affected first. It is also obvious that this trick has been called a warning. Although the disconnection of the network with the outside world is not harmful, it shows a determination, that is, if you do not admit your mistake, there will be more severe measures in the future. Shen Feng stroked his beard and continued to analyze. City Master, I heard that your teacher Professor Chu once had a long-term plan. Can you tell me now? Shen Feng nodded. Isn't it just a plan? It's okay to say it out, he then explained. The teacher told me to build walls high, accumulate food widely, and save the people. I have been implementing these 9 words. Shen Feng nodded, and then said, since there's a plan, let's follow the plan. According to my opinion, the world will continue to be chaotic in a short time. Since the city lord has fallen out with the headquarters, then you might as well take this opportunity to develop your strength, first improve the infrastructure, then stockpile food, and when the world changes, you will be able to make a big splash. Hearing Bankson's suggestion, Shen Feng nodded quickly. Under such circumstances, it is indeed a good choice to hide your strength and bide your time. No problem, I just want to rest for a while. I've been running around for the past 2 years, and I don't have time to enjoy life, so let's keep a low profile for a while. Shen Feng said helplessly. Shen Feng looked at his watch and said, it's getting late, get ready to attend the banquet. This time I'm bleeding heavily, and I have to give away a lot of good things. During the banquet, Wang Ai and Li Xiankeng had already become the protagonists at this time, and many people were talking around these 2 people, as if they had become the focus of the banquet, and these 2 people were also very talkative, socializing very well with the people around them. It is good. On the contrary, Mu Ying, who is also one of the important guests, sat in the corner, chatting with her cousin Du Xinshi, and it was not easy for others to disturb her. Xia Long, this is your aunt, hurry up and call me aunt. Du Xinshi said to her son Xia Long, then stretched out his hands towards Mu Ying, and shouted, Auntie, hug. Mu Ying took Xia Long, hugged Xia Long and said, little baby, are you this old? You still couldn't speak when we separated before. Chapter 600. You are not kind. Xia Long obviously has no impression of Mu Ying, but subconsciously, Xia Long also knows that this woman will not hurt him, so he stretched out his hands towards Mu Ying. Mu Ying hugged Xia Long, and Xia Long looked around with a pair of black eyes, as if he was curious about so many people around him. Du Xinshi also said to her cousin at this time, I think it's time for you to get married, and you are not young. Although you are hiding in the mountains, it is impossible not to marry for the rest of your life. Seeing that you like children so much, after you have a child, your mentality will also change. Du Xinshi knew what her cousin had suffered before, and she couldn't imagine how a weak woman could survive after going through these things, and the experience of being taken away would definitely cause a psychological shadow in Lin Ying's heart that could not be eliminated. However, a woman can't live in darkness all her life, can she? While teasing the little nephew in her arms, Mu Ying said to her cousin, Cousin, I'm here to help you this time. How can you repay your favor? How did I avenge my kindness? Du Xinshi couldn't understand what her cousin was thinking at all. Obviously, he was just trying to persuade her to get married, but in the end it turned into kindness and revenge in her mouth. The thinking of young people nowadays is so jumping. Take it off. Mu Ying immediately began to explain, of course, this is revenge. Think about it, I finally got out of the shadows and led a group of sisters to survive in the mountains, but you let me marry. How many good men are there in the world? After getting married, what do the other sisters think? Do they want to marry too? Then, continue to become men's accessories? Can they be treated at will? At this time, Mu Ying said confidently, she doesn't think there are any good men in the world, and she leads a group of women to hide in the depths of the mountains without any worries. Du Xinshi had no choice but to ask, can you hide in the mountains for a lifetime? No way. Why not? When will the troubled times end, and when will I bring the woman out of the mountain? Otherwise, in this world, women are just vassals, and every move needs to be done by looking at the face of a man. It's better to live in the mountain. Well done, although farming in the mountains is a bit difficult, but at least it is a human being. Mu Ying said calmly. Mu Ying has already seen this world clearly. In troubled times, women suffer the most. No matter where you are, brothels and kills are common. When the world was peaceful a few years ago, it is not that this phenomenon did not exist, but everyone he did this kind of thing in hiding, not like now, doing this kind of thing blatantly. making people look like ghosts. Therefore, Mu Ying and her people would rather live in the mountains than marry for the rest of their lives than go down the mountain to find a good man to marry. But right now, when will the world be peaceful? I heard from Shen Feng that the Little Ice Age is coming. When the time comes, the floods and droughts will be relentless, and there will be blue-green algae multiplying rapidly in the sea. I don't know what kind of harm it will bring. It may not be stable in 10 or 20 years. You are hiding in the mountains. Can you really endure loneliness? Du Xinshi continued to persuade her cousin, although she didn't say it clearly, but she hoped that her cousin could stay in Yazhao, at least in Yazhao. States don't have these problems, cousin. Everyone has their own aspirations. I'd better stay in the Dabi Mountains. In the future, if you encounter troubles and need my help, just ask me. Mu Ying did not answer the cousin's question, but chose interrupted. Du Xinshi is helpless. In troubled times, everyone's choice is the result of deliberation, and it is impossible for her to interfere with her cousin. After all, she is a supernatural person. If she hides in the mountains, her safety can still be guaranteed, that is, from the senses. Said that life in the mountains is always too bitter at this time, Shen Feng's family walked into the hall. The hall in the castle is naturally not as good as the main hall in front, but it is still no problem to accommodate more than 100 people. At this time, many people in the hall looked away when it came to Shen Feng's face. This was Shen Feng's first official appearance since his return. Long time no see, everyone. Shen Feng, are back. Shen Feng said with a smile. Just this sentence caused the crowd to cheer, and the hall was thunderous with applause. Even Li Xiankang and Wang Aoi applauded with dignity. Everyone greeted Shen Feng with applause, which showed Shen Feng's status in Yazhao. Next, Shen Feng said, a lot of things happened when I was not in Yazhao, especially the conspiracies and tricks of people with good intentions on Yazhao have never stopped, but fortunately, with the help of everyone, Yazhao is safe and sound. I want to thank you for that. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng clasped his fists at the group of people in the hall, and everyone hurriedly greeted them afterwards. Shen Feng turned his gaze to Wang Aoi, Li Xiankang, and Muang who were on one side, and said with a smile, let us applaud Mr. Wang Aoi, the Lord of the King Honggang, Li Xiankang, the City Lord of Yangzhou, and Miss Muang. The three you have helped me a lot. How can you stand in the audience? Please come on stage and let everyone see the true face of Mount Lu. After Shen Feng finished speaking, Li Xiankang and Wang Aoi were stunned for a moment. The two of them obviously hadn't heard of the process of speaking on stage. During the period of hesitation, applause rang out. Mu Ying walked onto the stage first, and then Li Xiankang and Wang Aoi. Then he went to the stage. Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan retreated, leaving the center of the stage for the four of them. Shen Feng stood in the center, surrounded by the other three supernatural beings. When they came to the stage, Wang Aoi and Li Xiankang hadn't reacted yet, and the sound of click and click came from the shutter, which was obviously captured. In the picture, Shen Feng standing with the leaders of the other three forces is like a close ally. Wang Aoi came to his senses immediately, gritted his teeth and looked at Shen Feng, and asked in a low voice, NND, are you playing Yindi with me, Wang? Aoi didn't know why he had to speak on stage before, but after being photographed, Wang Aoi immediately realized that he was being used by Shen Feng. If people from other forces saw four people standing on his side take pictures together, what else can you think of? Of course, I feel that these four people are on the united front. In this way, the headquarters will also focus more on other people. Therefore, speaking on stage seemed very simple, and it seemed that there were no problems, but it had a great impact. And the most direct impact was to share the pressure on Yazhao. Li Xiankang also came back to his senses. He is over 40 years old, and he is still not as playful as young people. When Wang Aoi scolded in a low voice, Li Xiankang finally figured out this matter, and immediately glared at Shen Feng, said, you kid is not righteous, we have helped you so much, it's fine if you don't repay, you still plot against us. Compared with Wang Aoi and Li Xiankang's excited appearance at this time, Mu Ying did not show anything special. She actually didn't care about the pressure from the headquarters at all. After all, she was wanted before, and now there is a little more pressure. If you continue to live in seclusion in the mountains, what impact will this have? Don't be angry too, the thank you gift will arrive soon. Shen Feng said hastily before thinking of giving enough rewards. Shen Feng felt a little pained. Although the evolutionary base factory in the laboratory can continue to produce, the synthesis of evolutionary bases also requires energy. In exchange for hundreds of tons of grain, it is unreasonable not to feel distressed, so Shen Feng chose to take advantage of this banquet, deliberately took pictures, and after the banquet was over, he tried to find a way to spread it. In this way, he could tell people from other forces that Yazhao also had allies, and it is also impossible for Li Ziankang and Wang Aoi to explain the whole story in person, and basically no one will believe it. Wang Aoi stood on the stage smiling, waving to the people below, but then he gritted his teeth and asked Shen Feng, "When you were living overseas, I helped you several times, but you didn't know what to do and stole it. My hundreds of caddies of sago are plotting against me now. If I had known you were so sinister, I wouldn't have come to help you." "Old Wang, don't be so excited. You have already said that your industry is basically overseas, so what are you still worried about? At worst, you go directly to the Philippines to become the Supreme Emperor. The natives there have no fighting power. You can rule directly." Shen Feng hastily comforted at this moment. 3 beautiful maids walked on the stage, holding trays in their hands, and there was a red cloth on top of the trays. As for what was under the red cloth, only Shen Feng knew. Shen Feng said loudly, "Everyone, the so-called coming and not going is indecent. Now, these 3 distinguished guests are guests in Yazhao. They have helped me so much. I can't be stingy. I bought a supernatural potion as a thank you. Please take a look." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng waved his hand to summon a gust of wind, which directly lifted the red cloth on the tray. The gust was well controlled and quickly blew the red cloth away, but did not lift the maid's skirt. The ability to control is very sure. There are 5 bottles on each tray, and the bottles are green potions. The appearance of this color immediately caused commotion in the banquet. Obviously, Shen Feng did not expect Shen Feng to prepare such an expensive thank you gift. So generous Wang Aoi and Li Ziankang didn't expect that Shen Feng would be so generous to give so many supernatural potions. Although they were all extracted from the enemy's head, they were all supernatural powers of a group of defeated generals, so they weren't particularly powerful. However, supernatural potions have always been the dream of countless people. Among other things, drinking supernatural potions can live longer than ordinary people. This alone is enough to make people crazy. That's not disrespectful. Take these medicines back, and you can immediately cultivate a group of confidants." Li Ziankang said happily immediately. He thought that the supernatural medicines had no place for him, but now it seems that Shen Feng is still very righteous. Well, Shen Feng said quickly, "Under these bottles, there are the effects and types of these abilities. You can refer to this information when training your subordinates. Even if you have a conscience, I'll accept it too. Don't forget what you said about trade last year. It's time to implement it now," Wang Aoi said while taking the supernatural potion from Shen Feng's hand. After receiving the reward of the supernatural potion, Wang Aoi was obviously relieved. If he was really counted for nothing, Wang Aoi would not let it go, but at this moment, a supernatural potion was delivered to his mouth. If he didn't take it, it is not suitable. As a result, Wang Aoi, who had benefited, put aside the things that had been calculated before, and his mouth was soft for eating people, but his hands were short for taking people. "The evolutionary agent that I promised to give you before, I will give it to you when you leave Yazhao, and you don't need to worry about it. Of course, if you need my help in the future, just ask. Everyone is a civil servant. The group needs to watch and help each other." Shen Feng continued. The 3 of them nodded, and they all agreed. There is really nothing wrong with joining forces. No one can tell whether they will encounter any special dangers in the future. Once they need support, they have to rely on Shen Feng. After publicly showing the good relationship between Shen Feng and the other 3, Shen Feng continued, "Everyone in Yazhao should have heard that many people who betrayed me have been arrested. This is what they asked for. After the interrogation is clear, the canonical punishment will be announced. You don't need to be nervous. In addition, in the process of dealing with the enemy this time, many people performed well. I will reward them later, including but not limited to supernatural potions and evolutionary bases." When everyone heard the news, they immediately cheered. Among them, Lu Kewen was the most excited. The rest of the civil servants, including Tu Zuhui and Josiah Oxeo, were also guessing whether they would have their own names among those who received the award. This reflects the correctness of standing in the team. As long as you stand in the right direction, there will definitely be countless benefits in the future. As for the end of standing in the wrong place, the living example is still locked up in the prison, and the grass on the wall has no disadvantages. There are no benefits either. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.